Jian Jian Jian. Chapter C. Sendap's Ascend Liu Jian Jian Jian. The closer I get to the center of town, the more consolidated the groups of hunters become, approaching the dry fountain. I properly adjust my chi barrier to the level of mana output I felt around Finn and test out my new bind skill a few times, just to see how it works and get the hang of its abilities. The hand I'm able to summon is much darker and denser with mana. It seems like it is similar to my mana manipulation skill, but with the sole purpose of holding things in place. The legendary perk that shapes it into a movable and adjustable hand gives the skill a bit more flexibility, letting the caster hold and move objects. But overall, it is more of a defensive or utility skill than anything else. I'll most likely only be using this on far lower mana control levels than myself. Using it in full Zan out battle would not be optimal usage. However, if I make the mana dense enough for hunters to see, it can be a very intimidating floating purple hand. I think about testing out my other Wu-S kills my body double obtained from the dungeons, but they may be a bit too flashy to use in the center of town while I'm in disguise. As the center square comes into view, I put these ideas to rest and meet up with all of the other grunts that serve this boss. At first, I'm a bit worried I'll have to talk to some of them, and I'm not sure if Finn was friends with any of these other grunts in particular, but the odd scene I stumble upon puts my worries to rest. 3 of the men are already here, but they stand with their hands by their sides and look at the fountain with solitary stares, and none of them say a word to one another. Raze pops out of an alley nearby and gives me a nod with a grin, but doesn't say a word, keeping his head down and finding a place to stand next to the fountain in silence. Hesitantly, I do the same, standing about semi-meters away from a random level. Senbai Sentra see me dressed in shiny armor and an assortment of colorful magic rings with a legendary swordsmanship skill. He sports a bright red flag on his waist. I know full well how unique and powerful a skill like this is. It gives the user exact critical hit lines if used right. But again, this man's mana control is nearly non-Zan existent. He has recently been given an upgrade crystal and powered Zan level 2. As all of the other higher Zan level grunts of the Crimson Dagger show up, they give off the same readings. Every one of them has max upgraded skills and are all nearing or over level Senbei, but don't seem as strong as they should be. Once the final grunt gets in formation, the entire square is filled with sure of us surrounding the fountain on all sides. No one says a word. They all just stare straight ahead. Some have stacks of papers in hand, while others have them in their pockets. A few look nervous, while some look excited, and others just don't show any emotion at all. Then, I feel the ground begin to shake, hear a mechanical noise, and the center of the fountain begins to glow white. The mana shielding below the fountain cracks open, and I can finally begin to sense what is inside. After a few seconds, it looks as if it is filled with white energy, and the center of the fountain disappears in the white glow. The mana and imbued energy is very immense, and it feels just like what I sensed last time Finn and Raze disappeared from my radar. As the bright white light dims, what is left in its place is equally as intriguing. A spiral metal staircase has opened up in the center of the city, and it leads down into the Manad's and shielded bunker I sensed before. Portions of the shielding are now available for me to sense on the inside and outside. So, I take this opportunity to do a full scan with my All-Zan seeing eye. It is incredibly dense, similar to that of the Galeheart Tower's shielding, so it makes sense why I'm unable to see through it. However, I'm positive it is not unbreakable, with enough chi infused in an attack. I'm sure I could break this barrier down with ease if necessary. One by one, the Crimson Dagger grunts walk inside. The tunnel goes down about Senshimi Eaters and is well lit with bright white lights. I follow in line without saying a word in the middle of the pack. Once the last person in line follows, I hear the same mechanical mechanism close the fountain above and a wall of mana shielding cover it up from the surface. It is thick enough to block all my senses from the outside world. But I'm not too worried. My curiosity is more piqued than ever now that there is this much advanced security here. We all make it to the bottom of the stairway and find ourselves standing in an empty white box of mana shielding. It looks very similar to a replica of the inner portion of the Titan's domain, just about 1/4 the size. And there is hardly any ambient mana in the air, only a small amount coming off the mana Zan shielded walls. There are the metal spiral steps at the back of the room that lead up to the now blocked Xanoff surface, and nothing else in the room at all. The men begin to line up against the side wall, so I follow and play my role, taking out the notes from my back pocket just like everyone else does. We all wait against the back wall and stare forward, waiting for something to happen. There are Sig grunts to my left and Wu to my right. Raze is 2 spots away from me on the right, with only the other man in between us. He is closer to the stairs, almost Wolfenjone. Utes of silence goes by, only to be drowned out by the low hum of the energy in the room before something finally happens. The back wall, we're all staring at, opens up in the shape of a rectangular door, and a figure in a large suit of red armor walks out. Printed on the chest plate is an even darker crimson logo of the knife that is on everyone's sashes. Locked to his sides, he has 2 bright red daggers in holsters ready to use. Head to toe, the figure is completely covered in heavy gear, and I can't help but do a full appraisal, inspect, and all Zan seeing eye scan LV. Wubazio, active items. Crimson daggers of speed blood bonded. 100%一百censure, speed. 100%一百22, agility, poison attribute. Access denied active skills. Access denied buffs. Access denied buffs. Access denied Su. The armor he wears is fully imbued with the same analysis Jan blocking enchantment that Lith and many of the sector leaders wear. At the small amount of mana control I'm letting out, the only thing I'm able to see is the figure's level and the daggers that are seemingly not affected by the protection enchantment. He wears them as a prize for all to see, it seems. I'm positive I could see through his defenses entirely if I boosted my perception, but don't want to give myself away just yet. This figure is high enough level that I assume they'd be able to sense if I let out any extra power. A deep echoing tone calls out from the red armored helmet as he turns his head to the guard closest to the stairs, then carries his gaze over everyone else in the room for a few seconds before landing on the last person. Good, everyone's here. One at a time, let's see the morning results. He walks over to the man closest to the stairs, very slowly, then comes to a halt just in front of him with outstretched hands to accept the papers from the shaking hands of the grunt. Then takes almost a full minute flipping through the sheets of papers before nodding one time. The moment he does, the man in front of him lets out a relieved sigh, and he begins to walk up the stairs. Echoing footsteps trail down as he makes his way to the top, and the red suit of armor takes the notes from the next man in line. As the footsteps stop, I sense the man just waiting up above at the top of the stairs looking up at the ceiling. But it doesn't open up. A few more seconds pass before the boss nods again, and the RND man in line moves to the exit. It repeats exactly the same for the Sen RD in line as the boss gives him a nod, and he makes his way up the stairs to wait with the others. Next, Raze confidently gives his papers to the boss with a slight grin on his face as the armored man reads them up and down. Moments later, he responds while reaching into a small compartment on his waist. Quite the interesting find there. Raze, good work. A gold coin flips in the air toward him as the armored man nods and continues to walk to the next man right next to me. Raze catches it and hurries up the stairs in the same manner as everyone else. Just a few moments pass before the guard to my right is sent up the stairs, and the red armored man looks at me. I hand the papers over and immediately get a response before the boss even looks at the notes. No ghost hands today. Finn, what is this special occasion? Zan chapter 6 Zan. I look up at the man and shake my head a few times in response. He looks down at me but doesn't say a word. We stand in silence for a moment, and I notice the grunt to my left has shaking hands. In the moment of pause, I can hear the papers flutter together. The red armored boss notices this too, turning his head to him for a moment, then back to me, then shrugs, flipping through my papers quickly and eventually nodding just like the last Wu Mien. I activate my bind skill with very little mana control, seeping through my chi barrier to manifest a weak purple hand, bringing it to my forehead to salute the boss, while walking away up the stairs. To everyone else, it looks as if I just walked off, but to the man under the suit, his response tells me he is capable of sensing this skill. There it is, he mutters to himself. As I walk up the stairs, another grunt in line has his paper processed, and the moment I step onto the cold metal steps, a scream comes out from the shaking man's mouth as he hands over his papers. I sense an ominous aura coming out from the red suit of armor, and watch the two men using the legendary perk of my enemy detection skill from a distance as I carry on up the stairs at an even rate not to draw suspicion. A thick cloud of red mist comes out from the boss's armor cracks and enters the grunt's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, like it has a mind of its own. As he screams out in pain, his body is lifted above the ground, and blood begins to ooze out of every point that the mysterious mist entered. However, none of the blood hits the floor. It all consolidates into a crimson orb between them both. My mind races as I detect an absurd amount of mana flowing through the blood orb. It gives off an interesting aura, one that I have never felt before exactly, but seems oddly familiar. The armored man lets the blood seep in through the small crack in his helmet. Then my reading of the mana gets covered by the analysis Jan blocking enchantment. In the same instance, the floating grunt falls to the floor, breathing heavily, drained of mana almost entirely, but is still alive. The boss speaks while he moves on to the next in line. That is a reminder for all of you. If your warehouses aren't producing any higher Zan grade items, move on to the next one. Don't waste your time sifting through trash. We need to get out of here before any sector leaders show up. The grunt coughs and dry heaves on the ground, but eventually brings himself to his feet and walks up the stairs to follow as the next grunt hands in his paperwork. The following interactions go smoothly, and the last man in line even gets a gold coin just like Ray's for finding something valuable. The door at the back of the main bunker opens up again, and the boss walks through. He yells out for all of us to hear before disappearing behind the thick mana shielding. See you all in Sensao Shirars for the mid-Zan day reports. Get back to work. As his door clicks shut, the mechanical sound starts up above us, and the fountain opens to show us the sunlight of the outside world. We all step out into the square, and many of the Crimson Dagger men scurry off in opposite directions back to their posts. Even the man that was attacked with that odd blood magic skill limps off back to his station pretty quickly. Ray's waves me down from the other side of the fountain and speaks up as he turns to leave down the alleyway I first saw him pop out from. I knew the boss would like what I found. I managed to dig up a whole new crate of those elixirs he likes. Jackpot. He laughs to himself then, speaks up again. Well, see you for dinner tonight. Another 2 long shifts ahead of us? Good luck with your new guy. I give him a wave but don't speak, and the entire square is cleared out in under a minute. I look around curiously, then start to walk back toward the workers I left in that barn. Maybe with the clean food and water, that woman has come back to her senses. However, the moment I begin walking back is the same instance I detect every single one of the Green Mist's members on the other side of the small city start to break their usual formation. I stop in my tracks and expand my perceptions range a lot more to see every last one of them start moving toward the center of town, in the exact same manner the Crimson Dagger men did less than half an hour ago. I slip into a side alley within visual range of the center square and activate my stealth skill, curious to see what happens next. Less than 10分钟 Utes later, Shisemi En in shiny new gear, all between level Arbai Wushi and Senbai Wushimi Ake, a circle around the fountain. They wear green flags on their waists, just like the workers I saw when I first entered the village. Moments later, the fountain erupts in a display of white mana, and the members enter one by one down the steps. I watch with a curious gaze for a few seconds, but decide to check things out for myself, and follow the grunts with my maxed Zan-out legendary, Zan grade stealth, skill activated. My footsteps are silent, and my aura is completely concealed as I watch all Shisemi En line up against the back wall of the bunker, waiting for their boss to show up. The exit to the surface closes, and I make my way down onto the ground level as well, standing next to the stairs on the far right side of the room. Once the back door opens, a nearly identical suit of armor walks out, only this time it is bright green with a black diamond on the chest plate. My baseline appraisal and inspect skills activate, but not much shows up other than the towering figure's raw level, 10 LV. Looting new active items, access denied active skills, access denied buffs, access denied buffs. Access denied, Sue. I stand unseen as each of the Green Mist members hands in their papers and gets nods to leave up the stairs. Some receive gold coins. But it isn't until the second to last grunt, until anger starts to flare up in the armored man's tone. How many times do I have to tell you, men? If a warehouse has nothing of value in it, move to the next. He pauses, turning his head to the staircase and yelling. I hope you all hear this. I want results, and I want them fast. No more lazing about. He glows green, and a mist similar to the other boss pours out from his armor. The last man that has nothing to do with this mess backs away and covers his nose and mouth. In the same moment, I see dozens of green needles form around the armored boss, and they all fly forward into the grunt, and he yells out in agony. I watch his skin change color from light tan to dark green in a matter of seconds, until he shrivels up on the floor, and the yelling stops. There is a moment of silence before the boss walks over to the last man and takes his papers, nods, and speaks up in a calm tone, pointing back at the shriveled Zen-up man on the floor. It looks like we've had an accident here. Dispose of the body and take over his work team. We don't want to fall behind before we leave in a few days. The grunt nods quickly and picks up the body without hesitating, but still holds his breath while hurrying up the stairs. The boss walks to the back of the room, and the rectangular door opens up while he yells for all to hear. I'll see you all in Sensaushire Rs for the mid-Zanday check-in. Do not come until you get my call. Get back to work. He disappears behind the door, and it shuts. Then the mechanical doors back up to the outside world opens too. A few thoughts go through my mind as I decide whether or not I should leave with the Green Mist grunts, or stay inside and try to figure out what is going on here further. The green armored boss's voice sounds very similar to the man in the red armor, but there is a hint of extra experience in his tone, and their levels are different. Plus, the fact that they have very different skills debunks my initial suspicions that they were the same person. I nod to myself as I make my decision. About a minute later, the fountain door shuts, and I'm left alone in the Mana Shield room. I'm about to do a deeper scan of the underground fortress with my all-Dan-seeing eye. But another mechanical noise makes me stop and listen closer. The entire back wall begins to slide down into the floor, revealing another full portion of the bunker that doubles its size, making the space more of a square rather than a long rectangle. However, it is the sight that I see on the other side that leaves my eyes open wide. Crate of high C and B grade gear line the back walls of the hidden room, and in the center of it is a large handcrafted table and chairs. There is a large, expensive-looking bottle of champagne on its center. The clinking of two glasses hits my ears, and I see two helmets beside the large bottle. One is red, and the other is green. Zanzanjat, Chapter Su, Senbat Zanzanzant Clink Link. The man in the red suit of armor has spiky ginger hair and bright blue eyes. Brother, we're finally going to break into the big leagues after this one. I can't believe the entire stash of that old Sector R leader was left out to rot in the desert. The man in the green armor sports a buzz cut, and his black eyes match the color of the short trim. His facial features make him look a bit older than his orange, tan-haired brother. It only took us a few days to get this town under control, and the progress today will clear out most of the surface warehouses. Their analysis enchantment is still active despite their armor helmets being off. But just by the sound of their voices and levels, it is clear that both the leader of the Crimson Dagger and the Green Mist sitting together at a table are celebrating their success. This revelation was definitely in the realm of possibilities that I was thinking up. But the fact that they're brothers, and so blatantly manipulating their grunts to do their dirty work, is surprising. Both of them drink their entire glass of alcohol, and the man in the green armor pours them both another. He speaks up as they clink glasses again. So, how should we go about moving forward from here? This distribution city is by far our most profitable plunder yet. I say we play it cool after this one. Don't want anyone getting too hot on our tail. The ginger man nods and replies after taking a drink. Agreed. He thinks to himself for a moment, and I reach into my item storage to pull out a glossy blue gem as he does. Still under the protection of my stealth skill, I channel MP into the recording crystallith gifted me before I left. The information that is about to be shared seems like details that these two don't ever want escaping this bunker, and I intend to use it to my advantage. The crystal creates a recording array around the whole back of the room, encompassing all of the stacked riches, fancy bottles, and most importantly, the two undisguised gang leaders openly conversing. The man in the red suit of armor finally makes his point. We both picked up quite a few members over the last couple of months. I think it is about time for a thinning. What do you think? They both grin slyly to each other, and the older brother responds, I was thinking the same thing. A gang war to keep only the strongest handful of guards moving forward is a fine idea. It is not like we need those weaklings anyway. Any new city we go to will have more grunts for us to choose from. He shrugs and lets out a chuckle. We might as well kill them all ourselves before we leave. Sharing the riches we found in this town would be a waste. They both laugh to themselves and pour out another drink. Over the next half hour, they get more and more drunk, even to the point of opening another bottle. They recount the events of different towns they raided, and other times they betrayed and manipulated their gangs to fight each other under different aliases. My eyes widened at their words, and I get some interesting insight on how they run their scheme. Ever since both of them ranked up, it seems their power gap among weak hunters in the Dark Continent has blown their ego far out of proportion. However, their crime tactics are pretty smart. They scour the edges of the abyss and wait for towns and villagers in need that have been driven from their homes, giving them food, work. And most recently, after they stumbled across a certain elixir of suggestion, the two of them have been making systematic teams of Haidzan-level grunts and Lodzan-level workers to raid and pillage small towns all over. However, every one of their drunken tales ends with them killing a majority of the people that have helped them. Especially the mindless working slaves. My anger builds as I remember the tear falling down that woman's face as she tried to disobey the grunt's command but failed due to the elixir. It makes me want to challenge and kill both of them on the spot. But as I look around the room even more, I come to an even better plan. On the back wall, resting on top of one of the crates full of Haidzan grade items, I see a small silver tablet with 3 large buttons on the front side. The distance isn't far, and my advanced eyesight is more than good enough to see middle door, middle wall, exit door as the options. I stop channeling mana into my recording crystal and stow it away in my item storage. In the same moment, I begin to leave the large open room and hide halfway behind the stairwell, looking up at the closed door above. With a light activation of telekinesis, I flip one of the small silver enchanted rings out from a pile of loot in the back room to fall directly on top of the button that says exit door. Immediately, both men's heads turn toward the fallen item and stand from their seats, activating their red and green mist abilities. At the same time, a mechanical sound opens the door above to the outside world. I activate extreme speed and zip out of the opening crack in the ceiling as both men yell out, "Who is there?" and "Show yourself." Facing the back wall of their bunker, once out into the street, I can already see the fountain closing shut again, as one of them pressed the button to do so. But I can't help grinning to myself as a plan to bring this operation to the floor comes to mind. I reach into my storage and pull out the black mask I used at the arena in Valor City and put it on. After that, I use the concealment attribute of my cloak to turn my outfit into what looks like a black business suit, but add a unique touch to make it look like it is constantly flickering with black flames. I allow the perception of flames to change colors beneath my mask, so it looks like golden Dzan yellow light comes out from the eye holes of the mask. On top of this display, I put up my chi barrier to the max, so even though I look like a walking businessman on fire, my presence is completely concealed, so it feels as if I'm not even here. Once this is done, my hunt for every single grunt in the city begins. Whether they're from the Crimson Dagger or Green Mist, this is not my concern. The first one I decide to go after is the familiar man that helped to get me into this whole mess. As I round the corner, the round face and tall stature of Raze comes into view. I allow just enough of my intimidation skill to pour out of my barrier to make it noticeable, but don't want the range to spread too far or knock out the grunt here. The moment his eyes meet the flaming man walking toward him, his gaze turns to one of fright. Earlier, when he faced me, he ran into battle without thinking twice. But just by looking at my new form, something deep within his intuitive battle instincts makes him turn to run without questioning me at all. I calmly walk down the empty street and activate my new skill, Confusion, to send out a weak wave through my chi barrier. just enough to stop him in his tracks and fall to his knees holding his head. A few seconds pass as I walk to stand in front of him, then deactivate my confusion skill to watch his mental torment immediately cease. But the second he looks up to meet my fiery gaze, his skin turns pale and his eyes glaze over. I speak in a calm and professional tone. You may call me the Flame Emperor. I am not here to harm you, so don't try to kill yourself. I'll be taking over this town and giving you an opportunity. I have much to show you, so please follow me. I get ready to use more of my intimidation aura, or even ramp up the flames a bit to stop him from using the poison capsule, like Finn tried when I attacked him. But the man's eyes just open wider and wider, and sweat begins to pour down the sides of his face. I turn around without saying a word and begin walking slowly toward the warehouse his team was working on organizing. None of them react to my presence as they're under strong hypnosis magic, but they follow my orders to rest for the day and to wait until my return to follow any other orders. After this, I move toward the next closest Crimson Dagger grunt. As we turn the corner and my fiery eyes lock with his, a very similar interaction plays out. 7 more, just the same, all tremble before my aura and presence. However, a few start whispering to each other the longer I let them walk behind me unharmed. There were 2 that needed a little convincing, so I dropped them to their knees with my intimidation skill combined with confusion. One of them even tried to run away using a special grade extreme speed skill. However, just to make it clear that I'm not playing around, I point a finger at him from over Arshmi Eaters away and send a Peds-sized advanced fireball wrapped in dense wind energy in his direction. The instant it makes contact with his back, the man explodes into a ball of flames that tears down half of a small building in the aftermath. After this display, no one says a word or steps out of line. I make my way to the other side of town, and the visual displeasure of the Crimson Dagger grunts grows. The first man of the Green Mist goes into full attack mode the moment he sees a group of Crimson Daggers. However, I make it very clear I'm in charge, and no extra fighting will be going on. One by one, I collect every one of the Green Mist's lackeys, and only have to burn one of them to a crisp that runs away to prove my point to the new guys. They separate into 2 groups, but hold themselves back from fighting each other in fear of facing the same fate as the others that have disobeyed. Once I finish my march around town collecting everyone, I bring them inside one of the large abandoned warehouses that has already been raided and take out my recording crystal to turn it on against a large blank wall. It begins to replay the conversation of their leaders. Watch this. Don't move a muscle or say a word until it has completely finished. Dan, chapter 6, Dan. The conversation between brothers, bragging and laughing about backstabbing their men countless times for profit, plays in its entirety for every member of both gang to see. There are Archer of them in total. Shirar from the Green Mist remain, and Ba from the Crimson Dagger. Their eyes widen more and more with every word said on the recording. I stand in silence behind them, watching closely while I think about exactly what I'll be doing next. As the video hits its end and starts up again from the beginning, I stow it away into a pocket of my burning suit that leads to a small item storage portal. The grunts begin to get restless as they sit on the hard floor of the warehouse. So I speak. Stand up and speak your mind. Whatever you say for the next minute will not have any repercussions. Instantly, a series of mixed remarks come my way in the form of yells, solemn silent stares, and questions about how I got that footage. Some question its validity, while others believe every word and are having moments of clarity, cursing out their leaders because they suspected something like this was going on all along. Overall, anger and mixed emotions fill the room, and I let them discuss it amongst themselves for a moment before speaking up. Good. Now that you all understand what is really going on, it is time for me to confront your leaders. You're all going to watch. They all nod in silence as I let the black flames around me grow slightly bigger, and the golden zen yellow glow from my eyes shine brighter. After I'm done with them, we'll talk about the future of this town. I turn to face the door. Follow me! We all walk out from the warehouse, and the stern looks and overly negative attitude toward me have faded. Now the men are only fearful and questioning their decisions in life. I bring them to the center of town and order them all to stand back in a group in front of one of the abandoned shops in the square, far enough away not to be within the range of whispers, but close enough to see me stand right in front of it with my arms crossed in a relaxed stance. We wait in the square in total silence for almost half an hour until I feel an eerie presence watching. The moment I shift my gaze in all directions, then finally upward, it disappears, and the fountain opens up with a bright white flash of manats and imbued light. I'm unsure if I felt this the last time I witnessed the doors of the bunker open, but I wasn't this close up to it. I brush off the feeling, but stay on high alert moving forward. It is about time for the Crimson Daggers' check Zan-in meeting, but their leader is going to get quite the unexpected surprise. I turn back to the grunts and speak. I'll be back in a minute. If you even think about running before I come out, you're dead. Then walk down the spiral staircase into the Manads and shielded bunker with a confident and steady pace. Once I get to the bottom, the middle door opens, and the man in bright red armor comes charging out with both his crimson daggers already in his hands. Red fog comes seeping out from his armor as he lunges closer. Intruder, what have you done with my men? What is the meaning of this? I sidestep using extreme speed to dodge his incoming strike and move to the far side of the room. Upon seeing my agility, the man's anger rises, and even more of the red mist plumes out from the crack in his armor. It begins to drift toward me in a wave of energy impossible to dodge. But I just tighten my chi barrier's density, and not a drop makes its way through. Half of the room is filled with his red mist, but it is blocked from touching me with a barrier of invisible energy, just a few centimeters above my skin and clothes. I stand ominously in the back of the room, not putting out a drop of aura while flickering with black and golden flames. Brother, come out here. We have a pest to get rid of. He yells in a stern tone, still filled with confidence. I question what other tricks these two have up their sleeves. Without a moment of hesitation, the man in the green suit of armor comes charging through the open middle door. He has a large silver warhammer in hand that I didn't see before. Once both of them lock their gazes on me, I make a run for the exit. I could have easily used maximum buffs and speed boosts to zip out of the bunker in an instant, but I limit my mana control output to about Bafanji-th of its full potential beneath my chi barrier to make them believe they have a fighting chance. I narrowly dodge two red dripping daggers covered in poison and a hammer that hits the ground right behind me, sending vibrations through the entire shielded structure. I run up the stairs and out onto the surface, yelling to the grunts. Get back and watch closely. We're about to have some company. I speed off to the opposite side of the square where the grunts aren't waiting, and two glowing suits of armor follow me filled with rage, aim to kill. I jump up on top of one of the Eedzan story shops at the edge of the square using wind magic, and turn around, drawing my flaming sword that now flickers with dark flames to match my suit, while smiling wide underneath my mask for no one else to see but myself. The two armored bosses pay no attention to their henchmen and jump up in the air to attack me. Mid-Zen flight, I see a thick red barrier of what looks like mana and imbued blood forming around the red man's armor and daggers. Simultaneously, dozens of tiny green needles all manifest around the green armored man, while two clouds of mist trail, both of their in sync and powerful strides. They both jump high above me, making my high ground useless, stepping off of mana-imbued barriers summoned in the sky to lunge down at me and attack. I release more of my mana control, now letting Sif and Jayeevit out so my intimidation skill can hit both of the men as they jump in the air toward me. However, they bear the pressure and release their attacks. I block the red daggers with my sword in a swift strike. The chi surrounding my blade evaporates the poison covering them and shatters them to pieces. My sword pierces through the red barrier, made of blood that covers his body, and pierces a hole right through the Crimson Dagger logo on his chestplate, sending him back down toward the ground where he came from. In the same instant, I stop the spiked hammer aiming for my left shoulder with an open palm, and its momentum halts. The miniature green needles that rain down on me are all stopped by my invisible barrier of chi as well. To the perspective of the men that cannot sense chi, it looks as if my black flames have eaten their attacks and fallen into an endless fiery abyss, doing no damage to me at all. With a tight grip on the older brother's warhammer, I release a wave of advanced fire magic flames that engulfs his weapon and spreads to the rest of his body while throwing him downward to the road below following his partner. There are two loud earth shattering thuds as each of them hits the stone road and cracks the pavement, making craters. I jump down to get between them and the fountain, holding my blade upright and waiting for the dust to settle. Surprisingly, they both get up from the ground pretty quickly. The green mist leader's armor protects him from the dark flames that eat away at his enchanted gear for the time being, and a red glow and swirling orbs of blood enter the crimson dagger's wound as he stands to his feet. I let out more of my mana control, allowing them to perceive just over Yusuf, Ifar, of my true strength for a moment, and focus on activating my intimidation skill directly in their direction. They both fall to their knees again, but I see clouds of green mist and red liquid energy escape their bodies and trail off behind me in the direction of their subordinates that witnessed their utter defeat and are now backing away to avoid the release of excess mana in our clash. I realize what they're trying to do and let out my natural mana control even further, letting out just under Yi Sao and R without any buffs activated, other than intimidation, to bring them from their knees to face, planting down in the pavement. The green needles and deadly crimson liquid hit a pink dome of mana that I summon using my mana manipulation skill on the other side of the fountain to stop them from harming their men. I don't think so. I feel their powers dampening and their minds slipping away as they're being overpowered by my aura alone, and their last-ditch effort to kill their lackeys and leave me with nothing fails as well. The last thing they hear before they pass out on the cold ground is my slow footsteps toward them and the swift swing of a fiery sword cutting through their helmets. Use absorption skill, Bloodweaver, legendary grade. Yes, no. Use absorption skill, Poison Mist legendary grade. Yes, no. I choose yes on both options, and absorb a few million make CP from my legendary absorption perk too. Then, turn around to take the pink barrier down around the men that watched me kill their bosses, without any trouble. I peer down into the open underground bunker in the center of the square and mutter to myself, while doing a routine scan with enemy detection and my all-Zan seeing eye while my mana control is already being released at such a high rate. I was hoping for a more interesting fight, but I guess that will have to wait for Zan mid-sentence. My gaze turns to the sky off in the direction of Sector Yi. I feel the same sensation of being watched as I did when the bunker opened. I sense new figures approaching. 5 dark suits of armor that look just like the Royal Guards fly through the sky in a triangular formation. At their front is a suit of Jet Zan black armor, almost twice as large as the rest. Its gaze is pointed directly at me from over a kilometer away. I feel a wave of telepathy hit me, and a familiar static voice enters my mind that I haven't heard since talking to one of the Shar remaining Dark Guards in the arena back in Valor City. The Dark One missed you in the arena last night. We were wondering where you went off to hide. Zan Zan Zan, chapter Sisirin Zan Zan Zan. The static voice echoes in my head as the 6 black armored guards float in the air closer toward me. It looks like you've begun to clean up the sector our leader's mess for us. How thoughtful. As they get closer, I'm positive this is the exact same guard that talked to me in the arena. At that time, its speed and power far surpassed mine, the mental image of it flipping in and out of existence faster than my eyes could see, and it telling me that the wraith I defeated was the weakest of the Shas'en Dark Guards is a memory that has not left the forefront of my mind. It has been lingering in my subconscious throughout all of the training inside the Titan's domain both times since I fought one of these monsters last. Even while using my full strength, and even the help of my Red Hydra's buff, I left that match in a very weak state. However, I'm a far different fighter now than I was then. To them, it has barely been our days, but to me, I've been training and absorbing more mana and chi for almost a year. I feel the telepathy link get severed between us, and the largest guard motions a hand forward toward me. One of the more human Zan-sized sets of armor comes floating my way at over twice the speed of the others behind it in the rigid formation. The eye slit in its armor begins to glow orange, and I see 2 orbs of familiar black energy forming in both of its hands. As it plummets down toward the town, I make the split decision to jump high into the sky using Air Zan steps to put distance between everything below me. Before I even get Arshmi Eaters into the sky, The black orbs that gave me so much trouble in the arena come shooting my way. I managed to get a full inspect and appraisal reading on only the approaching guard. Everyone else is too far away and their concealment items are too strong for me to get any kind of efficient data. Everything on the approaching corrupted royal guard says, access denied, other than its level rating at LV Ba Senwu, and a Curse of the Lich King mark in its buff section. My eyes widen, and I immediately activate all my buffs that don't overly consume mana while imbuing my sword with chi. This is a higher level than the wraith that was the Sodzian called Weakest Dark Guard. With the reappearance of the same kind of magic, as well as the identical soul energy buff, I'm assuming this is at least the Shar Tate inline. Once I reach the height of about Ibaimi Eaters above the city square, the approaching Dark Guard's 2 orbs of energy curve downward, and accelerate even more as its wielder already begins to form 2 more attacks in its hands following close behind. I grip my blade and watch the orbs approach, but can't help but to smile beneath my flaming mask. As the orbs look like they're traveling in slow motion to me right now, I want to laugh out loud while easily air-stepping around the motion, and tracking orbs, activating extreme speed, and using my immense increase in mana control and wind magic upgrade to easily swerve and glide through the air to avoid the 2 attacks. I still have my chi barrier on, limiting my mana control to Bifenjar Wusher of its full strength, and the ease at which I'm able to dodge and keep an eye on the approaching black armored knight is quite surprising. The last time I faced these orbs, using Bifenjar Ibai of my mana control with my Red Hydra's buff activated, it was barely enough for me to slip away. Now, it is hardly a warm-up. It lets out 2 more orbs of dark energy my way, and finally gets close enough to me that I can see it hovering and watching me dodge without having to use my enemy detection perk to see it from afar. Once 4 orbs are chasing me through the skies, I speed up my Erdzen steps and make my dodges slowly drift in the direction of my enemy. I'm well aware if one of these energy balls is pierced open, the orange energy inside that leaks out is not pretty. I remember feeling it burn through my soul energy buff, armor, mana shielding, and skin with ease. A repeat of that event is not what I'm aiming for here. I lock my eyes onto the chest plate of the Dark Guard that is now beginning to conjure 2 more orbs, and focus all my active perception skills strength into my All-Zan seeing eye. A wave of energy pierces through the dense black material, and I sense the presence of an orange beating heart. Taking a deep breath, I aim my sword directly at it, then concentrate on channeling the majority of my available chi to surround my blade rather than using it for defensive measures. I'm confident that I'm fast enough to dodge its orbs of energy, and I'm not getting any particularly strong barrier readings from its armor other than the appraisal blocking perks and a high B-grade mana shielding attribute. So, I air-step forward and make my move, making full advantage of the crimson thread of my swordsmanship skill and activating surges of intimidation building stronger with every stride. The new orbs of black matter get larger in its hands that it holds above its head, but my perception of reality is far quicker than it has the ability to process. In what feels like just the blink of an eye, I cut the distance between us down to less than an arm's length and swing my sword white-hot with chi directly through the creature's upper torso. It doesn't even have a moment to react. The blade slices through its armor like butter, and I feel trace amounts of my chi being burned away as it sinks into the black veil of energy beneath that makes up its body. However, it is not near enough to stop the sharp edge of my sword crack its ribcage and puncture the orange beating heart. The instant I feel the blade comes out the backside of its chest plate, I follow through with vigor and activate extreme speed to dash past to its backside, cutting all the way through. I channel the majority of my chi back to defense. Once my blade leaves its body, and turn my head to watch all 6 orbs of energy twist out of control and explode without anyone to hold them. Level up, 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 level up. I hit level, Nujo R, but let its armor and body fall to the city below, as I have more important things to worry about right now. My attention shifts back to the formation of approaching guards, and see that they're less than half a kilometer from me now. In the gaze of my enemy detection perk, I watch the leader give the same hand motion to attack as before, but this time, all 4 of the remaining guards fly forward with energy orbs forming above their hands. Their speed is a bit more impressive than the guard that just attacked me. And once all 4 of them get within about eat by me eaters of me and release Ba orbs of explosive soul energy my way, I manage to get a reading on their levels. 2 come curving around on my left and right sides, clocking in at LV Ba Sitsi and LV Ba Tsiyo. Then, one comes soaring through the air right toward me down the middle at LV Zodingyo. Lastly, a final attacker floats upward, preparing to make an attack on me from above while I'm busy with the other 3. It is at LV Josisi. I smile even wider, using the same style of dodging and swerving to take on the barrage of explosive orbs while they get in formation. The attacks from the 2 guards that come at me from the left and right aren't hard to dodge. However, the middle and upper guard's orb's speed is noticeably quicker, and the energy output on them is much more intense than the ones before it. I let out a bit more of my mana control, now using Senfinger R of my true strength to use my extreme speed and buffing skills with greater ease. As I twist my body and the first round of orbs flies by, the guards on my sides are now less than Shroomy Eaters away, with my All-Zan seeing eye on full blast. These wraith skeletal structures and glowing hearts are all as clear as day to me. The 2 closest guards release another round of orbs, while the higher levels ones wait to make their move while closing in. I control my breathing and activate swordsmanship. A crimson thread forms from the tip of my blade in a wide crescent formation that aims straight through 2 of the monster's glowing hearts. Again, I shift my chi barrier's density to the striking portion of my blade and glide through the air full of confidence, while dodging each orb that comes my way by a hair. My sword slices through the armor of both dark guards on my left and right side with little resistance, destroying their hearts and setting off a chain reaction of explosions in the air, detonating every single orb of energy, including the ones sent by the 2 remaining guards. Level up, 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 level up. I gain Shuwu levels, hitting level Tsidin Tsi. However, the 2 remaining dark guards don't mourn their fallen partners one bit and use the clouds of disappearing soul energy to their advantage. The highest Dan level guard that hovers above me holding both hands above its head charges up a single orb of dark energy. The moment I notice it, the creature lets it go and rockets down at me. I can hear it buzz and crackle, sensing well over 4 times as much raw soul energy as any other orb I've seen today in a single attack. Swirls of hot yellow and orange light come out of small cracks, as this orb was created as a finishing move designed to take me out in a single hit. I increase my speed and air step quickly out of the way, hoping to dodge. However, the only direction I think to move in is the direction of a cloud of fading soul energy, where the other guard comes out holding 2 highly charged orbs of energy itself while it stares me down and increases its forward momentum toward me even more, with a hot ball of mass curving downward from above, trying to hit me in the back, and a Hyper-Zan-focused dark guard at my front, ready to take me out with any means necessary. A plan comes to mind. I take down my entire chi barrier that suppresses my mana and make sure to only channel this excess energy into my movement speed, increased soul energy senses, and the attack power imbued into my sword. Then, take a moment to allow the orb of energy to get closer to my back, while lunging forward to make it seem as if I'm running away at full speed. I burst into a flashy display of advanced fire magic to ramp up a distraction, and air-step forward right at the dark guard that points its 2 hands with orbs of energy, fully charged and ready to release at close range my way. The closer I get, the more I slow down, but prepare to use Baifanji Bai of my mana control and buffs at the last moment to make my move. I can feel the heat of the orb on my back through my lowered defenses, and the sight of the guard in front of me is less than Woomy Eaters away. S-Sen-R-E. I count down under my breath. I activate stealth the moment I'm less than half a meter away, then duck down and use extreme speed to fully conceal myself and slice through the creature's armor, rupturing its heart myself to get the level gains. Then, focus on my swordsmanship while air-stepping upward in the direction of the remaining guard with a magnificent explosion of supercharged soul energy below me. I stab my sword straight through the last dark guard's heart and deactivate stealth right in front of it, staring into the slit in its helmet while its glowing orange energy fades away. Level up, 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 level up. Hmm? Vel up, level 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 up. Up, level up. My level reaches Chi Sen Ti, and the guards' armor and bones fall to the city below. I want to see if they've all dropped the same essence that I got after destroying the heart of the Wraith in the arena, but I know I'll have time for that once the danger is gone. My head turns to the final dark guard as the remnants of soul energy fade, and the scratchy, static telepathic voice hits my inner ear from less than Senbai meat-eaters away. I'm impressed. All I asked them to do was to bring you to me, but it seems you were holding back quite a bit in the arena, weren't you? There is a pause and a stillness in the air as the remaining dark guard floats my way, but doesn't increase its speed at all, more than she-mouth econs pass. And I try to use my inspect and appraisal skill on its armor, but nothing comes back. Even using my all-Dan seeing eye at its full power, I still get glitched numbers and letters back that are on the verge of changing, but never show me their true value. It speaks again. You may have bested the lower low dark guards, but I'm here to bring you back to the dark one. You are still no match for the upper T. We have all ranked Zan up more than once. You cannot defeat me in your current form. Come with me now, or I will assume you have chosen death. As the black suit of armor gets within Ibai meters of me, it reaches for its helmet and begins to take it off. A bright orange light shines out from underneath, and my inspect skill finally registers a number. LV 1008, 减减减. Chapter 44, 减减减, the black helmet comes off, and underneath is nothing but a glowing orange, handsome man's face. It drops the helmet, letting it fall to the town below. One by one, the large figure slowly takes off its gloves, boots, chestplate, and heavy leggings to reveal the shape of a bright orange form of energy in the shape of a Senzan-metered and tall man with short hair and smooth skin, still floating, moving toward me at a constant rate. I do another full scan, now that I can see it clearly. LV, E10 Noon Basharar, active items, none active skills, none buffs, Curse of the Lich King. Its status looks no different than any of the other wraiths that attacked me moments ago. Even the ghouls back in the arena had the same status details. The only difference is I can sense the intensity coming off of this soul energy is on a whole other level. It feels like the air pressure all around me has shifted, and I'm looking at a being that is far stronger than anything I've ever seen before. The soul energy reading that came off of all its subordinates, combined moments ago, doesn't even compare to the strength of the energy flowing around this creature. It has a soul energy barrier surrounding every inch of its body, making it seem like it is a bright orange entity. It comes closer and closer until the gap between us is less than Shirwumi Eaters. Then speaks through the static telepathy link. I am on another level than those weak wraiths. This heavy armor may improve their defenses, but it only slows me down. I told you already. You stand no chance. Give up now, or die trying. It is your choice. I don't say a word, still analyzing the being in front of me, trying to figure out what exactly it is. Are you a human? There is a slight pause. Then the orange floating man clasps his hands together. They glow brighter orange, giving off a nearly yellow shine. Then as he separates them, an incredibly large long sword materializes from thin air. It is well over half the man's body length, and almost 6 times as wide as my own sword. It looks extremely heavy and awkward to wield, however. He swings it a few times through the air so fast. It is hard to track, and the graceful swings leave trails of orange energy in their wake that shimmer and linger in the air. He replies to my question, and I see a black numbered C printed like a tattoo on his right wrist, right where he holds the sword. This is my human form. Yes, You know too little and have stepped too far into the unknown to continue any further without proper guidance. The Dark One wishes to make you part of the Dark Guard. We needed a new number, Shisen, but now it seems we need 5 more. Your friends in the arena will do just fine as substitutes. He pauses, and the only thing that fills the open link between us is static. One last chance to comply, or your journey ends here and now. A mind-bending wave of energy ripples out of the floating Dark Guard that feels like a natural aura version of my intimidation skill. It makes me sweat and grit my teeth just bearing it. But I look him in the eyes while activating all my buffs and channeling chi into my sword. Not happening. If you want to fight, bring it on, Zan. Before I can finish my last word, a flash of orange light comes rocketing toward me. The only thing I'm able to do is swing my sword up to block. I come face to face with the oversized man, and his orange blade made of soul energy collides, with mine wrapped in chi mana shielding, and a veil of flames. An eruption of energy comes out of the collision, and an eared Zan stattering crack that sounds as if the sky is splitting in two is released into the atmosphere. Next thing I know, I'm propelled backward at speeds faster than I've ever traveled before. Half of my barrier around my sword is eroded away instantly by the collision, but so did a nearly equal portion of the Dark Guards. Even so, the pure strength and force behind this frontal attack sends me on a crash course for the city below. I activate wind magic to slow my fall, so the impact with the ground won't be as bad. But in the back of my mind, I can sense dozens of people below me all standing together in an abandoned warehouse. The orange sword wielder watches from above, admiring his own work, concluding that the battle is already over. At the forefront of my mind, the first thing is surviving, but the town below me is still a very valuable asset I'd like to keep in good condition. The people in it and the thousands of brand Zan new items don't need to be destroyed for no reason. So, less than by me eaters above the ground. Instead of using all my air magic to lighten my landing, I use it to change my course and make impact with an abandoned neighborhood of small homes off to the side. The ripple of stone, dirt, and mana that flies in the air as my feet make impact. With the ground disintegrates everything around me for over Arshami eaters. As I stare back at the sky and replenish the chi that was destroyed from our clash from my core back into my sword, I see the same streak of orange light come soaring down my way. Waves of energy attack my psyche, and the static telepathy triggers in my mind again. Tougher than I thought. Maybe it'll take a few more hits. The Dark Guard shows a smile across his face, and the lifeless eyes of his human figure begin to glow. The energy from all around his body starts to thin, lowering his overall defenses, and the density of the soul energy around his sword grows to be far greater. It shines yellow like a second sun in the sky as I look up at him. However, there are a few points on his body that remain fully guarded. The area around his neck and heart do not have soul energy drained from them to create this strike. My perception skills are sensing hundreds of innocent workers all around me on every side. If I want to go all out without holding back at all, I need to get away from this town. I activate stealth and jump away in the opposite direction of the falling swordsman, aiming for the outer edge of the village that leads to the wide Zan open-rolling sandy hills of the desert. Even when fully concealing my presence, the eyes of the man follow me. I hear a loud crack of the ground below me, then sense the intense energy and heat of a supercharged sword swinging up at me. I deactivate stealth and focus all my energy on blocking with a downward swing of my own. But my eyes widen as the dense hot energy of its attack overpowers my full-strength chi barrier this time around. It pushes through, sizzling away the protective layers and hardly taking any damage itself. As a last ditch effort, I channel the remaining chi and mana shielding that surrounds my body into my sword. The resulting explosion of released energy throws me high into the sky and pushes the Dark Guard back to the ground. I open my item storage to let thousands of MP worth of mana crystals out to plunder, rejuvenating me on the spot, while swallowing a chi pill to bring my core back up to full while I soar at full speed into the open desert. Those 2 attacks may not have done any physical damage to either of us, but it definitely gauged our strengths. This guard knows I'm capable of blocking its attacks now, so he isn't going to hold back any longer. There is a positive note that follows this, though. I believe I spotted a fatal weakness, and plan to exploit it once I confirm it's true. Less than a minute passes I fly away at my top speed, but the flash of light outpaces me easily. Once the city is out of sight, I finally turn to face the creature again as it storms toward me with a focused gaze and glowing sword. I charge thousands of MP worth of fire magic into my blade to test my theory. I swing it across my body, letting a crescent Zian-shaped wave of dense flames fly through the air and collide with the guard's sword. As expected, its eyes track it perfectly, and its sword slashes upward to easily destroy the flames. I get a telepathy link in a taunting tone. Giving up so soon? That must have been your weakest attack so far. I smirk and activate my red Hydra's buff for a split second to send another crescent of energy its way. The wave of fire ripples through the air, covered in a dense red aura of borrowed energy. But the same exact result follows this attack too. The Dark Guard swings its bright orange sword through my attack, and it is dispelled and evaporated with ease. This time, there are some resulting crackling reactions of soul energy, and a small amount manages to sizzle away its own, but the energy is replenished instantly and doesn't make a dent in its own soul energy stores. A little better, but is that all you've got? Your energy was rather strong when we started. I won't lie. Even your borrowed energy can't save you now. Did those two attacks really wear you down this much? So long, Flame Emperor. I deactivate all my Mana Zen-based combat skills and focus on my chi alone. There is still one technique that I managed to awaken in my last few months inside the Titan's domain. These two tests confirm to me that it's time for me to finally try it out. I channel all of the chi in my body into my sword, continuously replenishing my barrier from my core, and channeling more into the blade until it becomes oversaturated. Held tight in both my hands is a sword glowing so white it is dripping with chi. Every moment I waste staring down at it, there are large percentages of my core's energy that fall away into the air. I focus on my breathing and stare straight ahead at the incoming confident man. I swing my sword across my body and let a crescent of pure condensed chi erupt from my blade. The contents of nearly my entire core are released from my sword's edge and rocket toward the glowing orange guard. It takes less than a second to make contact, and my opponent doesn't even see it coming. His eyes widen as I swing my blade, but the corners of his lips curve upward as he watches nothing come out. Just like me back in Valor City, when I was relying on the red Hydra's buff for all of my power, I could not sense the chi in Monk's attacks when we were fighting in the arena for the first time. Now, this ignorant warrior is learning that same lesson for himself. My invisible attack slices through his left shoulder that isn't protected by a dense barrier of soul energy like his right holding the sword. Moments later, his whole left arm slides off his body and falls down to the desert below. The man's expression shifts to one of anger, but his forward momentum does not stop or slow at all, despite his lost limb. The supercharged blade of soul energy continues to swing downward directly at me. Zian Zian Zian, Chapter 6. CR Zian Zian Zian. I'm almost entirely drained of chi, but I planned for this to happen. As I watch the red blood drip from the Dark Guard's wound, his sword comes down toward me at incredible speed. I still have nearly all of my mana stores left, so I activate my red Hydra's buff along with all my perception and stat-boosting abilities to bring my next move to its full potential, activating Su of my newest skills all at the same time. Flash, confusion, screech. Phantom step, letting out an ear-zen shattering yell, with a simultaneous flash of light that erupts from my body. The sky fills with a bright white light. Waves of eerie confusion energy erupt in all directions, and illusions of my body take on the form of purple ghost, Zian-like phantoms, splitting off into 10 different directions. One goes to the left, the other to the right, and the other flies upward. In my main body, I activate stealth with all my leftover mana and air step backward, then down toward the ground using gravity to my advantage to accelerate my fall, narrowly avoiding the downward strike of the bright orange energy sword that hardly slows down at all despite the barrage of distractions. I still feel its immense heat and power melting through my mana shielding, burning my armor, and blackening the outer layers of my skin without it even hitting me. I continue to plummet as the Dark Guard's forward momentum continues. I swallow another chi pill and plunder MP crystals while adding wind magic above me to accelerate the fall, getting further and further away from the man in the sky as fast as I can. The large gash and burns left across my chest and all over my arms and legs are slowly healed by my self-Dan regeneration. But I see over a quarter of my health bar gone just from getting close to its soul energy without my chi barrier up. Once fully recovered, I hit the empty desert floor with a thud, making a crater over 3 times the size as the one I made decimating the neighborhood back in the city. I look up into the sky while readying my chi around my body and into my sword. Residual mana and chi are left in the wake of my attack. And it is no surprise I sense the orange man's presence coming down toward me. However, his rate of descent is surprising. He looks far less intimidating with a lost limb and blood dripping from his stump of a shoulder. But the calm smile on his face and slow descent toward me is not the sight I was hoping to see. The fact that he is relying on the Lich King's soul energy and not able to see chi in its base form, just like me before Monk awakened me, means I have an edge in this battle that I didn't have previously. Even if his fully charged sword could potentially overpower me, the only way it is possible for him to charge it up is if he lets other portions of his defenses down. Even knowing this, he floats down and readies his energy blade with a single remaining hand with a creepy grin. He touches down on the desert sand about Wushimi Eaters away. My eyes dart back and forth, analyzing his soul energy flow and seeing thin spots of shielding where I'm positive I could pierce through if I replicated my last attack. I grip my blade with both hands and breathe slowly and deeply to wait for him to make his next move. Then, our telepathy link opens while something very strange begins to shift in his soul energy shielding. I didn't know why the Dark One liked you so much, but now it is starting to become clear. He takes a step forward while the soul energy around his body drifts toward his lost limb. An orange veil of energy covers it, and in a matter of seconds, the outline of an arm is formed in the shape of pure energy. It doesn't grow back. There is just a manifestation of an arm there, similar to his sword. It is arguably more deadly than the real thing, but in doing so, the other areas of defenses around his body thin out even more. You caught me off guard. For that, I'll remember this battle for many years. Not many humans can say they punctured the skin of a double Dan-ranked Dan-up colossal. My grip on my sword tightens, and my gaze is locked on its weak points. However, the energy around its body starts to grow. Every step forward it takes, more orange energy seeps out from its core like an endless supply. A valiant effort, young hunter. But you cannot survive a single attack from my final form. I assure you, the battle is finally over. The energy around its body becomes equivalent to the density that made up its supercharged sword moments ago. My eyes widen as I realize I wouldn't be able to pierce through this shielding if I tried. Maybe blocking a few blows would be possible. But the many plans of attack I had swimming in my head moments ago all fall away as the entity's entire soul energy density shielding begins to rise even higher than the supercharged sword. After a few more steps, it looks as if the energy around him is expanding outward. Then, a few steps later, I'm positive it is. Along with the expanding energy, his body grows too. I see large, bulging muscles and veins growing all over, striations in his chest and thighs, and thick hair grows on his legs, and one remaining arm. The orange energy's density stays the same, but multiple times more of it comes flowing out from a hidden source, covering its full body in a massive flowing shield. The manifested sword grows larger and larger, and the fake arm on his left side grows to match his expanding body as well. I feel the atmosphere crackle and buzz in the growing presence of the monster that slowly walks toward me. His facial features even begin to shift, and his short hair grows rugged and long. The slick smile and smooth skin molt into a coarse hairy beard, and 2 long yellow tusks curve down from the edges of his lips down to below his chin. His posture grows larger, and his eyes begin to merge together to form one massive eye that stares down at me without blinking as the steps draw closer. As the creature before me passes Shurmi Eaters in height, it is closed half the distance, and I stop trying to guess how much more it will grow. The rate at which it does isn't looking like it will stop anytime soon. I take a step back, assessing my options, and try to find some kind of weak spot in its shielding. But the overload of immense power that comes off it is mind-bending. I can't perceive a single opening. So this is what a level equal Neonster can really do. I take another step back, then open up my item storage portal behind me. Two glossy black wings flap in both of my peripherals as the glowing orange colossal monster doubles its size again and raises its soul energy manifested sword high in the air. The blade itself is larger than a building, and the immense crackling pressure in the air is pushing tons of sand to the side and shaking the ground with every step closer it gets. Waves of aura hit me like tsunamis, and I clash back with my own intimidation, aura, and shield my mind from the mental pressure using chi. But it just keeps getting stronger and stronger. I hear Ember's voice speak in a calm and curious manner through our link. You're in quite the troublesome situation, aren't you? Would you like some assistance? I respond while staring the beast in its single eye. Yes, let's kill this thing. A wave of red energy floods out of Ember and clashes with the aura of the colossal. I jump up in the air as Ember swoops down beneath me, and I land on his back. The enormous one-eyed monster's height surpasses that of multi-story buildings, and it swings its sword downward as I stand on Ember's back, and we soar up into the sky straight at its attack. Ember's mouth opens wide, and I watch a wave of shimmering soul energy-imbued flames erupt out. They're tinted red and flow like water, enveloping the energy sword rather than clashing with it. The only other time I saw him use an attack like this was when he demonstrated how his soul energy worked, disintegrating an entire mountain in a dungeon with ease. As the flames begin to react with the shielding around the Dark Guard's final monstrous form, I come up with the perfect strategy to defeat this creature once and for all. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 63, Jian Jian Jian. Ember's soul energy, Jian imbued flames cover the orange sword that plummets down at us. But as the beast follows through with its swing, the massive blade disintegrates away in an instant. All I feel is a huge gust of wind left behind in its wake. But as we swoop upward, and I see the rest of the flames flow down the monster's arm, eroding away the soul energy shielding around it, a plan comes together in my mind. I may not be able to puncture its shielding myself at my current strength, but I sure can cut through its flesh with an invisible attack if I'm given the opportunity. A flap of Ember's black glossy wings brings us higher into the air, moving up past the monster's eye Zen line, almost sashimi eaters off the ground. Now, I deactivate my mana skills and channel chi into my sword again, just like I did before to take off the monster's left arm. White-hot energy flows from my core and oversaturates my sword again, residue trailing below as our ascent increases in speed. Before, it was still a test. Now I'm sure it will work. My gaze locks on the evaporating layers of orange shielding that creeps down the monster's arm, while Ember's flames of cleansing begin to die down too. They have their limits too, but it seems the limit to their power is going to be just enough for me to set off an attack. I swing my blade downward, aimed at the thinnest portion of its defenses in the elbow joint of its right arm, where the majority of flames have accumulated and begun to die out. Orange energy seeps in from its core to fill the exposed portions of shielding. But it is too late. Another blade of chi flies downward, and Ember and I fly up. The sound of a ferocious roar fills the air, followed by a thud as half of the beast's last remaining arm hits the desert floor. I smile inwardly, but keep myself composed in full battle mode while restoring my MP and taking another chi pill, leaving just Laomi ore in my storage total. I open my telepathy link with Ember as he stabilizes us in the air and swoops back down at the beast, now manifesting two arms from pure energy and regrowing the long sword. We need to aim for its vital points. The head or heart will be the only way to take it down. Understood. Ember swoops down and tries to attack the monster from behind, releasing a blast of soul energy-imbued flames at its head. However, it seems this beast won't fall for the same trick twice. It turns its body the moment it sees the attack coming and uses both of its manifested arms and sword to block the wave of fire. The same scenario as before happens. Its sword is melted away, and the energy that makes its arms melts away too. But it manages not to let any of the dangerous flames hit its real body this time around. Ember swoops around it with impressive speed and agility, but the giant, angry eye continues to track us through the air without fail. I grip my sword tightly, using my perception skills to their maxed Zan-out potential, trying to find any kind of opening I can. Ember releases another wave of fire. At the last moment, it is blocked again. The colossal sword and arms are disintegrated away, and some of the shielding on the stub of its right remaining arm is burned away too up to its shoulder. I could land another hit. However, wasting my entire chi stores on a non-Zan lethal attack right now is not a good idea. I open my link again. We need to slow it down. This creature is too quick, and Battle Zan seasoned to allow us to pull another fast one on it. Got it. Ember swoops down again, sending a third wave of fire down onto the monster, only to be cloaked by the same standard move. However, Ember doesn't swoop back up like the previous times. We dive down low to the desert floor, and Ember releases another wave of flames mere fractions of a second after the first attack, directly aimed at its legs. I focus my chi on the way down and let an attack fly right behind the waves of flames, confident they'll do their magic. If we don't land this hit now, this monster will surely catch on and find a way to counter this one too. It is now or never. An eruption of flames, chi, soul energy, and a vicious roar erupt in my senses, as Ember and I fly right past the creature's kneecaps and back past its eye level up into the sky. An earth Zan shaking thud can be heard while I rejuvenate myself with mana and another chi pill, ready to strike again if needed. My body is starting to ache and shiver from the high usage of chi in such a short period of time. I've never gone through multiple full cores in just a small amount of time, but I push the feeling to the back of my mind and charge my blade up one last time. My head turns to the ground as Ember changes direction and starts dive Zan bombing toward the desert floor again. The body of the Colossal is resting face down in the sand, with both of its legs cut off through the shins. However, the growing orange glow that pulses and hums throughout its body grows new manifested limbs, and it begins to attempt standing back up on its new bright orange feet. Don't let this monster stand again. We're finishing this now. A wave of flames stronger, hotter, denser, and more intense than any of the previous waves comes blasting out of Ember's mouth as we make a crash course straight for the back of the creature's head. It is lifting itself off of the ground slowly, but we're falling downward toward it much faster. Once my sword is fully saturated, I don't move a muscle and keep my eyes locked on the back of its neck. The soul energy flames make contact with the beast, evaporating its shielding away, and I see my opening. A final crescent of pure chi makes contact with the exposed neck, and it slices through without any resistance. The head slides off its shoulders, and Ember swoops upward while I watch the frightened and confused massive eye lose its life as it hits the desert ground. Another thud follows as the remainder of its body collapses without life. Level up, 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 level up. Level up, 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 level up. I hit level T. Liu in an instant, and Ember circles around the corpse high in the air for a few moments before we finally drift down to the ground. The leftover orange soul energy begins to disperse into the air, but some still stay stagnant. It is just like the leftover residue from my Red Hydra's buff. Before I hop off Ember's back, I swallow my last remaining chi pill along with restoring my MP. Even with continuous self-dan regeneration, my body feels a bit weak. Plus, I'm covered in sweat and breathing heavily. I do a few circles around the monster, trying to scan it for any other interesting things, but no readings come back. There aren't any extra pop-ups for stat boosts, and no skills either. I can't help but think it has something to do with its soul bond with the Dark One. Just like the ghouls and wraiths, its status is cleared of any items or skills, or extra buffs. I let out a sigh, then do a deep, extensive, all-Zan-seeing eye scan to see where the dropped armor was that it shed before the battle, and locate it in the city. along with many of the broken armor pieces and Wraith essence cores scattered around from the other earlier fights. Then, the faint reading of mana comes from inside the middle of the monster's corpse. I lift my sword and begin chopping the massive leftover mass of flesh to pieces, trying to dig through to its heart. The more flesh I rip away, the more intense the source of mana becomes. It gives off a reading unlike anything I felt before, and doesn't feel like it is infected by the Lich King's soul energy at all. I finally find its heart and carefully tear it open to find a clear crystal Zan-like shard bigger than my open palm. I have to put my sword to the side to lift the large clear crystal up with 2 hands and use appraisal on it. Shard of the Colossal. 266 strength. 210 defense. 200 mental strength. I stare down at the item in awe for almost a full minute, admiring the amount of mana coming off of it in its dormant state. The possibilities of item crafts race through my mind, but I can't think of any item at par with its quality that would be worth merging with it. This is my first Aidzan class material I've ever come in contact with a growing smile across my face. I place the item into my item storage and turn to walk away through the blood, Zan's sand. I let out advanced fire magic behind me and let my black flames burn the corpse away before it makes a mess out here in the desert. Then I approach Ember with a smile. A job well done. That was quite the battle. The corners of Ember's mouth are curved up and I can see a toothy grin forming. It sure was. Your first double Zan ranked up monster kill? I nod, and a moment of silence follows before Ember speaks again. I know that soul energy very well. That was one of the Lich King's subordinates, wasn't it? I let out a sigh. It was. And now that this has happened, I doubt it is the last. Ember thinks to himself and watches the black flames crackle away as the body burns. Well, nothing we can do about it now. If more are on the way, you'll need to find a way to get much stronger, fast. Before I open my mouth to agree, more ringing system notifications enter my ear, and I look down at my status to see quite the unexpected string of skill upgrade notifications from my body double. It makes me realize there are definitely more things than just dungeons down in that canyon. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 6, Jian Jian Jian. Body double POVs T hours earlier, I catch the transport crystal and place it in my storage while my main body leaves to check out the town. My other body double heads off to begin farming skills, while I glide down into the canyon to step into the nearest stable dungeon. It seems to be a standard high Aidzan grade grassland dungeon, but I don't stick around long enough to figure out what kind of monsters are inside. I set a dungeon walker point and crush the teleportation crystal in my hand to bring me back into the lobby of the Galeheart Tower. Unfortunately, this body double form doesn't have all of the perks of my main body. I don't have access to my red Hydra's buff, and no chi is present in my core. However, my mana control is still leagues above anyone near my level. I place a shielding barrier up, mimicking my old way of suppressing my intimidation perk's aura. As I walk forward through the blinding transportation light, I see a single figure in the lobby waiting for me, stood up against the desk that the 2 lobby men sit behind. Aerie stands up straight and gives me a wave. His all-Zan black outfit contrasts a lot with the white mana shielding as he walks over with a curious expression, but decides not to bring up my change in aura that I'm pretty confident he can perceive. He just speaks up. Turning to the elevator, I was prepared to wait a few more hours, but looks like you came right on time. I assume this means you already made it to Sector R. I nod, and the elevator door dings while sliding open. We board it. I have. Let's save the talking until we make it there. My eyes move around the room in a suspicious manner and Aerie shrugs. Sure, whatever works for you. If you really think you can get me deeper into the abyss, it'll be worth the wait. Ding. We make it to the dungeon access floor and make our way into the Red Ogre dungeon to use as a connector point to teleport back to the dungeon I just left. As we step out of the exit portal onto a narrow, rocky ledge within the canyon, I let out a sigh, and Aerie's questions begin to fly. Your aura feels totally different than last night. What is up with that? And is what Fisher said true? The abyss is really nearby. I air step upward, and soon see Aerie follow as he manifests small platforms of white energy beneath his steps. The aura may feel different because my main body is off exploring the city. You're talking to a body double right now. Eri lets out a remark in a joking tone. Oh, you sent the errand boy to come fetch me? That is real nice. I turn my head back as we're about to exit the canyon. Hey, it is still me. I'm just multitasking. I turn back as the open desert comes into view. The town is on one side of the canyon, while a giant black looming cloud of used up demonic energy is sitting stagnant in the desert. I point to it. Does that answer your second question? Eri's eyes track it left and right, scanning the massive black cloud that curves around as far as the eye can see. His ranked Dan-Up buff even activates, and I see a layer of white energy forming around his eyes as we begin to float closer. Yeah, it definitely does. Let's check it out. We fly over to the edge of the abyss, and I activate my demonic energy manipulation, but use the trick to split my focus that I learned before to allow myself to use mana Zan-powered skills as well. It has been a while since I used energy like this, but with all my new chi and mana control training, my ability to manipulate any kind of energy has increased drastically. It almost seems as easy as breathing to spot the small clusters of unrefined energy in the abyss and pinpoint enemies that line the border. As my head turns to look straight in the direction of one that seems to be the same strength as those demonic wolves I faced in the abyss right outside Solara, Eri's gaze turns to it too. We both touch down about Arshami eaters away from the Wall of Darkness, and he speaks up. So you can actually see them too? I nod with both arms crossed. I'm more surprised you can see them, honestly. Is it a special perk from your ranked Dan-Up buff? I thought it could only manifest weapons and gear for you like you showed me before. He nods and begins to manifest a white bow out of energy, then draws back a shimmering white arrow made of the same material. Moments later, he locks it onto a target in the abyss and lets the arrow fly. It pierces through the veil of darkness and hits the swirling ball of unrefined energy I pinpointed previously. Then, a howl and squeal of an injured wolf calls out the moment it is hit, but ceases moments later as I'm sure the monster was killed. Then, the sizzling sound of sparks and demonic energy reacting with mana erupts from inside the abyss for a few seconds, crackling like fireworks, then going silent again. My curiosity is piqued. How'd you manage that? You sent a mana Zan-based attack through the abyss without it instantly erupting into sparks? It is more complicated than that. Inactive, sealed, or very unique mana signatures don't activate a reaction. It is how you're able to wear gear inside the abyss and not have it explode on you. As long as the mana isn't free-flowing or actively interacting with anything, it shouldn't combust. I nod, pointing a finger at the abyss, and shooting a fireball at the dark wall to watch it explode, and turn to yellow and white sparks the instant it makes contact with the wall of black fog. Eri continues, activating his red Hydra's buff for a split second, and letting a white arrow coated in red energy fly into the abyss next. It soars for hundreds of meters, almost further than I can sense, then finally hits something, and the energy is dispersed, making a crackling explosion deep within the darkness. The energy from this buff works as a protective layer as well. It makes my attacks last even longer before they sizzle out. However, I have reason to believe my skill and buff are not replicable. You see, I didn't naturally awaken my Spirit Archer skill. It was artificially infused into me while I was awakening as a gift from my village leader back in Sector Si. I believe because of this, the special traits have carried on to my ranked Dan-Up buff too. I turn my head to Eri, wondering exactly what he means by this. I always knew his skill was odd. Spirit Archer is not a skill I've ever seen a replica of. After scanning hundreds, even thousands of skills in cities like Solara, Vice City, and Valor City, I've never seen a skill like this. Whatever he is talking about, it would explain a few things. I've been meaning to tell you this for a long time, but never found the opportunity to do so. There is a silence between us, but I reply in a friendly tone. You can tell me anything. My lips are sealed and my ears are open. We have plenty of time. He smiles. Well, as you already know, I was trained at a very young age to become a strong archer. Others in the village were made to focus on their specialized abilities too. Some were tanks with shields. Others were rogues with swords and daggers. Some specialized with medicine, and others worked on their perception skills day and night. He lets out a sigh, staring into the abyss with the white glow from his buff still surrounding his eyes and charging up his bow to make another arrow. There were Arsher of us, orphans, and of course the leader of the village who took us in to train. Every day he would consume white pills and tell us to sit on slabs of black rock while we eat our meals, and even while we slept. The day any of us turned Shaba was the day he'd bring us to a Lodzen level dungeon and watch us awaken. Everyone came each time, and the old man always told us that we would awaken special unique skills if we followed his training regime. I nod, letting Eri go on, curious about this unknown history he has hinted about, but never shared with anyone on the team before. Most members would awaken normal skills, body hardening, swordsmanship, speed, or strength buffs. So, we just assumed the old man was crazy, or just kind, keeping our hopes up and making our lives fun despite being misfits thrown away by our families in the Dark Continent. However, this all changed when my Shibath birthday came around. Eri pauses, smiling to himself, and releasing another arrow far into the abyss as it pierces through two demonic wolves that were approaching at the sound of its fallen fellow monster's call. He continues to talk. I was the first to awaken a unique skill. I was overjoyed, but the old man seemed to be the most happy of all, screaming out that his hypothesis was right, and I was the first success. After that day, he'd bring me to the dungeons in Solara to train every weekend, buying as much mana potions and gear as I needed to buff up my mana control at a young age and level up quickly. Eri powers down his buff and the bow disappears from his hands. A few years passed as I trained up my skills with the other kids there, and one other girl in the village awakened a unique talent too. Her name was Luna. It wasn't a powerful combat skill or anything, just a very unique perception skill that only works at night. Eri lets out a sigh. The old man told us he would awaken us fully if we ever made it to level Wube, but we all thought that was just to push us further in the future. However, there were no dungeons strong enough for the public to farm in once we got to a certain point. As each of us hit level Arbaiwushawi, we were each given special access from the Solaran government to enter the Hunters exams with temporary citizenship granted by the Hunters Association. It takes a few years to get approved, but the process is not complicated. Long story short, I left my village right after one of the first big surges, entering the Seedzan class exams and meeting all of you. He pauses, and we stare off into the abyss in silence for a few seconds, and I connect all the pieces together in my mind even before he speaks up again. Ever since we first set foot in Solara, I dreaded nearing the abyss, because the fact that it was that close to the city could only mean one thing. It had already enveloped the place I used to call home. I'm sure our leader got out of there with the students he had left, but I still wanted the closure of seeing it one more time. Once I finished up my power leveling with Chester and Solara last week, I went to venture out into that pit of darkness to find what remained of my village, but couldn't make it far enough in. I kept running into some damn giant worm and was never able to make it past. Despite the long, heartfelt story, memories of running away from that giant demonic worm come back to my mind as well, and I can't help but to crack a smile. You almost got eaten by one of those things too. He sees me chuckle and shifts his serious tone back to one more lighthearted and smiles back. Yeah, 3 times actually. One time, 2 of them even attacked at once. They're no joke. No matter what direction I came at, they wouldn't leave me alone. My arrows still aren't strong enough. I never even managed to leave a scratch. Memories of my time in the abyss flash through my mind. Then I compare it to all of the training I've done recently. It is not too outlandish to believe I could make it past those worms now if I really tried. So, I nod to myself and respond to Eri with a proposition. Zan Zan Zan, Chapter Sis. Suwu Zan Zan Zan. I know 3 potential ways you could get strong enough to venture further into the abyss. Would you like to hear them? Eri listens and nods. Of course. What do you know? I do a quick inspect on Eri to see he is level Wubast at. It is a high number, but far below his actual power level that he showed me with his bow right here. Well, the first way is obvious. I could take you back to the Vice City Labyrinth and we could climb the floors to level up. I'm sure the stronger you grow your body levels and mana control, the better your unique skill will work against demonic monsters. He responds, "Sure, that is obvious, but it'll be a slow process, and just raising my mana control and level does not guarantee the increase in effectiveness against these Sodzan called demonic creatures." I nod. Yes, you're right. That leads us to the second option. I could awaken the power that Maria and Abby have been training with the last few weeks. It is called Chi. And I have reasons to believe after hearing your story, this is the energy your old village leader used to awaken your unique skills special traits. Similar to the Red Hydra's buff, it is rooted in a different power source than just mana Zan-based attacks. It would not react with demonic energy like mana does. Eri perks up at this. You can just awaken me, and I'll be able to wield it immediately? I sigh and shake my head. No, it would take quite a while to learn, and to be honest, the only source for more energy to get stronger is back in Valor City. I can awaken you if we meet up with my main body. But it will still take weeks or months, maybe even years to get to the point where it'll actually do significant damage on a creature of the demonic worm stature. Though I'm very confident Chi would be enough to kill it. Eri gives me a curious look, then speaks up again. Okay, what is the last option? You've given me the fast and inefficient route with mana training, the slow and guaranteed route with this Chi proposition. So what is the third option? A risky yet guaranteed method? Or what? Exactly. I smile, looking Eri in the eyes for a moment, then turning my head to the abyss while activating my demonic energy manipulation and gathering all censure or so units of unrefined demonic energy that has dispersed from the wolves killed by Eri's prior attacks. A swirling of black energy comes flowing out of the abyss, then into my hand, and flowing into my body to rest in my demon's core. I create a slashing movement with my hand, letting a few units of energy flow out into a small crescent of energy. My midnight dagger is in the item storage of my main body. I would have used it now to show off if items like that could replicate into body doubles. Still, the refined demonic energy flows from my finger and pierces through the dark veil of the abyss. I let the remaining refined energy drip from my fingers and lock away the Arshitsi units of unused energy into my core for later use. Then respond. The third option is using the power of the demonic monsters against them. I believe I can teach you how to wield demonic energy. Eri's eyes open wide. He watched the whole attack and didn't let his gaze leave the crescent of darkness for a moment. I continued to speak in his moment of silence. I'm positive it'll kill these creatures. I managed to crack the tooth of one of those worms with this power when I was much weaker than both of us are now. From what I've learned so far, demonic energy is the most effective and safe offensive move against demonic creatures. It only took me a few days to get the hang of it, and as you can see, we have a pretty abundant supply of energy to do training. I point at the abyss, and Eri finally replies. I think the answer is pretty clear then. I smile. The only tricky part is, to prepare for training, you're going to have to permanently give up an item slot, and we're going to have to clear a labyrinth. Eri's eyes open even more, but while he thinks to himself, I do another deep Aldzan seeing eye scan of the canyon nearby. If my guess is right, at least one of the two strongest portal readings is a labyrinth. Fisher mentioned he saw one in our briefing back in Valor City too, but I still need to see it for myself. I speak up. Before I get your hopes up, I want to go check out the canyon for myself and see if there is even a labyrinth for us to farm. If there is, I'll be telling you the secret of a labyrinth's hidden reward for completely clearing it. Eri shared his past with me, and in return, I'll gladly explain the secret intricacies of what the actual purpose of labyrinths are. He responds, clearly still very deep in thought. Sure, let's go see. You're right, we better see if there really is one first. If there is, I'd like you to teach me demonic energy. I pick option Sen. Gladly. We head back in the direction of the many dungeons and begin Erdzan stepping and Spirit Zan walking down into its depths of the canyon. It gets darker the further down we go, but Eri illuminates the area around us with a white glow. My advanced eyesight is good enough in the dark that I don't really care either way, but the light does make traveling a little easier. A few red dungeon breaks pass by, and dozens of blue portals fill my vision as well. But once we finally get about Sengongli down past winding paths, huge rock formations, and small flowing streams of underground water sources, the first anomaly reading on my radar comes into view. It is an enormous portal, but unfortunately, its tint is blue. Based on its mana output, this is a middle or high-ranked B-grade dungeon, possibly the strongest one I've ever felt. It gives off more energy than the Red Ogre dungeon back in Valor City. However, it is not worth checking out right now. My other body, double that, is checking out the dungeons in here. We'll get to it eventually. This dungeon has the same level of mana output readings the other oddity gives off. However, the depth of its power feels much different, and the energy flowing away from it is in a far more constant and steady rate. I believe these are the readings of a very stable labyrinth, but don't have much data to test my theory. As we dip into another cave system following the flowing streams, we make our way to the last oddity. The air gets thinner, the humidity increases, and the temperature around us gets hotter the further down we travel. But once we're nearly Lugonli beneath the surface and pass a few more scattered dungeons, a faint green glow hits my vision and I begin to get excited. There it is! I can see a grin forming on Aries' face too, and sweat drips from both our foreheads as we touch down on the wet rocky floor in front of a large green glowing labyrinth portal. So, training can begin? I nod. Yes, it can. Let's clear this labyrinth. You have much to learn. We both jump through onto the first floor without hesitating at all, eager to see what is inside. Not to waste any time, we both race through the bottom floors without targeting any monsters. I make it a habit to kill one per unique floor, just in case there are some new skills. But most of these dungeons are duplicates that I've faced many times before. At our top speeds, it doesn't take more than sure to Shuofinjun Utes to zip through some floors high above the sky. While we venture further upward, I explain the basics of dungeon physics and dungeon mass regeneration, as well as the presence of a labyrinth master at the top floor. I mention the fact that they're demons that make soul bonds with powerful creatures like dragons. And if defeated, the demons drop their cores and can be wielded by humans. I reveal the fact that I have 2 cores, one from the Seed Zan class exams, and another from the Solaran Labyrinth, explaining that this is most likely the reason the association screwed us over. But I still don't have any evidence of it. I tell him about what happened when we were captured, and how I escaped using demonic energy and my demon's core for the first time. I even reveal the events of my time in the demonic rift, fighting 3 waves of demonic minotaurs to Eri. Then relate all this information to the fact that there is probably some kind of demonic entity deep inside the Dark Continent causing the abyss to expand. This possibly gives validity to Chester's theory of there being a massive labyrinth deep within the Dark Continent. Of course, I give no mention of Ember or the Void Creepers. They seem pretty unnecessary to this conversation, and it is a secret I'm still not ready to share. About Sixiaoshi, hours pass and we beat the Arsha TH floor's special boss room of this labyrinth. Eri is completely caught up to speed and understands the risks and rewards of accepting a demon's core. We decide that from here on out, he'll be doing all the fighting because he needs the level gains and combat experience more than me. However, we have also agreed that I get the final strike on this demon at the top, no matter what, because it may have unique skills I can absorb. Once we pass the Arshawoot TH floor, things start to get interesting because the creatures on these floors are nearing Ares level. By the time we hit the Arshawoot TH floor, a large mountainous region with earth-wielding bug creatures with strong exoskeletons that are able to dig holes and spin their bodies very quickly to both attack and retreat, Ares starts to level up. Once I see he is still able to pierce their vital points with a single arrow, I step back and let him train solo for a bit. The Arshat T8 and Arshabat T8's floor go similarly, as Eri uses this opportunity to make it to level Liu Sen Art. Once the tan Zan-skinned archer easily defeats the flaming serpent boss of the Arshabat TH floor with 2 white arrows through the forehead, we're both transported into a narrow stone hallway that feels very familiar. I turn to Eri and speak as he illuminates the short pathway to show a slow spinning portal at the other end. This is it. The labyrinth is Arsha Zhou floors. Next up, you'll be fighting a demon. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter 6, Silio Jian Jian Jian. Eri takes a step forward and powers up with a buff. Let me fight on my own. I'd like to see how I stack up against this final floor. I want to feel like I've earned this core. He stops right before the portal at the end of the hall. Of course, slip in the final blow to get whatever skills you need. Just don't help me in battle unless I'm in really bad shape. I doubt I will be, but you never know. I nod, and he jumps through without saying another word. I do the same, letting the transport magic bring us to the final floor of this peculiar labyrinth. It is not much different than the labyrinth we faced back in Solara, and only a few floors higher. However, something feels too perfect about this place. The teleport magic brings us into a wide-open boss room that is forest and earth Jian-themed. Thin, dark green trees reach up to the blue sky, and rocky mounds of hills and stone formations riddle the landscape. For the most part, it is very flat and calm. However, near the back of the boss room, where the danger always lies, the dense presence of two mana figures comes rocketing our way instantly. I do a full inspect and appraisal while stepping to the side, letting Eri know what is happening. They're on their way! I cross my arms and air step backward to sit on a tall boulder and take a look at just the level and skills from the two approaching figures. LV, Qirin Qi, Telepathy, Legendary Grade. Body Double, Legendary Grade Dungeon Walker, Special Grade, LV, Qirin Qi Telepathy. Legendary Grade, Plunderer, Legendary Grade Combat Magic, Advanced Earth Summoning. The shadowy figure of a greater demon with two red horns coming out of its forehead and curving behind its head comes into full view as it glides above the tree line, standing on the back of a massive earth dragon, almost the size of Ember. The demon's eyes are sharp, and it stands almost Senmi-Eaters tall. It has an impressively strong and tight build, wearing dark red armor with impressive defensive stats. It wields two daggers and stares both of us down from a distance. The dragon lets out a loud roar, and I observe its glossy tan scales reflect the clouds and the blue sky from above and the dark green trees below it on its white underbelly. The flapping of its wings ceases once the two touch down on the opposite side of the small wooded clearing we're in, and a surprisingly pissed off voice comes through our telepathy link. It seems like we're just pests that woke it up from a nap, rather than hunters challenging its throne. What are you two doing here? I thought we had a deal. I won't kill your men in the dungeons around here, and you'll let me grow my labyrinth in peace. I almost have that unique floor censure ready for you. So what is with the interruptions? The demon rolls its eyes and starts to get closer, gripping its two Jetson black daggers and imbuing large amounts of mana into them, giving off a growing aura of intimidation and hostility. As I piece the puzzle together that the Sector R leader must have had some kind of deal with this demon to allow it to grow its base while not interacting with hunters that farm the nearby dungeons for supplies. It seems Eri has come to the same conclusion. He manifests a white bow and arrow, speaking out loud to the demon and massive earth dragon. Deals off. The leader you made that deal with is dead. You'll be fighting me now. More intense aura pours out of the demon, and its calm stance shifts to a much more serious battle and ready one. Fine, filthy humans, you all can never keep your word. The ones that can are always too weak and die before any deals can be done. I was foolish to believe that man was any different. It glows white, and Sen body doubles separate from its main body. All of them have nearly identical amounts of mana control as far as I can see. They charge forward, leaving the main body and the dragon behind, slowly making their move. Eri smirks, spirit, Zen stepping upward, and releasing a full Zan-powered arrow strike, far faster than anything I've seen him send off in the past. It collides with the dense shielding of a nearby demon's clone, while the other two blip out of existence and reappear on opposite sides of Eri with their daggers poised to kill. One goes all in for a shot at his neck, while the other aims its daggers at his heart. He summons two small walls of white energy in front of his vital points using his ranked Zen Up buff, and the buzzing noise followed by fragmenting metal is all I hear as the daggers break against a nearly impossible to penetrate barrier. Meanwhile, the dust and mana cloud around the double Eri shot at that is still on the ground finally clears, and a bright white arrow is lodged right through its chest. Blood drips out, and the demon does not look happy as it pulls it out from its chest with bare hands. The creature dungeon walks up to help its two other partners with the close Dan range attack. As it materializes, Eri turns his gaze and releases another arrow that punctures right through the already injured demon's head, killing it on the spot, and the double disintegrates into pure mana. He twists his body around, jumping higher in the air while blocking the onslaught of more close Dan range jabs and slashes from these two remaining demon's knives. Unexpectedly, 3 of the small shielding circles Eri summons to block their strikes morph into a long white spear the moment their attention leaves it. One of the unsuspecting demon's copies is impaled from behind, skewering it 3 times with multiple new manifested spears from its blind spot. In the same moment, the last body double is thrown off its game for a split second, while witnessing the gruesome and instantaneous attack out of nowhere, and Eri takes this moment of hesitation to charge his bow back up to its full potential, landing a fully charged arrow to its forehead at point Zan blank range. It doesn't even get to scream, and the double disintegrates away. The mana disperses, and the only thing I can think to do is clap slowly. That was an impressive display of raw power and battle IQ. I have to give it to him. Eri has improved. However, based on the reaction of the real demon's body that storms his way, it is not as impressed. It jumps up in the air, glowing brighter and brighter white itself, while the earth dragon by its side begins to activate what I can only assume is its ranked Zanup buff. A thick barrier of liquid stones surrounds the dragon, and a pair of crimson wings the same color as the demon's horns come jutting out of the demon's back. Once the white light goes away, I sense its mana control increase by over Bifenjawusher, meaning it has activated some kind of ranked Zanup buff too, with a shape-shifting perk that I've never seen a demon wield before. As it flaps its wings and flies into the air, the dragon jumps up and, even with its heavy stone armor on, gracefully spins through the air. 3 more doubles of the demon form all around it, with wings of their own this time around, and twist and swirl through the air with impressive agility. Eri stands still, drawing his bow back and not moving from the circular Yidzen meter-wide white manifested platform beneath his feet. Then, less than Shirmi eaters before impact, as the Sen body doubles dungeon walk closer, and the real demon and its ranked Zanup dragon swirl around it, attacking from both sides. A dark crimson aura emits from Eri and I. Watch bloods and red arrows fly. Streaks of red energy are left in the sky as the instant Eri activates his Red Hydra's buff. His speed, agility, and power are multiplied by a factor of nearly Sen. The doubles are disintegrated in the blink of an eye, and I see a barrage of crimson arrows crack through the defenses of the Earth Dragon's stone. Imbued ranked Zanup shielding. It takes a few hits in the exact same spots, but eventually, one of his arrows pierces right through the dragon's left wing. The demon ruthlessly sends more and more doubles at Eri, but they get weaker and weaker every wave. Eri takes them out with ease. The great thing about the Red Hydra's buff is you're able to keep up the same intensity until the battle is over. Only then will you have to face the consequences. The demon is unaware of this, and I'm starting to see the look on its face change from annoyance and anger to helplessness and fear. This demon has never faced a fearsome opponent in its life. It has been able to sit back and enjoy the luxuries of growing its labyrinth with the Sector R leader watching over its lackeys, never having to actually protect its throne. The battle instincts of a demon that it was born with are surely there, but its will to survive and win by any means necessary are lacking. It is very clear to see Eri's sharp eyes, determined grit, and battle experience over the years will easily bring him to victory here. Another Senshmail econs pass, and Eri gets closer and closer, chipping away at the Earth Dragon's armor and dispatching dozens of body doubles that come 3 at a time. He finally sends a red arrow through the walls of protective doubles and shielding to hit the demon's main body in the thigh. It yells out in fury while blood flows through its wound, opening up a telepathy link as a last-ditch effort. The demon's voice is wavering and much more nervous than before. Elzan, let's make a deal. Come on. That was just a test. I see a very profitable future in your midst. Another red arrow comes curving around the backside of the dragon, past its wings that have a few arrow holes of their own pierced through them, and the shot lands right through one of the demon's wings on the same side as its injured leg. It erupts into a massive display of mana shielding flying into the air and red residue from the red Hydra's buff as Eri releases yet another arrow, threading the needle through the tall trees, explosions, and distractions placed in his way. You should have spoken up before you tried to kill me. Your core is all mine. His next arrow hits the demon's other wing, making it begin to fall to the woodland floor. Eri's spirit Zen steps and narrowly dodges every one of the body doubles with ease, making eye contact with me for a split second, letting me know he is going in for the kill, and I should get ready to do what I need to do. I activate my buffs and pull out my sword while Eri releases his final shot aimed straight at the demon's heart, charged up with as much of his red Hydra's buff soul energy and mana from his skill as possible, making it a strike that is a guaranteed fatal blow. I grin, filling my blade with mana and igniting my body on fire as I Erdzian step into battle. I follow the crimson arrow with all my buffs activated, and extreme speed on full blast. I zip through the trees, soar beneath the wing of the massive earth dragon, and swing my sword at the demon's neck as it falls toward the ground. There is a satisfying sound of dense mana slicing through weaker mana as my blade melts through its shielding and cuts off the demon's head in an instant. However, fractions of a second later, the dark red arrow pierces its heart and the body of the creature goes limp before it can even hit the ground. In the resulting thud, the soul bond agreement between demon and dragon is triggered, and the eyes of the mighty earth dragon gloss over, and it falls to the ground as well. My eyes, on the other hand, light up with excitement as the notifications in my vision appear. Use absorption skill. Body double upgrade. Legendary grade. Yes. No. Use absorption skill. Dungeon walker upgrade. Legendary grade yes. No as I choose yes on both of them. Notifications that they've been transferred to my main body fill my vision. Then, Eri walks over while powering down his red Hydra's buff. He catches himself on a nearby boulder as he almost passes out from exhaustion, but I run over and help him walk toward the demon's dissolving corpse to claim his prize. I'm impressed. That may have been the most extreme battle I've ever seen you fight in, taking on a demon and dragon over level Tsibai on your own. Not bad. I crack a grin, and he tries to smile back, but the fatigue is definitely kicking in. The cleanly sliced neck and perfectly circular hole through its heart are signs of seasoned killers at work. We both admire our shots, but I can feel Eri's breathing is very heavy, and his eyes are threatening to shut. The moment the corpse finally dissolves, a mana crystal, bright red horn, and small black core fall to the boss room floor. I point it out, and Eri reaches down to grab it, just like the 2 times I received my cores. The moment it touches his palm, it begins to sink into the center of his hand, and a long black line starts to form from his wrist, up his shoulder, down his chest, and stops right above his heart. He then falls to the floor asleep with a wide smile across his face. I can't help but to let out a laugh. You did well. I've been in the same exact place many times. I'll watch over you while you recover. I take the demon's horn, 2 mana crystals, and single earth dragon scale as loot from the battle and place them in my item storage. Soon after, the labyrinth begins to fade away, bringing us back to the canyon. However, the instant my feet hit the damp rocky floor of the underground cave system, an overwhelming aura of death and destruction fills the air unlike anything I've ever felt before. My head instinctively turns in the direction of the city, but the aura feels as if it is coming from much further out in the desert. Whatever it is, that seems way out of my current body double form's league. It feels as if gods have clashed. So, whatever it is, the fact that I haven't disappeared from existence means my main body is taking care of it just fine. Still, I begin to Erdzian step my way out of the cave system while carrying Eri to reach the surface to check out what happened for myself. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 4, 4qi Jian Jian Jian. Main body POV. I stare down at my status as 2 new skill upgrades are added to my repertoire, and a grin widens on my face. Skill transfer to main body. Complete. Body double. Legendary grade. Skill transfer to main body. Complete. Dungeon Walker, legendary grade, my eyes scan over their additional legendary perks, and I see that the reduction on base stats and mana control has been lifted on my body double skill now. So, any clones I make will be identical in strength to my original form, but it looks as though my soul energy buffs and chi will not be transferred, only mana and demonic energy powered skills will. On top of that, the maximum body double limit has raised to Sen, so my multitasking just got a whole lot faster. Next, I read over my new legendary perks at the Dungeon Walker upgrade and find that now I don't need to set any exact spawn points within dungeons. As long as I've stepped foot in or have a memory of any portion of the dungeon logged in my subconscious, I'll be able to access any part of it instantly. This makes me wonder if dungeons logged by my body double's memories will now transfer to my main body. There are no exact transport points I need to follow anymore. It is either I'm greenlit for a dungeon or not. Along with that, a certain newly unlocked perk catches my eye that I wasn't expecting. Legendary perk activation time. Shu seconds. Cooldown. 24小时 R's debuff. 99% decrease in all base stats. And 99% main ana control suppression for 24小时. Hours following usage. The caster is able to teleport from anywhere outside of a dungeon into a dungeon of their choosing. Only the caster and equipped items may use this perk. Passengers will be left behind. The consequences of using this new perk seem to heavily outweigh the positives, but it is an interesting getaway move that may be useful in the future. Once fully satisfied with my findings, the mana signature of one of my body doubles, carrying the familiar reading of my teammate Eri, comes into my general perception range. Then, soon after, I see them both coming near me and my double raising its waving hand in the air while pointing to Eri, who seems to be knocked out cold or sleeping. My double drifts down to the desert floor and sets Eri on the ground. I take this as a cue to point my finger at my own double and shoot a small chi-imbued bullet of stone through its forehead, and the memories of the labyrinth come rushing back to me. Interesting. I have a lot to think about. After the defeat of the T-Tage ranked Dark Guard, Eri's new goal of learning demonic energy, and now the nearly Sibai people in the town that just watched me slaughter their leaders without breaking a sweat, there is much to do. I activate my body double skill again, making 2 more copies to hit my max, while the Sen-RD continues to farm skills and log dungeon details in the canyon. This time, they're at par with my current level, Qibai Lo Shu Miao Tatis, and the mana control is leaking off them like massive beams of light to my refined eye. I point to one, throwing it a new transport crystal back to the Galeheart Tower. Explain as much as you can to Abby and Maria. They may be out in town. Just have Lith send out guards to retrieve them before tonight. Going into the arena again may not be a smart decision, especially considering the CTH-ranked Dark Guard won't return. Have them come here as soon as possible, and try to get them to bring Monk here as well. Tell him I'll have an increased cultivation speed method ready, but he is going to need to bring a lot of chi pills for us all to try. Whatever happens, don't leave the mana-shielded protection barrier of the Galeheart Tower. The Dark One cannot suspect I've defeated its subordinates yet. My double catches the crystal with a nod, crushing it in its hand instantly. I look to my other double, and it begins to morph into the flaming black business suit attire, using conceal and the properties of my cloak to match the exact look of the Flame Emperor that I presented before. I nod and point to the town. You already know what to do. I've been thinking about this for a while. Just get everyone in one place. Make sure the higher level grunts don't fight. Give everyone ample food and water, and wait for the mind control potions to wear off. It should take another Luer Basao Shirars for everyone to come to their senses. Find the access key to the bunker, and don't let anyone else in it. I want that base for myself. Store all B-grade items, or above down there. The rest of the materials we'll sort through and figure out uses for later. I reach into my item storage and pull out my final full restore potion and uncork it. By then, hopefully, Abby is in town, and she can help heal any major side effects that Elixir has on all those workers. My double nods, igniting yellow flames in its eyes behind the manifested black mask and putting up layers of invisible mana shielding to stop its waves of intimidation streaming out. Then Air steps off toward the town. I finally open up an item storage portal to let Ember walk inside. He lets out a remark in our open telepathy link while moving forward. Looks like you've got your work cut out for you. I recommend you train extra hard, or leave this place in the near future. We may have beaten one of the Dark Guards, but I believe you still cannot comprehend the Lich King's true strength. If it realizes one of its top officers is killed, more will come. It wouldn't be a bad idea to try and hit our second rank-up stage soon. If your plan is to fight and not run, hitting level E10 will give us a much-needed strength boost. You're right as always, Ember. I have a plan. The next guard they throw at us, we'll be ready. Ember disappears into my item storage. Then I feed Ari the full restore potion using my telekinesis skill, and he immediately begins to open his eyes and come to. Do you, Dan? Where are we? I won, right? I chuckle as Ares stands to his feet in a state of confusion. Yeah, you won. Now we can start your training in the abyss, shall we? His eyes widen, and he looks down at his hands. Eventually, his gaze shifts to meet his forearm and follows the newly formed black tattoo using his index and middle finger all the way up his sleeve to meet his chest. Then opens his status. It really does give 100% increase in all stats, too. Not bad. I can't sense any of this so-Dan called demonic energy yet, though. As he punches the air and continuously forms his bow and mimics, shooting arrows to feel his new base stat boosts, we begin walking toward the abyss. Once we get within visual range, I speak up while I activate my Rising Emperor's domain buff, and surprisingly, Ari automatically clears all the conditions, and I'm allowed to add him to my status to add skills. I'm going to use one of my abilities on you. Open your status again. As I already explained quite a few times, demonic energy is quite dangerous, and if handled poorly can lead to guaranteed instant death. So you're not going to be practicing with your main body. The instant I share my body double skill with Ari, an odd notification pops up in my mind's eye. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. Wolfinger Wu new party members added. New perk unlocked. Find my friend a rush of information hits my subconscious, and with pinpoint accuracy, I see Wu geolocation points as clear as day in my mind's eye all over the world. Ember Maria, Abby Bry. Airy Embers is located wherever I step, indicating he is inside my item storage space. Both Abby and Maria are way up north in Valor City. Bry is in her workshop in Vice City, and Airy is right beside me. As I scroll through each of their names, their full status screens pop up with health, gear, skills, levels, and pure stats down to the last digit on everyone. I try to share skills with members that aren't near me, but it shows it is impossible because they are outside of my active Rising Emperor's domain range. I continue playing with a brand new interface in my status as we walk closer to the abyss. This ranked up buff is starting to become a lot more interesting. It makes me wonder if this is what happens when just Woomy Embers are added. Then what perks will I get when I add more? Zan Zan Zan, chapter Sisibat Zan Zan Zan. As these questions about my ranked Zand up buff continue to race through my mind, we come face to face with the abyss, and I save my theories for later when I can actually test them. Ari opens his status to see the new skill shared with him. A flash of white light shimmers all around him and creates a single body double. I do an all-Zan seeing eye scan to confirm a copy of his greater demon's core did, in fact, manifest in his new body. I point at the abyss. All right, it is time to begin your training. Zan Zan Zan. It takes a while to get started, because without a demonic energy manipulation skill, the unrefined energy that drops from monsters cannot be manipulated from long distances. However, after a few trial and error attempts, we figure out a way for Airy to channel the unrefined energy into his core. All it takes is physical contact with a newly slain demonic monster. The first attempt with a demonic wolf is a success in my eyes, even though Airy's body double erupts into a massive ball of sparks and explodes on the spot. At least some of the demonic energy enters his pathways to his core. It works similarly to using mana control and creating shielding, but without a mana manipulation skill. Even though Airy doesn't have a demonic energy manipulation skill, he can still move the energy around and sync his movements with his core. Just the fact alone that a demon's core is in his body opens up the possibilities of wielding this new energy. However, he still has to learn it from scratch, like I did. Eri creates Seni or doubles and is determined to improve. I read Zen tell the stories of all my past experiences learning to let the demonic energy flow through my emptied out mana pathways while turning off the flow of active skills, to not mix the two. It takes dozens of failed attempts of massive balls of sparks and killed body doubles until Eri finally manages to keep some of the energy in his body double's core. He releases it with a slow drip from his fingertips, just like I did when I first started, and also self-destructs when his pathways are not completely cleared out while instinctual mana is used to power footsteps or movement speed. On the bright side, Eri's high level of knowledge and experience manipulating mana translates over well. In just a few hours, he manages to fully absorb a full Sure units from a fallen demonic wolf into his core, and also can let the energy itself leak from his fingers pretty quickly, activating his mana skills again within minutes and not being overcome with sparks. This kind of result took me many days to master. However, I didn't have Senbody doubles that speed up training and remove the risks of dying. Plus, he has access to a nearly endless supply of demonic energy. And, of course, most importantly, an excellent teacher. Once Eri gets the hang of things and has a set goal in mind to replicate the Black Crescent I showed him before we entered the labyrinth, I finally take a break from overseeing him and sit down in the desert sand right outside the abyss and pull one of the isolation pods from my item storage. I need to be within range of Eri's main body with my Rising Emperor's domain. It stretches out almost sashimi eaters now. It is much larger, but the range is still limiting. His doubles are capable of traveling far away and practicing on their own, scouring the edge of the abyss, but I need to stay near the real Eri to continue sharing my skill. So, we both get situated next to the shade of a small nearby rock structure jutting out of the sand. While I have a moment, I think this is a good time to start figuring out how these things work. I activate my Aldzan Seeing Eye, then my appraisal skill, and begin tinkering with the isolation pod. There really isn't much to it. It is a large, heavy metal cylinder with a mechanical door set to open and close, with a mechanism locked to a control panel. The control panel on it allows a user to set any amount of time using seconds, minutes, and hours. The inner walls are made of what seem to be a unique mana shielding, and up above in a compartment connected to the shielding is an incredibly high mana reading. Covering this is a powered Zandown digital clock that usually displays how much time is left in a user's pod session. If I had to guess, there is still hundreds of millions of mana still locked away up there, even though Lith said these machines are dormant and out of juice. I can't seem to see through it all the way with my Aldzan Seeing Eye, and my appraisal skill just gives blank and basic readings back. It isn't until I activate my mythic grade crafting skill that a few new text boxes pop up in my mind's eye that were not there before. Input mana. This hovers over the top portion of the machine's mana dense section. It glows blue and looks just like the setting in my mythic grade craftsmanship interface that allows me to imbue items with skills, elements, and other features. My gaze shifts down to the other lighter blue text box that hovers right over the control panel on the inner wall. Current dilation, Edir Ardin Sendu X. It doesn't have any way to add anything or change it in any way, so my best guess is that it is dependent on how much mana is inputted, and the dilation will increase if more power is stored. A final blue box is visible on the floor inside the pod. Crafter's note, I click it, and a single text wall of instructions is left behind. Isolation pod version, Izurian Sen Arfingerar. Sold to Lith Galehart Craftsman Instructions, upon sale. Time dilation will be about sure X faster inside the pod via the outside world. After daily use, this pod may run dry in Idzenar years. Energy output and mana leakage for higher dilation is not worth the mana costs for commercial sales. Latest test of Arshabadian Sending Wu X dilation fell below sure X in just 1000 hours of usage. Stability of Aidzag grade mana shielding has diminishing returns after Zhoujian sure X dilation. Energy loss can be mitigated with higher Zan level shielding. but materials are not available. VST date TBD. It looks as if this is another craftsman note left behind by the Sector R leader, most likely not meant to be seen by anyone's prying eyes but his own. However, it gives me interesting insight into his crafting process. I reach into my item storage and pull out a few thousand MP worth of mana crystals and begin feeding them into the input mana slot to do some testing. The pink crystals instantly disappear from my hands in a flash of white light and are added to the dense core on top of the pod in an instant. When I look at the control panel and see current dilation, Idern Ardeen Senjo X, showing it hasn't changed at all, I reach into my storage and pull out many more crystals. I have tons to spare, and just want to see this number rise to confirm I'm doing it right. After countless gems are pushed through, roughly 100,000 MP worth, it shifts to current dilation, Idern Ardeen Sidine X, and a grin comes across my face, also paired with a long sigh. Realizing something, these are going to be really expensive to maintain. Ari looks over, replying to my mumbles. Find anything interesting? I nod. Yeah, I figured out how to power them, but according to my calculations here, it is going to take at least 1 billion MP to get this thing to dilate time up to twice as fast. Plus, it seems like there is an issue with holding in its energy past a certain point. I'm not even sure if my calculations are correct. It could get more expensive the higher it is pushed. There is no guarantee the energy needed for higher dilation is linear. Honestly, I doubt it is. On top of that, according to the creator, pushing the machine to anything over Shuex faster than the outside world is burning excess mana unnecessarily. However, it is apparently plausible for one Zan time uses, which may be worth the excessive burn if we're in a time crunch. I start thinking deeply to myself, and Eri asks the question that is exactly what is on my mind. Well, where are you possibly going to come up with that much mana to test these things out? Zan. Chapter C's CJ Dzen. Chapter C Sijo Zan. The Vice City Labyrinth is probably the most convenient place to start. I think over the logistics in my head. At the level of monsters I'll be fighting on floor censure and above, each mana crystal dropped holds almost 10 MP. Give or take a few hundred. At this rate, every Ebai monsters I farm will drop Yobai KMP, and with enough body doubles working at full speed, I can most likely keep that steady rate of killing and collecting loot to Wufinjong Utes per Ebai monsters. Maybe I could push it further, but for the sake of my estimates, that is just over Eoni Lion MP per hour. That is not nearly enough to power these machines to the capacity I'm aiming for, but it is enough to do some tests and kill our birds with one stone. I'm still on a time crunch here, not knowing when the Dark One will catch on to the fact that I killed the TH rank Dark Guard. It'd be best to listen to Ember's warning and take it very seriously. While I'm in the labyrinth, I'll try to make it to level E10 as fast as possible. This is a more achievable and guaranteed way to gain power quickly. Testing out these isolation pods is more of a long Zan-term project. As I come to this conclusion, Eri glows white off to my side about Shimi Eaters away, creating another double as it seems one of his clones fell victim to the sparks again when pushing too hard on training. He speaks up. Maybe taking a break and going into the labyrinth is a good idea. I think I'm plateauing here for some reason. I raise an eyebrow. How so? I've sped up my refinement and release speed like you instructed, and have been doing it repetitively with my doubles non-Zen stop while you were working on that pod. However, I've come to a bit of a bottleneck. There is no way I'm able to form this energy into a concentrated slash like you did. It feels like it is just liquid flowing from my body at its own will. It doesn't matter how much demonic energy I saturate into my core, even a full Lucia unit doesn't change my excretion speed. Is there such a thing as demonic energy control? Does it just take time and practice? I ponder his question and realize I never had this issue because I'm able to use the demonic energy manipulation skill to expedite this process. Yeah, there may be, but I believe it goes hand in hand with increasing your mana control as well. The better you are at controlling and manipulating energy in general, the faster you'll be able to progress here. My gaze turns back to the canyon filled with dungeons. Let's head off to Phase R of your training. will raise your level up to what your skill actually reflects. And in the meantime, I'll show you another one of my skills that will help you improve your mana control at a very fast rate. That will probably get you past this plateau quickly. Otherwise, I think you'd have to stay here and channel demonic energy for a few weeks straight to improve your control naturally. Either way, you'll be getting a lot stronger. On that note, I put the isolation pod into my storage, and we begin making our way back to the canyon. As we reach the edge, I pinpoint my third double zipping from dungeon to dungeon, making the stone magic markings outside each stable portal with detailed notes of what level creatures are in each one and what items they drop. I open my telepathy link and tell it to come here, stating there has been a change of plans. Once it does, I kill it on the spot, letting all the memories of the past day of dungeon diving rush back to me. Ari and I step into the nearest blue portal after this, and once I open up my Dungeon Walker skill, I feel a brand new sensation come over me. It feels like I'm touching every part of this dungeon with a widespread perception skill, and am able to teleport to any position of it I choose in an instant, even if I haven't been to those regions of the dungeon in the past. The more I let my mind wander, the more dungeons I feel. Even the dungeons from my body doubles past memories become clear to me, and I'm able to blip there at will if I please. This is a new sensation that wasn't available when using the special grade version of this skill. I stand still in wonder for a moment, admiring the possibilities of the upgraded skill, then teleport both Ari and myself to the Senti H floor of the Vice City Labyrinth, where wyverns of varying levels up to Qibai Wushan fly freely in the sky. There are 3 sections, just as I remembered: water, earth, and fire, and in the center of the dungeon, the boss room portal spins slowly, waiting for a challenger. I left off near the volcanic region last time, bordering the large lake of water, hoping to find another one of those rare mutants fighting wyverns at the time. So that is where I bring Ari to start his training. I create another body double and order it to begin farming the other areas of the dungeon as fast as possible, collecting mana crystals and element stones without holding back. A burst of buffs, high mana control, intimidation, and it blipping away with a flaming sword held tight lets me know it is off to farm. I turn to Ari and give him the rundown on this dungeon while sharing my absorption skill and explaining how it works to increase one's mana control. Before I finish, a level Lu Bao Wu Fire Zan wielding wyvern comes dive Zan bombing toward us. But I watch Ari summon his bow, charge up a shot, and let it fly with confidence and accuracy. It curves through the air and makes a heavy direct hit on the monster's tough hide. But surprisingly, the wyvern survives the blow and lets out a screech. Ari is quick enough on his feet to release another full Zan-powered arrow and spirit Zan step to the side, killing the wyvern before it has a chance to release an attack of its own and letting it fall to the dungeon floor. His eyes light up when he sees the text boxes above the defeated monster and turns to me after absorbing the millions of Maxi P and igniting his hand with flames. I smile and reply, "Don't get your hopes up too much. That fire magic will not stay on your status. Once absorption leaves, the skills gained will too. However, it is impossible to take away the experience gained from processing mana, so as far as I know, the MTP gained will stay indefinitely. It did for Abby and Maria, at least." Ari nods to himself, pulling back his bow, aiming at another wyvern coming from another direction, and covering the arrow in flames before releasing it into the air at long range. Once it hits the next incoming red wyvern, it explodes into a wall of fire. But just like the other, Ari needs to land another direct hit to kill it completely. As its corpse falls to the floor and Ari absorbs its MP, I speak up again, pointing to the center of the dungeon. The closer we get to the middle, the stronger the monsters will get. I know you're able to one-Zan shot all of these, even the max-leveled ones with your Red Hydra's buff, but that isn't the goal. We'll be working on your base-level stats, raising your mana control, and taking advantage of my skill while you have the chance. He nods as I go on. So, we'll work our way to the center of this dungeon, but after that, I'll be leaving you behind with my body double to climb higher. I might have really pissed off the Dark One while you were training in the labyrinth, so I need to get a lot stronger and fast. Ari's eyes widen. The Dark One? You mean the sector Yi leader Lith has contracted us all to kill? What'd you do? How strong? It is a long story, and I have no idea of its actual strength. But I do know you wouldn't even stand a chance against any of its guards in your current form. Honestly, neither would I. If I knew what was coming, trust me, I'd explain. The only thing we can do right now is train and wait for a response from Valor City. I already sent a double out there to retrieve our teammates. I assumed Eri would ask more questions, or be more concerned, but his response is both surprising and exactly what I was hoping for at the same time. Well, looks like you've got it all handled. All we can do now is train, right? No point in wasting any more time. I nod, Erdzan stepping upward and turning my direction toward the center of the dungeon. Eri follows, and the wyvern hunt begins. We occasionally cross paths with my dungeon-walking body, double as it blips around killing everything in its path. Sometimes, I even feel it leaving this dungeon to farm lower floors while it waits for more monsters to respawn. Meanwhile, I watch Eri kill wyvern after wyvern with his arrows, only having to use RMP potions after over Sishmouth all it kills. It takes just over an hour, but we make it to the center of the dungeon and Eri reaches level TCL. It takes him Send to CS Hots to kill most of the peak level monsters on this floor, but none of them have managed to land a scratch on him just yet. When R or Sen team up together, Eri has to go all out, and a few times I've seen the glint of the Red Hydra's buff start to flare in his eyes, but he has pulled through and managed to win every battle without using it, and not once have I had to step in. Eri does look a bit tired, but I'm sure he has a few hours of work left in him. So, as we stop in front of the large gray swirling boss room portal, wyverns of many different elements at the highest of levels continuously swarm down and attack. My body double comes back to stand by us too, and I turn to the portal. You still have a few more levels to gain before you hit your limit. Farming with my absorption perk would be more beneficial, of course, but I've used up enough valuable time already and need to leave. My double will stay with you and farm in this dungeon until you hit your max. Jump up to the next floor if you think you're ready. He nods and I walk through the portal to face the Sensha TH the Saint War boss. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter Subaiwi Zan Zan Zan. The transport magic around me disappears, and I stare out at a marshland of deep, swampy water. Lush green trees and flickering blue flames oddly staying lit on top of the water and not spreading to the greenery. My eyes lock onto the one and only appraisal reading in this whole boss room, and I dungeon walk over to it without wasting a second. The bright blue scales and glowing sharp eyes of a level Tsibadzo Blue Wyvern boss lock onto me, and I see its mana shielding cover its entire body while it prepares to send waves of blue flames my way. But I can tell this monster is no match for me. Using only my mana control, I take my sword from my storage, activate my buffs, and release a thin blade of flames down on the beast below me. The crescent of flames splits it in half the long way, and even separates the marshland below, evaporating water and destroying trees for over Arshimi eaters in all directions. The water soon flows back to its natural state, as the corpse lies in two pieces on the floor. There isn't even another sound to escape the monster's mouth. All I hear are 2 level Zanup notifications, bringing me to level Qi by Lu Shi Qi Wen Sao Shi, while I absorb its available make CP. As the body dissolves away into the marsh, a bright blue crystal is left behind in its place, and it makes the water bubble and churn around it. As my appraisal skill locks in a reading to find that it is a firestone, I can't help but let out a chuckle while opening an item storage portal and letting it fall inside. Really? I tried to find one of these for hours. All I had to do was face the boss room. I roll my eyes as the transport magic takes me to the next floor. Level up X 82, 正一 PP X 6, 正722 mental strength. 正816 strength. 正146110. Arlene Wu make EP. Iron Fist, legendary grade. The next Wu floors move by very quickly. I make it to level Basistio without breaking a sweat, or even having to use any of my chi. Using Dungeon Walker and enemy detection, I'm able to pinpoint mobs near my level and instantly kill them, teleporting around a dungeon and clearing every monster inside it in less than Shufenjong Utes per floor. I try to kill in ascending order to maximize the amount of PP gains I can. Even so, the process is very quick. I've been desperately needing to bring my level up to my ability for a long time now, It feels good to go all out. The rush of constant leveled Zan ups and base stats rising is a great sensation. One notable floor on my way up is the Sentrisen RD. It has an elite form of Yetis that all wield extreme ice magic. They drop element stones every century or so kills. Unfortunately, my absorption skill isn't high enough in proficiency to upgrade advanced to extreme skills yet. But based on my speedy progression here, I can tell I'll be back here soon enough. However, on the center CT floor, I came across Earth Golem monsters with a skill called Iron Fist. It is a form of body hardening that only forms around the user's hands and greatly increases the force, impact, and hardness of a punch-in-hand, Dan-to-Dan hand combat. I absorb it, but as Dan-to-Dan hand isn't my normal fighting style, I don't plan to use it very much. Level up X67正1PP X4正190990 345 MCP. After beating the 36TH and 37TH floors without the use of any chi either, one Dan shotting everything in my path and reaching level 916, the Sentrabat TH floor comes along, and I finally face opponents that give me a hint of trouble. Eerily familiar massive worms with circular serrated teeth come flying out of the sandy dungeon floor, somehow locking onto my mana signature wherever I fly above the surface. They're all easily censured to Wushmi eaters long and over Wumi eaters in diameter, some even reaching close to Shur. Every monster in this Sentraba TH floor is between levels Josen R and Jowulin and have the same Sen S kills. Body hardening legendary grade extreme stamina. Legendary grade combat magic advanced earth summoning. I'm very surprised when one of my full Zan-powered mana blades doesn't make it all the way through one of their hardened skins. With a combination of all its skills, there is a thick white glow that surrounds the monster, and it flows through the sandy dungeon region like water as it uses its earth manipulation skill to move quickly away. I send blade after blade at it from a distance, not wanting to get too close. But despite the half a dozen deadly slashes in a single area, and its bodily fluids leaking behind it, the enormous worm creature doesn't give up every chance it gets. The beast chomps its spinning teeth high in the sky to try and catch me, but my speed and agility are still far too much for it to stand any chance. After Bafold's N-powered hits, the creature finally meets its end. Level up, I absorb its Mepi and extreme stamina legendary grade, testing out its capabilities and realize it is a resource converting skill. The skill allows the user to heal their HP by 500 converting exact MP points to HP, only following an enemy attack that lands damage. It can be used an unlimited amount of times, as long as the user gets attacked again. It cannot be used if the user has not taken any damage from any enemy. After reading its description, the white glows and incredibly tough defenses make sense now. This is a very odd conditional skill, but one that will definitely come in handy for me in the heat of tough battles. Level up XR19正1PP XR正1015 defense 正113060 3999 MCP. It takes well over 2 hours to finally reach level 96, even going all out. This was one of my most troublesome dungeons to take down in this run so far. Some of the strongest worms in here took upward of Shisaoshir it's to defeat, and the spawn rate isn't very fast. Less than Arsha worms are available in the dungeon at any one given time, and it takes over Senshifenjong Yutes for each of them to return. I challenge the boss room even though I'm 4 levels away from maximizing my efficiency. It may take another few hours if I try to grind it out perfectly. Level up as I hit level Doser T and teleport onto the Senshoujo TH floor to be hit with an unexpected sweet scent of honey and a cool breeze. Rolling hills, colorful wildlife like flowers, bushes, and trees, and endless grasslands fill my vision. However, my moment of peace is rudely broken as I sense Zhou figures in this dungeon, all between levels Zhoudewu and Zhoubarin. There is a Shu Ti Ace very far away at level Zhoubajiu, but it seems to be an outlier. I teleport to the closest one with my sword ready, and I see another familiar creature staring back at me with a bull Dan-like face, long red horns, tough skin with matted fur, wielding 2 massive silver axes, and red eyes filled with rage triggered by instinct on sight. A minotaur larger than any I've ever seen runs forward at me, glowing blue, golden, and coating its skin in a metallic shimmer. I take a look at its skill list. Extreme Strength Legendary Grade, Extreme Speed Legendary Grade, Body Hardening Legendary Grade. I activate my own buffs and speed away from its incoming dual axes with haste, letting them sink into the dungeon floor and send shockwaves through the ground as I air step up in the air to admire the pure force and power of this beast. It is at least Ba or Zhou Eaters tall and bulging with muscles, layered with mana shielding higher than anything I've ever witnessed on a natural being. The minotaurs I've faced before were center seam eaters tall at most, some mutants reaching upward of Wu, so this must be some evolved form. I release a full Xian-powered wave of flames from my blades similar to the ones that took out the worms on the floor below in a few hits. But the minotaur takes it head-Xian on with both of its silver axes, letting out a roar while dispersing my flames into the air, not receiving a single scratch. I'm sure I could split this monster in two using chi without batting an eye, but I don't have any replacement chi pills left, so I'll try not to use any if I don't have to. I activate Phantom Step while the monster charges my way with blades ready again, jumping in 10 different directions while using stealth to conceal my main body, and Dungeon walk to the creature's blind spot. I use earth magic to make the earth beneath its feet grasp its legs tight in an instant, stopping its mobility, then use Bind to make the dark purple hand from my back manifest and grow large enough to hold the beast in place. Once it is helplessly locked in a compromised position, I let spears of ice and earth rain down on it from above while swinging my blade over and over at point-blank range to release crescents of fire at its unprotected back. The explosions of shielding, painful roars, and valiant effort it puts up against my restraints are impressive. The shackles at its feet made of earth magic are destroyed, and it even manages to break free from my binding hand. But the ruthless barrage of attacks that follows is far too much for the monster to survive through. A crater in the floor is formed as the hailstorm of ice and earth batter the monster's body, diminishing its mana shielding and destroying its armor. The faint golden glow of what seems like a ranked-up buff begins to activate, but it is far too late to save this creature now. I don't stop until I hear a notification in my inner ear. Level up. You were a tough one. Its mana shielding is pretty similar in basic strength to my own. It just lacks the ability to indefinitely replenish its MP and use a variety of offensive skills to the same degree. I have to keep this in mind and stay on my toes moving forward. I'm facing seriously strong and fairly intelligent opponents now. One wrong step, and I could actually get injured. I need to always make the first move and take control of each battle before they even start. Level up XC. I defeat the other Bafinjong Otars of similar level and make it to level Zhou Wu R, leaving only one more in this dungeon, the outlier at level Zhou Bat Zhou. I teleport near it and scan its skills. Combat Magic, Extreme Fire Summoning, Extreme Strength Legendary Grade, Extreme Speed Special Grades, Body Hardening Special Grades. The Minotaur is even larger, easily over Shimi Eaters. Its axes are over 10 times the size of my body, and left behind in its footsteps are black flames that have destroyed the meadows and rolling hills of the beautiful landscape. I take no time admiring the beast, as I know mutants always have extra tricks up their sleeves. I have to go all out on the first move. I use full Xian-powered water magic to shoot plumes of its element's worst weakness all around it, while forming spears of rock and ice, manipulating them with careful use of telekinesis and mana manipulation to shower it with lethal strikes from all sides. I'm using stealth throughout all of this, so my opponent has not even seen me yet. It is only faced with my waves of confusion, intimidation, and furious elemental attacks. An explosive shockwave of black flames erupts from the monster as it fends off my attacks as best it can. I dungeon walk around it at erratic angles, shooting off full Xian-powered mana blades at a safe distance, just feeling the heat of its flames from over Arshimi Eaters away. Feels like I'm plunging into the depths of a volcano. It seems as if many of my attacks are being eaten up by its pitched Xian black flames before they even hit its body. But the loud roars and explosions of mana shielding after every occasional high Xian-powered attack make me think my relentless barrage is doing something useful. However, I wait nearly 6 times as long as the base mobs in this dungeon, but the creature isn't giving up. Its rage only seems to get stronger, and I watch an aura of red energy begin to surround its body as I sense its mana control, multiplying by the second. My eyes widen, and I immediately imbue my blade with chi. That is enough. I'm not dealing with whatever you're about to unleash. As I air step in, charging my blade hotter and hotter with dense white chi, the mutant's ranked up buff begins to obliterate all of the Mana-Zan-based attacks I was previously throwing at it. The ice shards melt away before making contact. My water beams evaporate into thin air, and my rock spears melt to lava as it hits its outer aura. Even my final mana blade rebounds off its wall of red auras. However, in a single slash, my blade covered in chi rips through its crimson veil, pushes its black flames aside, and slices right through its neck, defeating the monster before it can break through to release its full strength. Level up, its body falls limp, and its head sticks into the dirt floor upside down, held up by its curved horns a few meters off the ground. I whisper under my breath down to the corpse after the loud thud. That was a close one. I'll admit, you were pretty strong. You're the first pure mana being that has forced me to use chi at my current level. I reach level Zhou and absorb its MCP, then walk over to its corpse as its body dissolves away. A large black flaming stone is left behind. Another unique element stone, too. This labyrinth just keeps getting better. It is the second and highest mana rating I've ever felt come off of a monster's loot drop. Only second to the A Zan class colossal I fought with Ember out in the desert after admiring the hot black flames that ripple off of it. Thinking of the crafts I could do with a stone like this, I throw it into my item storage for later. I slowly walk out of the massive blackened crater and open up my enemy detection skill to check if any new mobs have spawned back. There were only Sure on the whole floor, but I will admit they were incredibly strong. No more have spawned back in yet. So I'm all alone on the Senshijou TH floor. I make my way over to the boss room portal at the back of the dungeon, thinking about whether or not I should wait for these beasts to respawn to grind out a few more levels, or challenge the boss and move up to the Sish TH floor right now. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter 4. Wu Yao. Jian Jian Jian. I decide to wait to see how long the respawn rate on this floor is based on what I've experienced in labyrinths before. Every Arsha floors there is a major boss room fight, separating the floors and protecting the dragon and demon up top, and limiting the number of hunters that can travel in. If this guess is correct, and another guardian is placed there, defeating the Senshijou TH floor boss may trigger a cooldown clock just like the lower floor boss does. So, just to be safe, I won't challenge the boss room here until I'm certain I'll be going up much further. I'm pretty sure whatever is on that next floor is going to be above level E10. So I'd like to get as close as I can to that level 2 beforehand. And farming these minotaurs will do just that. I start dungeon walking to other floors and clearing them out. In the meantime, to farm CP and extra MP crystals to find that it takes just under half an hour for the Shi-Mi obs to spawn back in. Out of the Shi, Sure are normal base Zan level mobs, and E is a mutant with extreme fire magic again at level Zhou. I go through the same procedure, taking out the base mobs with pure mana-based attacks, and using a Chi-Zin infused strike to subjugate the final mutant. The fact that I'm not having to send slashes out of my blade leaves most of the chi in my possession, so I'm barely using any. But still, it is some. The small summit of my chi base being used up each time is worth it as far as I'm concerned. Even if my level gains are slow, the mutant drops another firestone, making me wonder if I am just extra lucky today, or if its drop rate is seriously bai. My level hits Zhou, and I continue to farm on floors, Senshi Jian Senshaba, collecting loot, elemental stones, mana crystals, and continuing to gain McP while I wait for the Senshiden minutes and long respawn timer to reset. I even check on Ari a few times, letting him use my absorption skill to farm McKee from the Senshitit floor boss room. He has been farming there for high Zan level kills and has reached level Tibai Joshin. To my surprise, each time I come back, the Wyvern boss is a different kind of mutant, dropping many unique element stones such as red earth stones and a grayish tan brown tinted water stone. Once I go back, Jomi Ob spawn on the Senshijot TH floor this time. 5 of them are base level, while one is a mutant at level Jojo R. It seems the levels and number of them vary. The fewer there are, the higher the mutant's level will be. But overall, it is pretty consistent. I clear the floor again, reaching level Jodo Sen, and the mutant drops a Senrd element stone. I come to the conclusion that I've really hit a gold mine here. A nearly a Zan-ranked unique element stone drop every Centrifundron Utes. These stones are priceless treasures, and I'll be able to farm a nearly endless amount of them. I repeat this process teamy ore times, boosting Ares mana control by over E by Uni Lion make CP and raising my level to Jo by Basha Bawan Saoshur, I'll collecting even more rare element stones. I hold Jo in total in my item storage. Even so, it has been a little over Lu Saoshur Rs since I left the town back in Sector R. If it was worth the time spent, I would continue farming for levels. But even the strongest mutants hardly pass level. Jojo Yao Fu Jo by Josha Senwen Saoshur, I'll the weaker ones, range from Jo by Basha Wu to Jo by Basha Qi. It is not guaranteed that I'll even gain a single level if I come back to farm after waiting upward of Centrifundron Utes. And the mutants are a lower level than I am. I should be wrapping things up soon. And the fact that I haven't heard any word back from my body doubles about the situation in Valor City. Retrieving my teammates before they face off in the arena doesn't settle well for me. They're either taking their sweet time coming back, or something is not going exactly to plan. My body double would have killed itself if there was anything urgent. So whatever is happening, it is being handled just fine. My best course of action now is to just challenge a higher floor and reach level Yitsen before another Dark Guard shows up. So, that is exactly what I decide to do. Trying to grind out more levels on the Senshizu TH floor will take far too long for my liking. A little push is exactly what I need. I dungeon walk down to meet Eri one more time to let him know my plans. And we both agree this is a good time for him to end his training session and go back to the town in Sector R. My body double transfers the millions of MP worth of crystals and loot it is farmed over the last few hours to me, and I place it in my item storage for safekeeping. Then, it brings Eri back to the dungeons in the canyon to wait for my return after I finish with this final floor. Minutes after they leave, I feel the memories of my double flood back into me. My other two are busy, so I'd still like to have one as backup. This makes me think, although I could ask Ember for assistance moving forward, and we'd most likely wipe the floor with any opponent using his soul energy cleansing flames, I'm determined to reach level Yi-10 on my own. Relying on my allies is a great backup plan if needed, but ensuring that my own strength is enough is more important to me. With this in mind, I dungeon walk back up to Floor Senshizo and jump through the boss room portal. Wasting no time at all, I imbue my sword with chi and slice the level Dojodo Minotaur boss in half before it is even able to activate its ranked up buff. Level up, I hit level Jobajo. The mutants on the actual floor put up more of a fight. I chuckle to myself and store its massive mana crystal, along with 2 shimmering silver axes, with Bifin Jejung, Ebite Seashire strength buffs on them, into my item storage, and wait for the transfer magic to bring me up to the next floor. Once the white flash fills my vision and ceases, leaving me in an endless dirt pit with no exit portal in sight, I activate my perception skills and confirm that this is a boss room just like the Arshatit floor. The sky above me is dark, almost black, and the dirt pit I'm stood in slants upward at a very slight incline for about Wu by me eaters on all sides around me. It is a very plain and simple boss room, but it tells me whatever monster guards it relies on its own strength and battle strategies, rather than any environmental advantages. A single status pops up in my mind's eye as the figure of a human walks toward me with his arms crossed. He seems to be a bit taller than a normal human, roughly Liaomi eaters, but the proportions are not oversized like the human form of the colossal I faced before. He has black boots, blue jeans, a worn, out white Tidzan shirt, and bulging muscles that look like they're tearing these pieces of clothing at the seams. His skin is light brown, his hair is dark black, and his sideburns are trimmed up almost as sharp as his stare. Static electricity ripples around him with every footstep he takes closer to me, and I see a shimmering gold collar made of soul energy wrapped around his neck. The arcs of electricity grow larger and larger the closer he gets, and the golden collar gives off an eerie glow similar to an item I've only seen one time before. It feels just like the golden ring I saw around the Vice Regent Director's finger. The depths of this power are evil and seemingly limitless. I do a full inspect, an appraisal scan, LV, 1100 active items, none active skills, combat magic, extreme lightning, summoning intimidation, legendary grade bloodlust, special grade buffs, domain of terror, hidden ability, the sun god's curse mark 70. A middle, an aged man's confident and arrogant voice echoes through the boss room as the figure walks closer at a slow and steady rate. Well, it has been ages since I got a challenger. Who are you? A rogue hunter, an association plant testing to see if I haven't gotten rusty, or the energy collar around his neck glows bright golden yellow, and soul energy flows off of it, covering the man's eyes as a red aura of the bloodlust skill he has activates, and turns a shade of orange when it reacts with the golden aura that leaks from the collar. A demon, with 2 cores. He smiles and starts to laugh, letting the golden energy from the collar envelop his whole body to create a veil of shielding around him. The shape of the energy deforms around his hands and feet, shaping what look to be claws and paws of soul energy. Whoever or whatever you are, it doesn't matter to me. I am the guardian of the Sisha TH floor. You will not defeat me, I guarantee it. He continues to walk forward at a slow and steady rate, then finally stops about Shimi eaters in front of me. The golden glow around him gets denser and charged up with more and more soul energy until its shielding becomes difficult to see through. His aura increases to shine brightly, and the manifestation of sharp wolf, Zan-like claws grow more defined on his hands as he points them at me in a fighting stance with intent to strike. I stare back at him, boosting up all my buffs to their full potential to match his intensity, imbue my sword full with hot chi, and prepare for the being to make a move. A bright wave of golden light bursts outward, increasing the size of his aura by many times, showing the activation of his intimidation skill, erupt, and run rampant through the entire boss room. The arcs of yellow and white electricity grow larger and larger as well, expanding with this display and searing black holes into the dirt ground every time they hit a concentrated point. I clash back with an intimidation and confusion skill barrage of my own, igniting my body in flames that burn dark crimson, making a wall of heat surround me. The instant I do, the man lunges forward, and I match his movements. I swing my chi Zen infused sword across my body, but don't hold back or test my limits and go all out from the start. There is only so many times I'll be able to confuse and surprise my opponent. So I activate stealth and disappear before my opponent's eyes, then use earth and water magic, along with advanced mana manipulation to their highest potential to make the ground below the golden man running toward me turn to a pool of liquid mud. As he falls downward, I solidify the pool of liquid into hard stone, locking him in place. At the same instance, I waste no time and go in for the kill. I dungeon walk behind him with extreme speed, and all my agility and stat, Zan boosting buffs, burning through MP at a rapid rate while following through with my chi Zan infused sword strike, aiming for his heart through his back. As soon as my blade touches his golden aura, arcs of electricity begin to climb up my sword, and even while in full stealth mode, the man's head and body turn with ferocious speed. He breaks free from my stone trap with ease, and blocks my sword with one of his hands covered in golden aura, making it look like sharp claws are gripping my blade. Despite this, I grit my teeth and continue to follow through with the strike, watching my chi slowly burn through the golden aura the more I push into my sword. The man's eyes widen at this fact as the blade makes contact with the actual skin of his palm and draws bright red blood. Another eruption of his bloodlust and intimidation aura follows, and I'm hit with a point Zan blank brute force blow in the chest with his other free-clawed soul energy manifested hand. I feel it rip through my chi barrier and mana shielding, tearing my chestplate armor to shreds and leaving sen-deep gashes on my chest and throwing me backward. My body lights up with electricity, and I feel every cell of my being begin to heat up faster and faster. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Su, R Jian Jian Jian. Luckily, from the pure force of the brute's attack, I'm thrown flying backward through the air, and the intensity of the lightning shocks lessens the further away from the golden glowing man I get. I quickly increase my momentum away from him even faster using air steps, then activate stealth while simultaneously creating a body double to send back down at him. While my copy plummets back toward the golden ball of electricity and soul energy, I dungeon walk even further away, activating my new extreme stamina skill to heal some of my lost HP instantly. Then, use self-Dan regeneration to heal up all minor wounds, like the slashes across my chest, and fix up the holes in my blood-Zan bonded armor. However, the tingling sensation of electricity buzzing through my entire body stays longer than expected. I have to push my self-Dan regeneration skill to its limits to mend the burnt flesh and shocked organs from head to toe. Meanwhile, my senses are severely dulled. Getting hit by one of its lightning strikes again in a more compromising position could easily have ended much worse. I cannot let that happen a second time. Even when carefully going for the kill shot, I severely underestimated my opponent. A loud explosion of white light erupts from below me as the self-destruction skill of my body double creates a shockwave of mana over Sishimi Eater's wide in diameter. I hear the man's loud yell from within. Even if there was no chi imbued in that attack, it must have hurt a bit. These new body doubles of mine equal my mana control, exactly, and letting out a full force attack with no regard for my life would be a devastating move. However, the aura of golden light continues to glow from within the white shockwave of energy from my fallen double. I feel the size of the man in the center of the blast begin to expand and expel more energy. His form begins to shift and grow, similar to when I watched the ranked Zanup dark guard shift from his human body to one of a massive monster. He is transforming already. Huge arcs of lightning begin to shoot out, reaching further and further away from the man's position in the middle of the boss room. They begin to reach out over by me, Eaters away from him, arcing toward me. I go into full battle mode again, boosting my perception skills to their limit and watching the electric arcs come my way. The first instinct that comes to mind when I see this electricity is that there is no way for me to dodge them. I've encountered a lightning user one time before, back in the Seedzan class exams, and the only way I could get away from the attacks was to not be seen. The other was to take them head-Zan on and tough it out, based on the near paralysis, Zan-inducing feeling I got after just one split Zan second hit from this monster's extreme version of the skill. I'm sure muscling through isn't an option. It also saw straight through my stealth skill, the instant I made it within its inner aura's range, so I'm fairly certain sneaking away from its attacks isn't going to work either. I summon another body double and send it at the growing ball of golden light again to act as a distraction while I rack my brain for more answers to my predicament. My All-Zan, Seeing Eye, is doing full scans of the boss room, watching arcs of electricity move closer and closer to me as they somehow get stronger the more the soul energy ball grows. Another pulse of golden light erupts from the center of the boss room as my double explodes using a kamikaze-style attack again, and this sparks the beginning of an epiphany. My eyes track the fast Dan moving, nearly invisible shockwave of soul energy as it fills the air, and following it at the exact same speed are multiple arcing lines of electricity. This phenomenon captures my interest, and I push all of my mana control into my perception skills, leaving my attack and defenses limited while another body double is produced to make for a distraction and catalyst to run this test again. As the next pulse of mana and soul energy comes out, lightning follows. My eyes adjust to the small fluctuations in mana, and every rogue lightning strike I see arcing through the boss room is traveling on waves of mana. It is just a skill, after all. I whisper under my breath. The lightning strikes aren't just a natural occurrence. They are summoned from mana, so they have to follow the natural rules of the system in dungeons. The arcs of energy can only flow as fast as the waves of mana a caster pushes them. These invisible waves of mana just like the simple mana arrays sent out into the air when I use skills like enemy detection, or my Alt-Zan Seeing Eye, are usually mana readings I neglect to watch closely during battles, because they never directly affect me or have any offensive abilities. Now that I see them, however, there is no going back. I stop sending in body doubles as distractions and allow the dust and energy to settle, revealing what is underneath. A massive black wolf with glowing golden eyes, a gold collar, shimmering claws, and sharp teeth, all dripping with dense soul energy, stares at me from across the dungeon. Its hair stands up with static as arcs of electricity come off of it, and it bolts my way instantly. From nose to tail, the beast is almost Teamy-Eaters long, and covered in a barrier of soul energy equal to, if not greater than, the density of the ranked Den-Up colossal shielding that I was unable to pierce through, even using all my chi. Its muscular legs rip up the hard dirt ground with every step, and its increasing static waves leave a Shimi-Eater's wide trail of blackened soil behind it. I'm outmatched in every aspect. It is faster than me, stronger than me, has far more soul energy and mana stores, and worst of all, it has nothing to lose. The monster's footsteps are rhythmic and nearly silent. All I can hear is the buzz of electricity in the air and the low growl building up in its throat. If I want to beat this creature, I'll have to do it right now, and with a well-planned-out attack where I have a technical advantage. I take a deep breath in and out, pushing all my buffs to their limits while plundering mana from the air, activating my swordsmanship skill, and focusing my chi into just send points. The first is my eyes to aid my perception. I dungeon walk around the boss room and continuously track the waves of mana and soul energy that pulse in waves of varying strengths. The closer it is to the ravenous wolf, the denser the energy is and the stronger and faster the lightning that flows along it becomes. These are the most visible waves to me, and even a single shock could put me completely out of commission. Based on their strength, one hit wouldn't kill me, but it would freeze my body and dull my mind for possibly a full second or longer. I'd be put in a compromised position that could lead to something far worse. The further away from the wolf the waves get, the weaker they become. These waves of dispersing energy are much harder to see without total concentration. But also the lightning that follows them is less dense with mana, and in turn will give a less deadly strike. The waves come in set patterns and intervals, easy for me to track and predict, now that I know where to look. So, the second place where my chi aids me is in the soles of my feet, whether it is to push off the ground with greater force, or to give myself an edge in the sky when air stepping out of the way. Boosting my movement speed with chi is essential to carrying out my plan. Lastly, the remainder of my chi is channeled into my sword. The first attack I threw at this floor boss's base form was a strong one, but I didn't put everything I had into it. I still left most of my chi in my shielding to protect from a counterblow. This turned out to be the smartest decision at the time, as it blocked some of the blunt force attack on my chest, but at the same time it limited my pure force that could have been used to finish the battle before it started. I allow enough concentrated chi into my sword to the point where it begins to drip from my blade. If not used soon, I'll be wasting its full potential, and an attack like this won't be possible for me to do again without more backup chi pills. Once all of the variables are set in place exactly how I want them to be, I let my instincts and legendary swordsmanship skill take over. The thuds of the wolf's footsteps fade away, and the dirt arena around us begins to disappear too. I'm left in a void of darkness. The only thing I see and feel is my opponent coming toward me, and the now slowed down moving waves of energy and yellow static electricity that arcs around it, sizzling and moving through the air slower and slower relative to my perception. I dungeon walk forward, watching an arc of electricity move past me on my right side so slow. I watch it make shifting sharp-angled changes in direction, following the paths of least resistance, and I'm able to predict exactly where it'll flow to next by watching the mana fluctuations with my Chi-Zan infused. Alt-Zan Seeing Eye. A bright crimson thread of certainty protrudes from the tip of my blade, twisting and curving around the black empty space in front of me. Its path becomes more erratic and jumbled the closer to the wolf it gets. At some stages, the thread disappears, stopping short and reappearing tens of meters away. I understand this just means I'll have to dungeon walk to dodge many more lightning attacks and teleport with perfect accuracy to follow the plan to its exact point landing right between the eyes of the wolf. Every square centimeter of this creature is protected with shielding denser than I can possibly dream of breaking through in my current form. However, that doesn't mean I can't pierce through the one point where it is weakest, as soul energy is used to boost the monster's vision, and a majority is used to send out lethal lightning attacks. The rest of the soul energy at its disposal covers its vitals. The most dense shielding is over its heart, next around its neck, and lastly, its brain. Every time another pulse of lightning is released, there is a small fluctuation between these points, leaving openings of weaker shielding for a fraction of a second. It feels like the sea pulling back water to reveal fresh sand that doesn't see the light of day right before an enormous wave. I allow my subconscious to take over, and I begin weaving through the waves of lightning in a predetermined path, air-stepping, and dungeon, walking through the ever-and increasing storm of electricity. It feels like a dance that I've been practicing for years, but finally get to perform for the first time. Every time I disappear and reappear, sections of the boss room's mana get sucked away by my plunderer skill that is pushed to its limit, burning through MP like a furnace to keep the graceful display of precision and timing alive. Arcs of electricity brush by my legs, back, arms, and face as the crimson thread gets shorter and shorter, bringing me closer to the deadly wolf. Once I'm close enough to be within its inner aura filled with bloodlust and dense arcs of electricity, it is ranked up buff, sends waves of intense intimidation deep into my psyche, but I don't let it slow me down. If anything, the increasing pressure makes me move even faster, relying more on my subconscious battle instincts. I begin dungeon walking multiple times a second, shortening the thread further until my blade glowing with chi lands its sharpest point dead center between the wolf's eyes. In this exact moment, one of the creature's soul energy pulses is triggered right on cue. It is shielding fluctuates, and my opening is made available for less than 1/10 of a second. I release a wave of chi from my sword's tip dense enough to melt through the weakened golden aura and pierce right through the wolf's skull, cooking its brains with a violent release of every drop of energy I have to wager. The chi in my core is drained by over 500 Wu in a single strike. Then the wave of soul energy and electricity that produced the fluctuation, allowing me to land this attack, hits me like a tsunami. I feel the full power of its concentrated extreme lighting summoning attack flow through my veins. The last thing I see is the flowing white chi burst from its eyes, and the golden collar around its neck begins to disintegrate and fade away. An explosion of energy sends me flying into the air, ripping the outer layers of my shielding, armor, and skin to shreds. But the ringing in my inner ear and the fading sensation of electricity going away tells me that everything worked out. Level up, 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 level up. Use absorbed. Ion skill. Combat magic. Extreme lightning summoning. Yes. No. Use absorption. Make he T1 T10 Babai Ling Yi. Sir. RC. Yes. No. Rank up. Yes. No. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Su Sen Jian Jian I. Choose yes on both options. Then use self-Jian regeneration, extreme stamina, and drink a full HP potion while slowly air Jian stepping toward the boss room floor. My vision is hazy, and my body is tingling all over. I can feel the life coming back to me, but with Overbeifinger Basher of my chi core also depleted, I begin to feel lightheaded and weak as well. Both hands start to glow white, and the sensation begins to climb up my arms to cover my chest, and creeps up my neck to cover my head as well. I felt this sensation once before, and it was when I ranked up last time. Right below me, the corpse of the fallen lightning wolf is yet to dissolve, but with the intensity of the energy that is flowing through my mana pathways right now, I get the feeling my rank up isn't going to be a quick and pleasant procedure. The more the energy takes over my conscious mind, the closer it feels like I'm about to transfer up to the next 4 and be in serious danger. I make the split Zan second decision before my vision goes white to open up a spatial magic portal, letting the undissolved corpse of the lightning wolf fall inside. Then, allow Ember to fly out. The instant he hits the air, his entire body begins to shine bright white as well. and I place a hand on his back, dungeon walking us to the outer edge of a dungeon that is ingrained in my mind as a default teleport point. I see the glimpse of the empty Great Plains, right where the Rift of the Void creepers used to stand. But now is just an empty, wide-in stretching meadow with rolling hills and mountains, far off in the distance. The hot, white energy envelops my entire body, and I lose consciousness. Zhengyi 10 strength, Zhengyi 10 strength, Zhengyi 10 mental strength, Zhengyi 10 speed, Zhengyi 10 agility, Zhengyi 10 defense. New buff. Rising Emperor's greater form. Hidden ability active. A rejuvenating rush of energy washes over me while I open my eyes and take in a fresh breath of air, cooler and more refreshing than any breath I've ever felt. I sit up and slowly look around to my left and right, taking in the view of the Great Plains with a newfound appreciation for the dungeon's intricate design. My eyes are sharp, cutting through the imagery of what looks to be a grassy plain, and I see the manifestations of mana for what they really are. Realistic holograms of energy, producing lifelike designs to lure in hunters to expel mana while searching for treasures. Every breath I take brings in more mana in the air, converting it into usable energy, and every second that passes, my body expels mana of its own at an extremely fast rate, as it is constantly running on passive buffs and active bodily functions. I can feel every mana particle in this dungeon down to its core. And I even sense the monsters in this dungeon cowering at the sense of my aura. Not getting within a kilometer away from me, my mana control has easily increased by over Ardirn Wux. And my Rising Emperor's domain now reaches out just over Ibaimi Eaters. Less than 2% of my chi stores remain after that battle, but it feels as if I could use this small amount to easily perform the attack I just threw with 500 Sisha Wu of my previous core. Every aspect of my being has been upgraded. My mind feels sharper. My energy control is leagues above what it used to be. And my natural base level strength feels far greater. My skin is smoother, and my movements are more graceful. My armor and wounds from battle are completely healed. I don't feel a hint of fatigue in my body at all. And my new and improved form already feels natural. Ember, I whisper under my breath, as he is the second thing on my mind after myself. My head turns as I perceive the reading of a level Yichen Lin art dragon in my mind's eye. But the visual I see is far from what I expected. A young man with fair skin and long silky crimson hair sits in a patch of grass less than Shuumi Eaters away from me, admiring the dungeon's glory in the same manner that I did just moments ago. He wears an elegant outfit, similar to the apparel seen on high-ranking nobles I passed in my travels through Valor City or expensive auctions. The man wears a black vest over a white dress shirt and a silky red overcoat that matches his bright hair. His matte black shoes match his silky gloves, and a powerful invisible aura surrounds his being. The man turns his head toward me. Fierce, yet calm, crimson eyes lock with mine. He speaks aloud in a voice I know very well. Glad to see you're finally awake, Master. It is great to see you. Decided to take my advice and rank up again. The corner of his lip curves upward, and I see a striking resemblance to the toothy grin Ember always shows when he is enjoying himself. Maybe we won't be killed so easily by the Lich King after all. He mutters to himself. It takes me a moment to register my thoughts, but I reply, You've changed quite a bit too. He stands to his feet, letting his long hair and thin red overcoat flutter in the light breeze of the dungeon. I have indeed. It has always been much easier getting around in these human forms. Not the greatest for combat, but I get a lot less screams when I walk into rooms. He looks down at his hands, moving his fingers and breathing in the mana-dense air through his nose. A red glow starts to manifest around his body too, showing his mythic-grade plunderer skill activate for a fraction of a second, and all of the mana in the surrounding area gravitates toward him. He turns it off, and his base aura glows even brighter than it did before. It has been a while since I've ranked up a second time. This body is probably my favorite one so far. Another pulse of red aura surrounds him for a moment, then the extremely strong mana control completely vanishes into thin air. It is like he is using a mana suppression technique that masks his strength, but I can't see a drop of chi surrounding his body at all. It must be an even more advanced technique. He continues to admire himself, while tons of thoughts race through my mind. I should have come to this conclusion earlier. Both of the double Zan ranked Zan up monsters I've faced so far have started their battles in human forms. Of course, Ember would be the same. This changes quite a few things. Like he said, there will be far less terror from normal humans when entering a room, meaning Ember can walk around with humans, and his safely guarded identity will not be so easily figured out. Secondly, a more concerning thought comes to my mind as I look down at my status and see my new buff Rising Emperor's greater form. I point a question toward Ember, hesitant to activate my buff and see for myself. So monsters receive the ability to turn into humanoid forms when they reach level E10? Does this mean I'll have the ability to turn into a monster? Updated status sheet Town Wii. Status Open Town T. Name J Soju Level 1002 HP 5015分至5015 MP 5015分至5015 Strength 4039正3999正5049正11188正4847正2020正4039正7714正5049正10098 Speed 3900正4329正5928正4875正5616正1950正3900正5187正4875正4875正9750 Agility 4008正4008正4409正5010正5932正6212正2004正4008正6974正5010正1020 Defense 4205正3112正5902 19正4626正5845正8074正6938正2103正4205正5551正10513 Mental Strength 4566正4568正5708正5981正9726正8173正2283正4560 6正7854正5708正5708正11415 Eye Skills Absorption Legendary Grade Stubborn Swordsmanship Legendary Grade Combat Magic Advanced Fire Summoning Inspect Special Grade Enemy Detection Legendary Grade Body Hardening Legendary Grade Self-Regeneration Legendary Grade Spatial Magic M Storage Plunderer Legendary Grade Telekinesis Appraisal Special Grade Conceal Special Grade Berserker Legendary Grade Dungeon Walker Legendary Grade Intimidation Legendary Grade D Dagger Mastery Legendary Grade Stealth Legendary Grade Bloodlust Legendary Grade Equivalent Exchange Combat Magic Advanced Wind Summoning All Dan Seeing Eye Extreme Strength Legendary Grade Dual Wield Legendary Grade Telepathy Legendary Grade Final Breath Legendary Grade Combat Magic Advanced Earth Summoning Combat Magic Advanced Mana Manipulation Lifesteal Legendary Grade Hibernation Special Grad Head D-Combat Magic Advanced Demonic Energy Manipulation Combat Magic Advanced Ice Summoning Body Double Legendary Grade Lie Detector Legendary Grade Hush Legendary Grade Craftsmanship Mythic Grade Extreme Speed Legendary Grade Combat Magic Advanced Water Summoning Screech Legendary Grade Phantom Step Legendary Grade Flare Legendary Grade Confusion Legendary Grade Blast Legendary Grade Day Bind Legendary Grade Bloodweaver. Legendary grade Poison Mist. Legendary grade Iron Fist. Legendary grade Extreme Stamina. Legendary grade Combat Magic. Extreme Lightning Summoning. Items equi. Pap. When assating Ped. 15 slots available post. R&D rank up. Current items equipped. Platinum Ring of Visual Manipulation. 151mental strengths. 111speed. By Het Wes 100agility 99%. Strength 74%. Defense's illusion. Attribute the behemoth's platinum amulet. 141defense. 100 hack. Wait, hack. Wenence. 知正125 strengths. 正125. Mental strengths enchanted boots of extreme speed. 正152. Speed enchanted ice serpent's pendant. 100. Wait. 正110 agility. 正75. Magic resistance. 正95. Ice magic resistance platinum ring of the blue ogre king. 正130. 1A. Hey, 我暂停. Mental strengths 正125. Speed 正125. Agility 正110. Defense the Flame Emperor's Sword Advanced Fire Aspect 尾气正277. Strengths 正213. Mental strengths 正139. Defense 正144. Speeds 正100. 4. 10把 Agility Berserker King's Armor Set Blood Bonded 正192 Defense Cloak of Total Darkness 正179 Mental Strength 正155 Agility 正75 Perception Hidden Passive Ability Concealment Attribute Enchanted Lightweight Gauntlets 正165 Defense 正1 by Arsha Strength Hardening Attribute Greater Demon's Core 正50 All Stats Archdemon's Core 正100 All Stats Empty Slot Final Slot 15 TH Interchangeable The Wind Tyrant's Dagger Set Advanced Wind Aspect 正191 Strength 正174 Agility 正172 Mental Strengths 正133 Speed 正132 Defenses Midnight Dagger Skill Buffs Berserker 正125 Strength 加 Mental Strength Bloodlust 正125 Speed 加 Agility 加 Mental Strength 正50 Perception Extreme Strength 正125 Strength Extreme Speed 正125 Speed Final Breath 正250 All Stats Exact Thabe will vary Condition Sci-Fi Circumstances apply High Permanent Buffs Rising Emperor's Domain Hidden Ability Passive Rising Emperor's Greater Form Hidden Ability Active Red Hydra's Rage Soul Bond Attribute Active Jianzhen Chapter Su Si Jianzhen. It is usually not that simple. Humans are far less likely to awaken a monster form than monsters are to awaken a human form. After all, ranked Jian-up abilities manifest what the user desires or needs most, whether that is skill upgrades for those who cannot do it naturally, a new human form to fit in with society, a massive increase in mana control, or maybe a buff that fits their fighting style. Every rank Jian-up procedure is different. You won't know how it works until you try it. I continue to stare down at the Rising Emperor's greater form tag on my buffs portion of my status, then let out a sigh in reply. You're right, I might as well try it and see what this new ability does. I step back and stand in a steady stance, then activate the buff. A surge of energy instantly pulses through me. It is definitely mana Jian powered, but there is a unique air to the energy that makes it feel like there is more to it than I can comprehend. I feel my feet being lifted off the ground, and my aura begins to expand and materialize into an outer layer of energy in the exact shape of my body. It starts off as a pure white glow, but fluctuates and shifts in color from gray to dark shadowy black, the larger it grows around me. Thick plumes of dense mana, more powerful than any shielding I've ever summoned in my life, wrap around my arms, legs, torso, and even my head. I can see through it without a problem, even though the energy surrounds me. If anything, my perception of the dungeon only becomes greater. A swirling shadowy form grows larger and larger, pulling me off of the dungeon floor, higher into the air. I stare down at myself as I'm floating in the center of this form, over Liao Mi eaters off the ground and still growing. I move my hands in front of me, and the energy moves in perfect sync without missing a beat. I take a step forward, and the growing mana-imbued creation does the same. As my feet now hover over Simi eaters off the ground, I begin to activate skills. The first is my fire magic. My main inner body does not ignite into flames as I expected, but the outer layer of darkness mimics the flickering illusion of fire. To push my tests further, I turn to a desolate portion of the dungeon and summon a ball of fire, letting it blast off into the distance toward a far Zan-off rolling hill. Unexpectedly, the shadowy mana Zan imbued mass around me manifests black flames of mana at the same time, and a black ball of fire over 6 times larger than what I was expecting to throw rockets toward the grassy hills. An explosion of mana and destruction of a large portion of the dungeon ensues, letting the potential scale and possibilities of this power sink in. I stare down at the ground again, as the form doesn't stop expanding, and take out my sword. A perfect copy is manifested in the energy form's hand as well. I swing it across my body, producing slashes of fire that carve up the dungeon for hundreds of meters and leave trails of black flames. At the same moment, I feel an absurd amount of mana leave my body. Every slash I throw uses up over 6 times as much mana as it normally would, and the larger my form grows, the more it is starting to use. I activate Plunderer, and energy from all around seeps into my new form to fuel its growth even further. Even more mana is needed the larger I grow. Once my form grows to roughly T times my normal human size, the expansion stops. A flickering shadowy images of myself is stood in the middle of the Great Plains dungeon. My intricate facial features are exactly the same. My armor and gear are all replicated without any errors, and advanced fire magic flames flicker, producing overwhelming heat. It feels like I'm unstoppable in this new form. I continue to practice for a few minutes, trying out other elements and basic skills to get used to this new power. I'm about to try imbuing chi into my blade, but before I do, a major concern hits me. Most buffs and instant-powered Xanups like this don't come without a cost. It would be best not to push it too far without testing if there are any side effects. So, I make the decision to revert to my normal form before I get too deep into the unknown. Like a flip of a switch, the moment I think about turning off my Rising Emperor's greater form, the energy around my body churns and seeps back into me, lowering me to the floor far faster than it expanded. I brace myself for a wave of fatigue like the Red Hydra's buff, or the tingling feeling I get from overusing my mana. But as my feet touch the dungeon floor, nothing of the sort comes. I feel normal. I try to activate self-Zan regeneration, and even scan my own body with my all-Zan seeing eye, but nothing is wrong. Ember walks over with a satisfied smile. Looks like you received a greater energy form. Those are even more rare than monster forms for humans. But honestly, I don't know what else I'd expect from you. With your overuse of that Hydra's power, and the constant buffs and aura training, an energy form is the only upgrade worth giving. The system knows best. He shrugs. I turn around, placing my sword back into my item storage, and raise a question back. A greater energy form. So, what do I need to know about it? What can it do? It felt like my full body grew for a moment there. It is like it is a part of me. Ember walks closer, examining the damage done to the dungeon landscape and nodding with approval. Well, it seems to me you received an enhancement Zan style greater form. Usually, these forms are only useful for short spurts of battle because of their overexertion of mana. However, with the Plunderer skill, this will be less of a problem. It can increase the user's size, speed, strength, and overall total capabilities many times over for a limited period of time. Think of it like an enormous overcharged body double that you control from the inside. I'd already come to a similar conclusion, but Ember continues with information that I wasn't expecting to hear. However, there are some downsides too. Physical attacks on your energy form will transfer to your main body as well. Just because it is a souped Xian-up version of yourself that surrounds your real body doesn't mean it is invincible. You saw how when you activated skills, they didn't manifest on your inner body. They only were visible in your energy form. I nod. Yeah? Well, that is because this energy form is a part of you. It is your being. It is you. There is a silence between us as I let that sink in, and Ember continues. This is the best Xian case scenario we could be in for your second rank Xian-up. Now, we just need to trigger your soul energy awakening, and maybe we'll actually have a chance against the Lich King if you're still fixated on killing that thing. For that, you're still going to need a lot more chi. Right. More chi. And more time in isolated cultivation, too. My train of thought over my new rank Zen-up in abilities switches back to where I left off before all of this. How long were we ranking up for? I still have a lot of work to do. My teammates will be coming to meet with us shortly, and I need to prepare a welcoming present for them. I check my memories and see there is still no sign of either of my 2 remaining body doubles' deaths yet. I'm unsure if this is a good or bad sign, so soon I'll have to check things out for myself. Ember replies, finally making his way next to me, stepping around all of the burned portions of the dungeon around us. I was unconscious for the same amount of time as you. Form transformation rank Xian-ups usually take far longer than simple buffs, but I don't believe it was more than a few hours at most. I place a hand on his shoulder and bring us both back into the Canyon of Dungeons in Sector R. Ember speaks up from behind me as I begin to walk toward the exit portal. Oh, so I'll finally be meeting your human friends. This will be quite interesting. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter Suwu Zan Zan Zan. As soon as I walk out of the dungeon and look up at the sky from a thin path on the edge of the canyon, I see the orange setting sun above. Instantly, the geopoints of my rising emperor's domain find my friend feature manifest in my mind's eye, showing me that Aerie is nearby, but Abby and Maria are still far off in Valor City, my double sent off to find them, and the one taking care of the town of thugs and recovering slave workers are still active, so I have no updates to work with. I'll have to assume my double is delaying for good reason. For now, I'll continue with the task at hand. I air step up out of the canyon, and Ember follows by my side, using neards and invisible platforms of dense red energy to step off of and gracefully fly through the air. We head off to the edge of the abyss, and to my surprise, I see Aerie at its edge spewing refined demonic energy from his fingertips in thin, but steady streams to attack a provoked demonic wolf. At very close range, the energy rips through the wolf's hide, injuring its flesh all over and bringing it to its knees in a matter of seconds after a barrage of jet black attacks. These are the weakest of the demonic creatures, but they are great target practice, and Aerie's improvement is quite fast. Along with that, his confidence to practice without me in his main body is remarkable as well. As he finishes absorbing the remaining unrefined energy from the fallen wolf, I finally step into range and wave him down. At the sight of me, his eyes perk up, but he doesn't react quickly or move a muscle. He just breathes slowly and allows the energy within him to trickle out from his core and into the sand, escaping his fingertips, for almost a full minute as both Ember and I approach. My best guess is he still needs very high levels of concentration to keep the energy stable. So if he is not going to be in immediate battle or training for short spurts of time, his safest course of action is to drain his core. It makes sense, so I don't disturb him while he does his due diligence. However, once his core is drained, and I stand before him with a brand Xian Nu face beside me, he finally speaks up. You took your sweet time. So, I take it you won your fight and managed to rank up again. I nod. Yes, I managed to rank up. I'm much more confident I can fend off another attack if the Dark One sends any more guards our way, but I still have to get much stronger. We all do. Aerie's gaze turns to Ember in his human form beside me. And who might this be, a strong ally? Eri looks at Ember curiously and cautiously. It is clear he is very intrigued by the confusing energy readings coming off of him, but concerned as well. I reply, yes, a very powerful ally. He has been assisting all of us from the background for a while, but I believe it's time you all finally met. Eri reads the situation perfectly and replies in a calm manner. A strong ally with a backstory that I shouldn't pry into just yet. It seems. He chuckles, then looks Ember in the eyes. Well, a friend of Jay's is a friend of mine. Nice to meet you. I'm Eri. Ember smiles, tightening his gaze and doing full scans of his own on Eri before replying and putting out a friendly hand to shake. I'm Ember. It is nice to finally meet. I look forward to getting stronger with you. They shake hands, but as soon as they release their grip, Ember does something unexpected. He points his hand toward the abyss, and a thick stream of demonic energy comes swirling toward him, compacting and hovering right above his hand in a dense ball. He shapes it into a fluctuating long, sharp crescent and sends it flying back into the darkness where it came. The powerful and dense attack of demonic energy slices through the abyss, leaving a wide-open gash in the black mist. He turns to Eri. I see you've recently obtained a demon's core and need some assistance in mastering your demonic energy. I'm sure I can help you reach the next level. Ember's methods for manipulating demonic energy are fairly different than mine. He does not have a core, so he manipulates the energy outside of his body using some unknown force. However, he was the one that taught me how to use demonic energy in the first place, so I see no better fit for a teacher. I have a lot of work to do, and guiding Eri through the next phases of training would take quite a while. I could use a body double to assist him, but Ember's insight will speed up his progress even faster. So, I interject. Ember was the one that taught me most of my demonic energy techniques, so I trust that you'll be able to progress much faster with him watching over. Plus, this will be a good way for you two to get to know each other. In the same moment, I share my body double skill with Eri, and he immediately feels the rush of energy and creates 3 doubles that spawn behind him. His main body speaks. It would be a pleasure. If you have anything to add, I'm all ears. I can tell I'm on the verge of another breakthrough. They both turn toward the abyss, and I sit back beside the same small rock formation as last time, and open up my item storage to take out piles of mana crystals and the isolation pods to begin running a few more tests. That was easier than I thought it'd be now. Back to these pods. I start up right where I left off, staring down at the current dilation. Edern Ardeen Sitin X reading that glows above the control panel. After roughly another Yobai KMP worth of crystals, the number ticks up again showing current dilation. Edern Ardeen CEX. I continue feeding the machine more and more crystals. After an additional E-million MP, the reading shows current dilation, Edern Ardeen WEX, further proving that my hypothesis that it would take nearly ye-billion MP to make it up to a RX dilation. Seeing that in all the hours I farmed in the labyrinth, I only came back with a few million MP. I begin to rack my brain for more ideas. Although an average rate of E-Uni Lion MP farmed per hour is enough to sustain the economy of a small country, it still isn't enough to fund my science experiments here, so I'm going to have to think outside the box. There must have been some other way that the old sector R leader charged these machines up with so much MP. I sift through my inventory and find crates of over 100 seeds and grade MP potions that I took from the warehouse earlier today and feed them into the machine to see the rating rise again to current dilation, Edern Ardeen Wusi Exend. Realize even magic items can be put into this machine as fuel too. I dump junk gear from my farming that I'll never use or sell, like swords and axes from D to C grade monsters, until I see the number tick up again. Current dilation, Edern Ardeen Woo X. Then, I sift through a portion of my storage, where many element stones from my time in the labyrinth sit. There is a few ice stones from the elite Yeti floor, 2 earth stones that dropped from the giant worms on the Senshaba TH, a handful of unique stones from the Wyvern boss on the Sensha TH. Then lastly, the Joe Black Firestones from the Sensha Joe TH floor mutants sit untouched, waiting to be unleashed. Beside all of these is the corpse of the massive lightning wolf in suspended animation inside my item storage. I'm curious what kind of items it will drop, but I'm unsure if taking its body from the boss room will trigger any unique reactions. So, I'm holding off on letting its body fully dissolve until I can get back to the labyrinth and see the current state of the Syzygy floor. I make the decision to play things safe and use one of the less rare stones. First, feeding an ice element stone into the machine. It disappears the moment I take it out and press the input mana feature, but the dilation does not increase. Confused at this reaction, I try a few more of these lower-powered element stones, and it takes over half a dozen more to trigger the counter to rise. Current dilation, Idarn Ardin Wudio X. They are just element stones after all. This machine doesn't care how rare or powerful an item is. It only cares about how much mana it possesses. I let out a sigh, but then remember the time I crafted a cursed overcharged wind element stone to drain all of the available mana from a dungeon. Maybe something like that could work. I look up from my tests and see Ember and Airy about Arshimi Eaters away getting along nicely. The streaks of demonic energy are flying out from Airy's double's palms much faster, and the energy is far more condensed and deadly than before. I put the isolation pod away into my storage and walk over to them. Ember, I'm going to need some assistance from you to run another test. I expand my Aldzan, seeing eyes range to do a quick deep scan of the desert and pinpoint a weak rogue dungeon far in the distance, about Wushigongli away from where we currently stand. Then I point in its general direction. This will only take a moment. We'll know if it works or not pretty quickly. Zan, Chapter Su Wu Liu. Zan. I turn to Airy. You should come too. As long as you stay within Ibaimi Eaters of me, your body doubles won't deactivate. They can continue to train here by the abyss while we go into the desert. Then I turn back in the direction of the rogue dungeon. Sure, I'll come along, Airy replies. The three of us head off into the desert, flying with various magic techniques to increase our speed and fly over Wushigongli in just a few minutes. It reminds me of my flight over here from Sector Yi on Ember's back. During it, I felt quite a few other rogue dungeons out in the wilderness. There is far less in these deserts than the crowded forest areas back in the Vice region. But near every town out here, there are rogue dungeons scattered about. The same as Sector Si. The canyon that houses over 100 of them is quite the mystery to me. Honestly, dungeons of that magnitude and quantity are usually only found near massive cities where thousands or even millions of hunters excrete excess mana every day to fuel and grow them. There is hardly any activity way out here in Sector R. And there couldn't have been more than Wubai people living in the small town. They must have been created or maintained artificially. But now isn't the time for me to ponder this. I'm just glad there is a rogue dungeon not too far away, but not too close. If anything goes wrong in my test, the working dungeons won't be affected. And the town is far away from any potential blast radius. Here we are. The three of us touch down in a desolate portion of the desert with the remains of what looks like it used to be a small trading station, and check Zanin hut, but is now just scrap wood that has fallen apart and sunk into the desert sand. Next to it is a small spinning blue dungeon portal that gives off the mana reading of a middle Zan ranked E Zan grade, or possibly low Zan ranked D Zan grade. At the highest, someone must have regulated this dungeon or farmed it pretty often in the past, but it has been long abandoned. Even Airy, without a specific perception skill activated, can tell that this is an odd place to trek out to. He speaks up as we all walk inside and take in the lush green scenery. What kinds of tests do you plan on doing with a dungeon this week? The rustling of jungle trees, long colorful flowery vines, and thick underbrush fills our vision? Here, I'll show you. I place a hand on both Ember and Airy's shoulder. Dungeon, walking us to the center of the dungeon, right beside two wild boar mobs, at level Wushisen and Wushisi just to get a closer look. We take the pair of monsters by surprise, but they hardly let out a squeal before the overwhelming aura of our trio suffocates them to death, and they fall to the floor. I activate enemy detection to find a few hundred other boars between level Wusher and Lusher filling the dungeon, but they're all running far away from us in fear. With a sigh, I reach into my item storage to pull out one of the jet black firestones and place a hand on Ember's shoulder. Eri, you should probably place a hand on my back. I'm about 50% this will work, but to be safe, I'll be dungeon walking us out of here pretty quickly. His eyes widen at the intense, rippling black flames of the stone that I let hover over my right hand using telekinesis, and its fire burns so strong and bright that trees above in the jungle regions begin to erupt into flames. He places a hand on my back, and I take this as a cue to activate my mythic grade craftsmanship skill. I take a deep breath in and out before my gaze hovers over the Imbue tab next to Ember's Plunderer mythic grade skill. Beforehand, I thought this through very carefully. The element stones and various items that became cursed or unstable. The last time I performed this test were items made from material far inferior to the power of a mythic grade skill. However, this element stone is a borderline, Adzan grade material. The pure mana and fierce power it gives off is higher than anything I've ever tried to merge in a craft before. Even the leftover ice, earth, and unique wyvern stones in my inventory pale in comparison to the pure power these black fire stones produce. My plan is to activate the craft, then leave this dungeon the instant I do. The air goes still, and the jungle becomes silent. My vision burns through the Imbue tab in my mind's eye. Then, I press it and watch the white light of my craftsmanship skill envelop the entire stone. The instant I feel the craft complete, the mana in our surroundings begin to collapse in toward the stone. My MP is dropped to half in a fraction of a second, and I catch a glimpse of the new item's information with my Aldan seeing eye. I blip all three of us away to a dungeon back in the canyon Wushigongli away, to safety before I can conceptualize what I've seen. Hey Elite Minotaur's Firestone. Containment item info. An element stone left behind by an elite grade Minotaur with a fire magic variant. It has been imbued with the mythic grade Plunderer skill to create a 1 Zan time use containment item. This stone will plunder mana from its surroundings until the mana control limit of its previous monster owner is met. Once its limit is reached, the Plunderer aspect will cease to function. Class: Adzat type. Containment item: current MP containment. Lin der ni nin di ni bi tawe, ti der bazo di ni bi no way. We all materialize in a random Deeds and Grade grassland dungeon in the canyon, and I speak out loud with a grin. I think it worked. I create a body double, and it immediately teleports back to the dungeon to do reconnaissance. Less than half a second after I do, the double dies. But I see what is happening inside that wild boar dungeon as clear as day. In just a few seconds, a massive twister of fire has begun engulfing the jungle. A crater of disappearing dungeon mass is forming in the center where I drop the black stone, and it is expanding outward and downward at a quickly increasing rate. My double gets too close to the blast, attempting to use all of its perception skills to visualize what is going on at the item's core, but is sucked dry of MP and pulled into the black fiery core before it can do anything. Over the next half a minute, I continuously send in body doubles to watch the increasingly large ball of flames destroy the dungeon I dropped it in. Enormous jungle trees, dozens of boars, and tall rock formations are burned away by the black flames and consumed as energy for the growing ball of dungeon mass. However, once the stone's fireball diameter reaches a point of about senbai meters wide, for some reason, it stops expanding. My double watches the flames begin to flicker and die down. The raging ball of violent MPs and hungry energy stops completely, and I finally get a clear visual on a black stone glowing with energy at its center. I manage to get a reading on the stone by flying closer as the flames fizzle out. Havan Elite Minotaur's Firestone. Containment item info. An element stone left behind by an elite grade Minotaur with a fire magic variant. It has been imbued with the mythic grade Plunderer skill to create a 1 Zan time use containment item. This stone will plunder mana from its surroundings until the mana control limit of its previous monster owner is met. Once its limit is reached, the Plunderer aspect will cease to function. Class: Adzat type. Containment item. Current MP containment. Tsidirn Bazo Ring Yibi Yi Hout. Using water magic and wind magic, my double carves a path through the leftover flames and floats down into the dirt Xian-filled crater to stand right next to the large black stone I left before. It still flickers with black flames, but they are not nearly as violent. Its mass looks like it has grown a few times larger, almost half a meter wide now. The most fascinating thing is the immense amount of mana it contains. It feels as if one wrong move could set off a massive explosion. However, my double opens up its item storage and drops the fully saturated stone inside. It dungeon walks back with the package contained, then speaks to my main body with an outstretched hand. The test was a success. Let me see one of the isolation pods. I'll try to feed the result of this experiment to the machine. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Su. Ti Jian Jian Jian. I take the isolation pod. I've been working on all this time out of my storage and allow my double to place it inside its own. It blips away, back to the wild boar dungeon to perform its test. I wait patiently for about a minute. Then the memories of my body double successfully inputting the stone into the machine just like a mana crystal, then killing itself to quickly rely the information come rushing back to me. It worked. I teleport the three of us back into the wild boar dungeon, and sitting in the center of the Senbaijin meters in wide dirt crater that has destroyed the jungle is a lightly humming isolation pod. At the sight of the massive hole and the mana content in the air dropping by a noticeable amount, this test was a great success. The pod's door is left wide open, and the containment cell at the top is now magnitudes denser with mana than it was before. White plumes of pure mana charge the shielding barriers, and it now looks a lot more like the isolation pods that we used back in the Galeheart Tower. The glowing blue text only visible to my Alt-Zian, seeing eye hovering over the control panel, now says, Current dilation, 9.95X. I let the machine fall into my item storage, then turn to Ember and place a hand on his shoulder while pulling another stone out into the open air. We'll do it again. I imbue a nearly identical black flaming stone with Ember's mythic-grade plunderer skill and dungeon walk us out of there before the reaction can fully begin. A few minutes later, I dungeon walk back in to find the crater has grown far larger. The dungeon is less dense with pure mana, and another saturated stone sits at the crater center. The contained mana inside is similar to the last stone. Current MP containment. Qidian Sar UUB. Qidian Sar UUB. I let it drop into my inventory and pull out another, wanting to saturate all the stones I can as fast as possible while it is working so well. Another Wu tests go by, taking less than Arshifinjong Utes in total, and each of them saturates another stone with varying potencies between T and Ba billion MP. Every time I return to the dungeon, the affected area grows less and less dense with mana. Using my high level of perception, even the areas of the dungeon that are not directly affected by the plunder radius are weakening and becoming less dense with mana every time I return. Even the levels of newly spawned in monsters are lowering. What used to be a flourishing jungle region with level Wushids and Liusherbors quickly fell below level Sensurmouse for new spawns halfway through. On the test before this one, some of the mobs even spawned in at lower than level Shi. The dungeon is in bad shape. Its artificial landscape is ripped to shreds, and most of its mana completely absorbed. As I walk down the crater to fetch the stone, I do a deep scan of my surroundings and find that there is more mana trapped in this single stone than there is remaining in the entire dungeon. The newest group of spawned in and mobs I detect are between level R and Sen. As I let the saturated stone fall into my inventory, I think about taking out one of the two stones remaining, but turn to Ember before I do. There isn't enough mana to fully saturate another stone. Our best course of action will probably be to find another rogue dungeon to drain. He nods, smiling with his arms crossed. Sure, it may be unwise to drop another stone and not allow it to fully saturate. Would you like me to collapse this dungeon for safekeeping? There is less than 10 billion mana left in here at the most. It'll only take a few minutes. I shrug. Go for it. You've been wanting to do this for a long time, so have at it. Ember's aura immediately pulses red and a wave of strong mana erupts from him. Very well. I recommend the two of you wait outside. I'll be draining every last drop, so it is best you don't get caught in the crossfire. The natural dungeon mechanism will teleport me back into the desert once I'm finished. Ember's cloud of red aura begins to grow, just like the times I witnessed it in the Titan's domain. However, now he is many times stronger than back then. I dungeon walk with Eri back to the exit portal, and we hop out into the desert next to the dilapidated wooden hut. The sun has almost fully set, making the fading orange glow the last bit of warmth in the air. The small blue dungeon portal slowly spins, but it is barely producing any mana readings, and is becoming smaller and weaker at a rapid rate as Ember plunders it from the inside. While the portal shrinks and we sit and wait, I decide to take out the isolation pod again to begin placing the Lu additional stones inside. The moment I place a new stone inside, the text changes again, showing current dilation, show sender R loading no X. At first, the number throws me off, because it didn't rise the expected Tsidian Sid R Wu Wu X amount. However, once I drop another stone with Tsidian Yosenin Sib BMP inside, and the number changes to current dilation, Shitsidian R Wu Ba X, things begin to make more sense. I input another, and the rating reaches current dilation, Arshidan Sis, C Liu Yi X. After the final 3 additional stones, it reaches current dilation, Arshiludan Yidain Wu X. After seeing the numbers rise in such odd intervals, I begin to do some math. It took a billion MP for every additional Yi-X dilation interval for the first Sure levels. However, once the counter passed Shudan X, each additional Yi-X in dilation cost twice as much. It took Arsha billion MP to go from Shu X to Arshur X. Then, just to make it halfway from Arshur to Censure X, it took over Arshur billion MP again, meaning it will take Sisher billion MP in total to raise the scale from Arshur to Censure X. If this process is repeated, if this pattern continues, every Sure additional levels of dilation will cost twice as much MP to fuel. Now the old craftsman's note about higher levels of dilation not being profitable for selling to consumers makes sense. I mutter under my breath, content with how high I managed to get the machine already. I place the pod back into my item storage and begin to strategize in my mind how I'll be able to farm more of these firestones at a steady rate. At the same time, the dungeon portal that Ember is dissolving is beginning to waver and pulse before our eyes. Less than another minute passes before it becomes so thin and transparent I believe an Eedzan rank hunter without any perception skills could even see what is happening without enhanced vision. Still, I keep all of my senses at the ready, because a rumor about what is left behind from collapsing dungeons continues to stir in the back of my mind. I'm hoping right here and now I'll get to see if it is true. The portal gets smaller, spinning even less, and dissipating into thin air before our eyes. Then, we're left in silence, as the final remnants of it implode on itself and the portal completely vanishes. A few seconds pass, and my gaze stays locked on the point where it disappeared with every bit of mana control pushing my all-Zan seeing eye to its limit. Then, a flash of light teleports all foreign dungeon matter back to the desert. Ember materializes in front of me, still putting off an immense red aura, and brimming with newly plundered mana. My heart skips a beat, and my eyes widen as I see a tiny shimmering fragment of a bright white glowing crystal falling to the desert floor. It looks no larger than a fingernail, but sends out a unique aura that captures my interest. I watch it gracefully fall through the air for a fraction of a second, and see sparkling, trailing mist dissolve off of it. It looks as if the mere contact with the air is eroding it away at a rapid rate, and if I don't act now, whatever this material is will completely disappear before it even touches the sand. I open a spatial magic portal right below the odd glowing mass, and it falls inside my storage. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter 15 Jian Jian Jian. The visual of the white crystal dissolving into the air plays over and over in my mind. I wouldn't have managed to catch it, or even sense it, if I wasn't specifically looking for it. I'm almost positive I just managed to finally obtain one of the most valuable magic items in the world. However, I'm going to need to replicate this process again and bring it back to a safe place for some test crafts before I can be Baifanji by Mouse Yuri. Considering this, I don't bother to mention my find to the others until I'm certain of this discovery's legitimacy. For now, I'll stay focused on the main task at hand. We fly back to the abyss where Ares doubles are still training, and I create a double of my own to send off to the canyon to go and farm the Senchujo T8's floor for more stones. After that recent rank up, my mana control has drastically increased again. So I'm confident I'll be able to defeat the mutant elite Minotaurs even without using chi. Once my double is off, Eri gets back to training with his doubles and practicing concentrated demonic energy control in his main body. I lay back on the side of a desert sand dune and watch the sunset with Ember standing close by, admiring the final golden glow before the desert turns to night. The only visible light on the horizon is the town full of workers, grunts, and one of my body doubles standing in as me, the Flame Emperor, keeping everyone in line. After almost half an hour of calm silence, staring off into the open desert, my next plan of action comes together. I finally speak up to Ember and point toward the town. Want to see another project I'm working on? I'm curious to see the progress myself. I sense almost the Baisaoshur Umans in that village. If that is what you're talking about, then yes, I'm very interested. I get to my feet and look over to Eri still hard at work training with his doubles, but he senses we're up to something, so he drains his core temporarily to speak. Go off to the town if you want. Don't let me hold you back. I just need a few more hours, and I think I'll be able to break past this next plateau. I just need more practice. I'm confident enough to train in my main body, so leave me here and I'll meet you guys there once I'm too tired to train on. I know my limits. I give him a nod and look back toward the canyon. Keep an eye on the dungeons, too. There is still low active breaks in there. If any monster overflow occurs, it'd be helpful if you could get rid of them before they escape too far. Also, my double should be getting back from Valor City in the near future with all our teammates. Bring them to the town if they arrive. You got it. Ember and I head off toward the town while Eri continues to train by the abyss. The closer we get, the more the bright lights of the town below begin to shine, and structures that were not previously in such good shape begin to come into my field of view. I use Conceal to create the elegant Flame Emperor appearance I left with, and put up my chi barrier, increasing the density considering the low amount I have left to use. Even with Bifenja Arsher of my base left, it is still more than enough to shield my aura. Ember suppresses his mana control as well, and we both touch down in the middle of town. We find ourselves standing in the middle of the main square. An enormous octagonal stone structure has been built around the fountain in the middle of the town with bar doors and large windows that all lead into it from any side one approaches. It towers stories high, is almost Arsha Wumi Eaters in diameter, and looks to be built from very sturdy stone, summoned and molded by earth magic. It is decorated and brightly lit up with orbs of light on its outsides and entrances. Upon closer inspection, I appraise that they're mana crystals imbued with my flash skill inside large glass containment casings. It is an interesting idea I was thinking of trying, but it seems my double already tested this theory, and it works quite well. I make the motion to step inside the building because there is a very familiar mana reading waiting for me there. Once the door is opened, I'm greeted immediately by my body, double rippling with black flames and wearing a mask. He looks at me, then holds his gaze on Ember for much longer before speaking. I thought I'd be the one to show you a surprise, but it seems like we're both been very busy. I take it this is a perk of ranking up? I nod, and my double turns to let us inside for a short tour. Inside of the building, there is an even smaller octagon with T-glass windows with slots to pay for goods and receive money for sold items. On the Batiate wall, there is a sturdy locked door. Each of the stations is unmanned at the moment, but looks as if this place is being set up to run a large operation. The rest of the room is completely empty. Ember and my footsteps echo in the wide Zan-open, well-Zan-lit halls, but I can picture its potential. I can see a future public gathering place filled with hunters, villagers, businessmen, tables, and bulletin boards with quests as we walk through. I speak up to my double once we make it to the center room, the beginning of a guild hall, and one that will be very busy, it seems. I like it. My double unlocks the door into the center room, It is large and spacious enough for a team of up to sure workers to work inside it without getting too cramped. But my attention turns to the spiral staircase leading upward. My double looks up too. Those floors are empty for now. The middle floor was planned to be sectioned off for offices, while the top floor is left for you as a working study. The double's flames die down for a moment, and he reaches into his item storage to pull out the small silver tablet that controls the underground lair, then hands it to me. I think doing this will explain things a lot faster than showing you around the place. As I take the tablet from my double, it points a finger at its forehead and instantly falls to the floor and begins to dissolve into pure mana. A rush of memories come back to me, and I relive the past few hours in an instant. From my double's point of view earlier today, I see the awestruck looks of the Arsher grunts in the middle of the square as they see my body double descend from the sky after killing their leaders and taking on the lewd dark entities of unknown power. Next, the memories of my double forcing each of the higher Zan level grunts to drink the same elixir of suggestion that they fed to these slave workers. It is only right to give them a taste of their own medicine. Some of them resisted at first, but I gave them the option of death or taking another dose. All of them fell in line shortly after. It doesn't matter if they praised me for taking down their leaders and opening their eyes to the charade. They may have followed orders from me regardless. But each and every one of them participated in forcing innocents to work until their hands bled and minds broke. So, they will face the same fate. Over the next few hours, I watched and ordered all of the grunts to collect and sort the valuable materials and goods and bring them to the center of town. Meanwhile, I managed to create a weaker version of the full restore potions using high Zan quality C Zan grade HP potions and imbuing them with my self Zan regeneration skill. The result of this craft is called a regeneration potion. It heals all minor wounds instantly and nullifies any toxic substances in the bloodstream. Many of the workers were restless and craving more of the original elixir when I found them due to its addictive nature. But after a single regeneration potion, every last one of them broke free from the curse. However, this doesn't mean they're fully healed. Many are mentally and physically exhausted from many weeks, or even months of nonstop work and torture. I have no idea the extent of madness they've been through, so I just make it top priority to give them all stable food and shelter, then figure out their futures once they've recovered. One by one, I brought all of the groups ranging from Shirya Centurer workers each into the town square. Many of the shops and structures near the center of the square have residential housing above them or nearby. I used access to the dungeons in the canyon to stack up on mattresses, pillows, blankets, necessary sanitary products, clean clothing, and higher quality food and water supplies. All in all, it only took about an hour to shop and cost under 100 gold total at the supermarkets back in Solara, Vice City, and even one back in my small hometown to get enough materials and not take too much from any one store. Considering the stash of gold and high Zan grade items left behind in the underground bunker, this is a small price to pay. I used my earth magic and crafting skills to make lighting fixtures throughout the center of the city and fixed all structural damages caused by my fights or the past dealings in the city before I came. Minor fixes, supplies, and item sorting, along with miscellaneous grunt work, are done by the Arshimel Trong Si Zan class. Rated slave drivers turned slaves themselves under my command. They are to report back to the middle of the town every Sisaushire hours to give written reports and consume more elixir until I'm satisfied. They've paid their price. Once this process started to reach its end, and many of the rescued workers found a place to call home for the night, I began working on constructing a base in the center of the town where all can come for information, hired work, and purchasing goods. The Guildhall's outer Zan layer of construction came to a stable point of my liking just as the sun began to set. Then, my real body and ember arrived. My past memories stop here once my double kills itself in front of me. I let out a light gasp as I take in all this new knowledge rushing into me. Then, click the silver tablet to open a hatch in the floor, leading down into the mana-shielded bunker below. It seems I've been very busy, but there is a lot more to do. Come on, let's begin the preparations. 渐渐渐. Chapter 49, 渐渐渐. I walk down the narrow spiral stairs into the mana Jian shielded basement, but decide not to close the hatch above me. With my most recent boost in mana control, I'm able to get a better reading of this Aidzane grade mana shielding. With all of my skills and mana control on full blast, I'm sure I could see through it now. But it is not worth the trouble. Leaving an opening allows me to use enemy detection, and my all-Zan seeing eye on a vast area around the town without having to stress my senses. Once I make it down to the bottom, the middle wall is up, making it feel like an empty white Zan-walled room. I press the tablet setting to open the wall to reveal what is on the other side. The center table, where the green and red armored gang leaders used to sit, lies empty in the center of the rectangular half of the room. On the far wall, there are dozens of high C-Zan grade and some B-Zan grade items and materials lined up, and their stats noted down on sheets of paper. Beside these, I see piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins are sorted in large crates. Then lastly, in a pile of its own, is the fractured black armor of the dark guards I fought earlier today. None of them give off any mana readings. They just look like black shattered junk metal. However, in a neat pile in front of the shredded up armor is a small bowl with Wu glowing orbs inside that. Show up with Wraith's Essence Stone hidden passive ability, reading with various mental strength buffs between Yao Qinun and 200%share on each of them. Next to the damaged goods and black cores from the hearts of the Wraiths, there is a suit fully intact, and it is the one that was worn by the T-Tate ranked Dark Guard. Even after death, the only readings I managed to see on this armor set say, access denied. Ember peruses the other items, and closely inspects the mana shielding walls while I walk over to these artifacts. The closer I examine the armor set that is still intact, the more curious I get, even using my craftsmanship skill to try and examine portions of the armor, or imbue it with skills of my own. The set doesn't give any extra readings other than access denied. I try to push my perception skill further, but all it shows me once maxed out is that it is a normal piece of metal. My best guess is the armor is similar to a blood Zan bonded weapon with a concealment perk. Once crafted and bonded with a user, it is worthless to everyone else that tries to manipulate it or put it on. However, I'm still optimistic that I can get some kind of data from it at a later date. So, I open up my item storage portal and let the entire armor set fall inside. For the sake of it, I let the trashed sets of the lower level wraiths fall into my storage too, but leave their cores for further use. I use telekinesis to lift the Wu Dark Orbs into the air above my hand, and activate my craftsmanship skill to get a better look at my options. The last wraith essence I merged with my cloaks significantly raised its stats and added a hidden ability to it, so I see no better place to put the remainder of these cores as well. As I ponder this fact, the Wu cores that slowly spin around each other push me toward a new option on my craftsmanship window called Merge. Usually, items have maxed out in receiving new merging ingredients and imbued skills at around centis powers in up imbuements per craft. Some, with higher material ratings, can take more, and some, with lower ratings, take less. I already gave my cloak a few upgrades, and I'm not sure how many more it can take before it hits its max. However, with this merge setting, and the fact that they're all the same or similar base item gives me the idea that I may be able to bypass this limit. I press merge, and the Wu orbs of energy fall toward each other in a flash of white light. The result floats in my hand and looks like a massive dark orb of mana, but gives off an impressive reading that makes me grin. Greater Wraith's Essence Stone. 200%, mental strength, hidden passive ability. Might as well blood bond it while I'm at it. I whisper under my breath, while opening up a gash in my wrist and pouring out blood into an empty glass bottle from one of the nearby piles of seeds and grade items. Then, I merge the new Essence Stone, along with bonds of my blood, with my cloak to give it another massive upgrade. 减减减 Cloak of Total Darkness 179%, Mental Strength 155%, Agilities 75%, Perception, Hidden, Passive Ability, Concealment, Attribute, Cloak of Total Darkness 270%, Mental Strength 198%, Agilities 130% perception, blood bonded hidden pass. Eve ability concealment attributes, Zen, while instantly regenerating and healing the lost blood. I scroll through my newly upgraded status and see that in ranking up, I've gained access to semi-ore item slots. I join Ember in appraising and sifting through the newly looted gear, but nothing strikes my fancy just yet. What comes to mind is the colossal clear stone in my inventory, and the potential loot that may fall from the lightning wolf in my storage once I let it fully dissolve. These are two legitimate aids and grade items that will make for worthy new gear to fill these slots. I just need to find sturdy enough aids and grade materials that can handle the imbuement. I'm sure I'll discover some soon. With the interesting loot out of the way, and Ember beginning to lose interest in the bunker, I create a body double and turn to the Crimson Zan-haired form of the fire dragon. Getting bored already? He smiles and nods in response. Yes, meeting your friend Eri was quite entertaining. However, right now, I feel my time is better spent sleeping, training, or fighting. I know you enjoy playing with these trinkets, but it doesn't give me the same rush. My double walks over to him, and I open my storage to transfer over my remaining black firestones, as well as the isolation pod I've been charging up all this time. Then I speak up. Well, how about you and this double go check on my other double farming in the labyrinth? Take the firestones it farms and search out another rogue dungeon in the desert to store more energy into this pod and collapse the dungeon when you're done. Ember's grin and interest return. So I continue and motion for them to exit together and have their fun. I need a few more hours to work on a special crafting and construction project here, so get your fill of mana and dungeon destruction all you want. Even test your new skills out on the Centrijo T8's floor if you please. Just be sure to come back in less than C or Wusao hours. That is when the arena event should be finishing up in Valor City. If my double and teammates aren't back by then, we're going to have to go and get them ourselves. The two of them agree to my point and walk toward the exit. Ember conceals his mana presence entirely, and my double uses stealth to cover its overwhelming mana control aura. Then a moment later, I'm left in the empty silence of the underground bunker. My vision turns to the piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins. I get to work and begin counting them with my all-Zan-seeing eye and mana manipulation. By letting raw mana seep into each of the crates and imbuing each coin with a small amount of energy, I can feel each individual one and get an instant tally. I find 318 gold coins, 2905秒 silver coins, and 13449 bronze coins. All in all, it is a hidden fortune. But after my haul of over Liu Shuwu platinum bars from the arena back in Valor City, I've become quite desensitized to these riches. All of the crates of coins here don't even amount to a fraction of what I managed to earn in just a few days of fighting. However, it is more than enough to begin my plan. I pull out a massive pile of mana crystals from my farming earlier today to use as fuel for these crafts, and one by one use small amounts of fire magic, earth magic, and mana manipulation to reshape the front and back, marking on many of these coins. On one side, I craft the simple emblem of fire, and on the other side, the silhouette of a dragon. After each molten craft is complete, I imbue each coin with my body-hardening skill, making the coins as unbreakable as my legendary grade body, hardening backed by the mana control of a level Itzensauscher Unter. They look exactly the same, gold, silver, or bronze, but cannot be broken, damaged, or manipulated unless whoever is doing so has higher mana control than my own, to make sure no replicas can be made. I add a special item name to each one: Bronze Flame Emperor's Coin, Silver Flame Emperor's Coin, and Gold Flame Emperor's Coin. In the hidden crafter's notes of each coin, I leave a simple 2-Zan letter signature, NA. Unless a hunter with the mythic grade craftsmanship skill goes in and edits my notes, I'll be the only one able to see this. So, if by chance someone manages to create a similar coin with a similar name, it still has a hidden level of security beneath it. The process of imbuing and marking each coin goes by faster than I'd first planned. With careful precision and accuracy of my perception and movement speed skills, I'm capable of doing many coins at a time, and many crafts per second. It takes just over Sensoshire hours to finish up making Senbai gold coins, 2500秒, Ilver coins, and Shi-10 bronze coins. There are 1872 units Selenius leftover coins remaining, but I place them aside in an unused pile. I want a clean number to start with, to make sure I can keep track of things easier in the future. Once this task is complete, I sit back on one of the chairs at the table, looking at my work with a satisfied sigh, carefully placing piles of the shimmering newly branded coins all into my item storage for safekeeping, along with the old miscellaneous coins too. My gaze hovers over all the C&B Zan grade gear for a few moments. Then, I sense the presence of Arsha grunts approaching the guild hall. Looks like it is time for their reads up. I grab a small crate of mind control elixir and activate my concealment disguise to cover my body in black flames in the shape of a suit, then walk up the spiral stairs to meet with my new unpaid workers. As I close the hatch to the bunker and walk out the front door to see all Arshamian mindlessly stare forward at me in a single file line, yet another odd feeling comes over me. The sensation of being watched hits my subconscious. Immediately, I use my enemy detection skill, along with a large burst of my Aldzan, seeing eye throughout the entire town to pinpoint where it is coming from. In my mind's eye, I get the picture of bright light blue glowing eyes staring at me from over half a kilometer away from the rooftop of one of the safe houses, crafted to house the recovering innocent workers. I see the face of the young woman that was being controlled by Finn, the grunt with the bind ability. Her level and skill pop up from my appraisal skill, showing LV, R, Liu, Qi, and Moonlight's gaze, confirming she is definitely the same woman as before when I first showed up in this town. Then, just as I finish my scan and turn to the direction she is watching me from, her eyes stop glowing blue, and she ducks down behind a pile of building materials on the rooftop. Zian Zian Zian. Chapter Citaliun, Zian Zian Zian. I expand my Aldzian, seeing Ai's visual range, and watch the woman with the unique skill slip away, back into one of the houses. Quickly moving away from my gaze, the thought of flying over there and confronting her about her skill, and why she was watching me crosses my mind. But it would make sense why she would be curious, and want to see what the mysterious man in the flaming suit that took over their captor's operation is doing. That is what perception skills are for. She might as well use it if she can. It is not like I'm doing anything I don't want her or any of the others to see. So, I'll leave her be. I do a quick scan of all the rescued workers in the surrounding safe houses and find that half are asleep, many are restless, and others are huddled together and talking to each other in small groups. Most of them have average basic skills like swordsmanship, dagger arts, and various speed or strength buffs. But a few have interesting, unique skills, and even Biffinger Sen or so have some kind of elemental ability. Everyone is very low level and won't be useful to me in the immediate future. But I'm looking forward to talking to each and every one of them once the sun rises tomorrow. Letting out a sigh, I deactivate my scanning senses and turn my attention back to the grunts. Now for you, Arsher. I have some labor for you to do. Drink up then, follow me. We're building a road. I use telekinesis to give each of them very small vials of a highly potent bottle of elixir to drink, and they gulp them down without batting an eye, and follow just as I ask. As we walk, I ask a few of them to search the looted warehouses we pass on the way to get Arsher empty wooden carts, because they'll be carrying a few things for me. Once we get to the edge of town where the stone road stops, we face in the direction of the canyon. There is a long and winding narrow pathway, only visible to my advanced eyesight in the dark of night. Even in daylight, it is not much of a path, so if I want this to be better for high-volume travel, I need to make it myself. I begin replicating the technique. My body double used earlier to make the dimly glowing orbs of light that are fixed on every corner of the inner city. It is a combination of many kinds of magic. I use earth magic to lift small balls of sand up into the air, fire magic to turn them all into molten material, then a combination of wind and water magic to blow the molten sand into glass and cool it into a sphere shape that stays solid. Once this process is complete, I take a single Hydezan grade mana crystal and place it inside. Then, imbue both the materials with my flash skill to make the mana crystal glow dimly. With the small output of light compared to my actual flash skill, the mana usage isn't immense, but the makeshift mana bulbs will run out of energy eventually. All I have to do to recharge them is feed the item another mana crystal, or imbue some of my own mana inside. It is a design in progress. I may come up with better lighting ideas in the future, but these are perfect for now. Once I make about Yelbai glowing orbs of light and set them neatly in the sand nearby, I turn to the Arshmi N behind me and give them another order. Follow behind me as I make this road. I pause, using my earth summoning skill again, and placing hundreds of kilograms worth of stone in the back of every one of the grunts' wooden carts. As I make the road, I need all of you to stress test it for me. There is going to be a lot of traffic on this path. I want to make sure it is ready. With a smirk, I float up into the air, carrying all Yalinin orbs of light around me using telekinesis. I activate my earth summoning skill again and begin creating a Woomy Eater wide stone pathway through the desert. Every Arshmi Eaters or so, I sculpt a stone pillar and place a glowing orb on top of it, using liquid stone to glue the bottom of each orb in place. The pillars are crafted on alternating sides and stand about Meaters high. Behind me, I hear the heavy carts of the grunts, creaking as they follow behind me all the way to the canyon's edge. I look down into the darkness, and another idea sparks up in my mind. The same glass-blowing process is used to craft many more orbs of light, while the grunts continue to make their way toward me. Once over by me orbs are created, the grunts finally make it to me and I give them another order. Turn around and walk the road again. Once you get to the town, turn around and come back. I want you to walk back and forth on this roadway until I tell you to stop. The moment they hear me, the group of mindless grunts turns around and begins their trek back with carts full of heavy stone. I lift the many orbs up in the air and begin building more winding pathways down into the canyon full of dungeons. Each one of the dungeons has a stone tablet crafted beside it by my double showing the loot drops, approximate level, and monster type beside every dungeon. I build pathways that end right before the entrance portal of each one and light the way with more and more of the white orbs illuminating the canyon. I'm sure these paths will be a little less traveled, but I still want to make them sturdy. They are roughly Liaomi Eaters wide, and orbs are placed on shorter stone pillars every Sishimi Eaters or so. The natural blue glow of the portals lights up the regions close to the dungeons themselves, so I don't need to use quite as many lights as I first thought. The only Tsi dungeons I decide not to connect the pathway to are the Liu breaks for safety reasons, and the single Bizan grade dungeon that is very deep down in the canyon because I want to keep that one for myself, away from prying eyes. Once finished connecting every single one, I contemplate telling the grunts to stop their mindless stress test so I can assess the damage, but decide against it because I have one more thing I'd like to check on. I slip inside one of the closest blue portals nearby, then dungeon walk back into the Vice City Labyrinth Sishati Plore, coming in on full alert with all my buffs activated, sword drawn, and chi flowing through it. I'm ready for anything. However, my worst Dan case scenario theories don't come true. I'm left in an empty dirt pit. All of the burn marks and holes blasted in the ground from my battle against the Lightning Wolf have completely disappeared and have automatically regenerated. However, the room feels unusually stagnant and cold, as if time has stopped and it is waiting for a trigger to be pulled. The odd sensation of transport magic lingers in the air, like it is about to activate, but something is stopping it from occurring. I scan the boss room and slowly walk around in circles, trying to see if there is anything new I can find, then let out a sigh and open my item storage. It is about time I got this loot. I knew something was up with this floor. I'd like to find out what is going on here. I let the deceased wolf's body fall onto the dirt floor, and less than half a minute later, its mana begins to disperse into the boss room and dissolve. 4 objects are left behind in the creature's place. A large pink mana crystal about the size of my head is one of them, and a half-tin transparent yellow stone with large arcs of electricity coming off of it drops next to it of similar size. I open up a storage portal on the ground beneath the items and get a reading on the small black stone and large white tooth that fall inside next to the crystals. Sishir. Tage Dan floor boss. Identification core. Lingar Sipa. Wolf Guardian's Fang 265 mental strength 258 speed lightning attribute as soon as they fall inside. The lingering feeling of transport magic in the air resumes, and I feel my body become enveloped in white light. Once the flash subsides, my vision goes black. My non-Zan visual perception skills pick up a deep winding cave system with narrow tunnels, dripping water, and even large caverns. But I don't sense a single living being. My objective here isn't to stick around long. I just wanted to get the Sisha TH Dan floor trial completed and get access to teleport to the Sisha Emails T floor whenever I wish. The instant I begin to activate my Dungeon Walker skill to leave, I feel something strong and sharp piercing through every layer of my mana shielding, chi barrier, and armored defenses to sink deep into my stomach with no warning at all. Even as the weapon comes out the other side of my body, I can't sense or see at all where it has come from. It doesn't matter. I dungeon walk back to the CTH floor less than 1/10 of a second later. I cough up blood while regenerating my wound and armor, trying to figure out what that was and where it came from. My appraisal and enemy detection skills were active, yet I didn't see the attack coming, nor did I even get a glimpse of who sent it. I stand to my feet once fully healed, then look to the sky of the empty dirt pit. A huge countdown timer can be seen floating in the sky. 29比23比59比41. A Senshidin day cooldown timer, huh? Well, at least I have access to the higher floors. I dungeon walk back to the Senshidyo TH, then Senshiba TH, then all the way through each layer between here and the Sensha T8 until I find my double farming away at mana crystals while it waits for the Minotaurs to respawn. It transfers its inventory into my storage, and I kill it on the spot, creating another copy to go check out the Sisha Emails T floor for me and see what it can find. Less than a second later, the memory of it teleporting into the darkness and being stabbed multiple times in the stomach, then decapitated, comes rushing back to me. I send another double, and the same thing happens. I perform well over a dozen more tests, and no matter where I send the double into that boss room, I can never sense the enemy, and can never survive longer than a second to survey the landscape. Seems like I'm just not strong enough for whatever is up there. The Sisha Email T floor will have to wait for another day. Another copy is formed, and it goes back to farming mana crystals and waiting for the Minotaurs to continue feeding my other double and ember stones for the isolation pod. Meanwhile, I dungeon walk back to the dungeon nearest to the canyon's exit and make my way back to the stone road to meet up with the grunts that continue their stress test on my stonework. I slowly hover above the grunts and watch them work for another hour. The eeriness of the Sisha Email T floor leaves the front of my mind as I become very satisfied with my new project's results. Mid-zen way through my process of assessing the grunts, I get the feeling of being watched by the same woman in the town, even from nearly our kilometers away. It is a far weaker feeling, but I'm impressed that at below-level Senbai S he is able to sense me out this far. I don't mind that she is watching and let the tests continue. No cracks have formed in the roads, and the carts are able to be pulled very smoothly. The lighting fixtures are far enough to the sides of the roads that they don't impede travel, and they are bright enough that even in the dead of night, the entire pathway is lit up completely. Eventually, Eri comes walking over from the abyss covered in sweat, and grinning ear to ear, he waves me down and shouts out, "I did it! I mastered the demonic energy crescent, just like the one you showed me this morning." I can tell he is very happy with his new power, but also, he looks exhausted. I let down my flaming disguise to look more natural to show him my unconcealed face in reply. "That is good. I'm glad you achieved it without any major setbacks. I'll be waiting here conducting some tests throughout the night and staying on watch duty. Feel free to take a rest and look around the town until my double gets back with Jan." Once these words leave my mouth, I sense Lu figures appear out of thin air deep below the canyon. One of them is my double, and two of them show up as clear as day on my Rising Emperor's domain perk. I point downward into the dimly lit canyon as they all begin to make their way up. Never mind. Perfect timing. It seems our long-awaited guests have finally arrived. Abby, Maria, Fisher, Lydia, and Monk all walk up the stone pathway with confusing expressions on their faces. The emotions that pour off them are mixtures of fear, excitement, confusion, and anger. The first words I hear any of them say come from Maria's lips. We barely got away. Jay, we need to prepare for battle. The Dark One knows we're here, and its guards are coming to declare war. Zian Zian Zian. Chapter Sid Liu Yao. Zian Zian Zian. Many hours earlier in the day, around noon. Body double POV. I leave my main body at the edge of the canyon and use the transport crystal to teleport back into the lobby of the Galeheart Tower. I put up my mana shielding, but unfortunately don't have chi to block my overwhelming mana control presence in this form. Only the ability to block my intimidation aura. That will have to do for now. I won't be able to go outside the tower into Valor City without being noticed in this form. So, I call out to the lobby men while walking toward the front desk. Lith, I need to talk with Lith. Hiding, the elevator door opens, and the man in question walks out, replying to me promptly, "Back so soon. I assumed you'd make it to Sector R quickly, but this kind of speed was not expected." That answers the question of where Aerie went earlier, too. Seems you've been busy. I guess Fisher and Lydia won't be getting their full day off. He chuckles, but I reply in an urgent tone. Yes, I made it out to Sector R, but the Dark One managed to send a few of its higher-level guards out there, too. I think they were looking for me ever since I ditched the arena event last night. You managed to come face to face with multiple dark guards and made it out alive? I nod. Yeah, 6 of them showed up in the sky and attacked on sight. I managed to kill them all. Even the strongest one that was over level 10. I recount the events of my dealings in the town, excluding the mention of any unique riches found in the warehouses, and of course the help of Ember in my battle. But make sure to keep Lith fully informed of what went down so he knows the severity of this situation. I point to the ceiling for my next ask. Pull up the surveillance system. I need to find my teammates. That T-Tate rank Dark Guard threatened them before I killed him, so I'd like to make sure they're safe before the Dark One finds out what I've done. There probably isn't much time left, without question. Lith brings up the live surveillance of Valor City, and we begin scrolling through it together, watching ordinary people go about their day-day lives in the Silver, Gold, and Platinum districts. After scouring the streets, zooming in and out of every corner inside shops and behind buildings, there is no sign of Abby or Maria in sight. They must be training with Monk. I let out a sigh and shift my focus back to the Silver and Gold districts. If they're in the monastery, we won't be able to sense them until they come out. Considering the arena event doesn't start for another Lusashire hours or so, this is going to be a long wait. I zoom in on a very fancy upscale lounge in the Gold district. There are large, comfortable-looking recliners, an active spa treatment in session for clients inside, and many courses of delicious food being served on golden platters. Beautiful young women in maid outfits are serving the men while handsome men in butler uniforms serve the women. Right in the middle of this display, I see my other 2 teammates, Lydia and Fisher, sitting back with hot towels over their faces, enjoying the day. I almost can't believe what I'm seeing. Then again, they did want the day off to rest and explore the city. I let out a sigh and turn away from the moving image projection, scratching my head and thinking to myself, let them rest for now. This is fine. Those 2 have never been in an arena event, so I doubt the Dark One has its sights set on them. Lith speaks up. I could send one of my workers into the city to wait outside their shop to tell them to come back to the tower once they've finished their fun. I nod. Sure, that would be perfect. My gaze shifts back to the Platinum District, and I zoom in on the monastery. Its entrance looks like a dark black void. As no mana can be picked up on this surveillance system, I speak up again. Could I get a sheet of paper and a pen? I'd like to send a message to Abby and Maria, but I doubt it is going to be as simple as walking up to the monastery and handing them a letter. I think to myself for a moment in silence as Lith motions for the lobby men to fetch me paper. Then I continue speaking. If we notify them right now, the entire Dark Guard could swarm the Platinum District in an instant. It would be rather odd for an unknown person to approach the monastery without Monk's permission. Even if the Dark One knows they're here, it doesn't bother attacking because it doesn't fear them. If too many odd events begin occurring at once, it will surely become much more suspicious. Lith responds, So we wait until they naturally come out on their own. That would be the safest bet. I take the papers from the lobby men and begin to fill in the events of the last few hours along with what I believe is the best course of action for them. In simplified terms, the core message reads, "Run! We've got company! Get back to the Galehart Tower now!" Zanjay. However, once I hand the paper off to one of Lith's workers that looks just like a very generic businessman in a presentable manner to infiltrate the city unnoticed. The other guard called forward to retrieve Fisher, and Lydia looks like a weekend shopper with less professional attire. It is impressive how quickly he manages to get his team together for specific jobs. All I can do now is sit back and wait. Lith turns to the elevator and motions for me to follow. Come on, this is going to take a few hours. We might as well get comfortable. I walk into the elevator with him, and we're brought back up to his office. The surveillance system comes online in his penthouse suite as well, and I sit back on a comfortable chair with my arms crossed, staring up at the city, watching people go about their daily lives. In the back of my mind, a timer ticks away, while my real body trains airy and begins to climb the labyrinth on its way to reach level 10 hours. Go by here in the city. Fisher and Lydia finish up their time at the spa and go on a short shopping spree to buy some new interesting magic items and accessories, then are briefly filled in on the situation by the undercover shopper brought in by Lith. They casually take their time leaving the city not to draw any extra attention and use their transport crystals to come back to the tower. Once they're far away from the city and out of sight. Once they get back to the tower, both of them come up the elevator and begin to question me more about this cryptic warning. But after an explanation, they begin to see the seriousness of all of this and cease their complaints. They watch the surveillance of the monastery with us up in the penthouse office. We all patiently wait for our other teammates to come out and for the businessman, standing in the lobby of a partnered trading company's tower nearby, with a message in hand to give it to them. It is rather natural that many businessmen would be waiting for meetings or finishing work in these buildings. Standing around fiddling with paperwork isn't very uncommon. Another hour so passes before 3 figures emerge from the dark hallway. As soon as they do, the businessman sees them from across the street and walks out the door, making his way down the road to coincidentally cross paths with the trio. He pretends to accidentally not be looking where he is going and stumbles into their path. With a worried look plastered on his face, he apologizes for making them stop in their path by bowing and reaching out a hand to Monk. As he shakes and accepts his apology, it is clear there is more to this interaction. Once his eyes meet the paper, he squeezes his hand closed tight and speaks up to Abby and Maria. "I forgot one thing. Please, let us head back to the training rooms momentarily." With confused expressions, they agree, and my heart rate stops beating at such a rapid pace once I see them step back inside the Black Monastery door. 20 minutes later, they all come out again, walking to the Platinum Gate entrance at a fast and steady pace, not saying a word. They make it through and move to the Gold District. However, out of the corner of my eye, I see a large black suit of armor come out from one of the private towers in the Platinum District. It flashes its wristbands and makes its way into the Gold District. The Platinum Guards bow down to the Royal Guard that is making a rare appearance in the main city. As the trio walks to the next gate, making their way into the Silver District, the Royal Guard isn't far behind. It is quickly and calmly closing the gap between them until they make it to the final gate that leads to outside. As they do, the Royal Guard motions for the Silver Guards to halt their activities, and Monk, Abby, and Maria have to directly confront the mysterious black armored guard. The words that echo through the surveillance system from the Royal Guard are quite surprising. "You 3 must compete in the arena event tonight. Without the Flame Emperor present, our newest guests still wish to see a show. We can't have our top performers leaving the city so soon." Lith rotates the angle of the live video, and a large number Wu is printed on the black armored guard's chest plate, glowing bright orange through its heavy armor. Jian. Chapter Sid. Liu Er Jian. I can't sense the guard from here inside the tower. But that number Wu on its armor looks eerily familiar to the T. I saw on the dark guard that I fought in the desert. Considering the strength difference it showed compared to the lower Xian-leveled guards, I can only assume this one is far stronger than that. Double ranked up Colossal. If it really wanted my teammates dead, There is no question it'd already be done. This means it has something else planned. There must be a reason it wants them to enter the arena. I watch as reflexively all 10 of them reach for their item boxes on their waists, but the Dark Guard speaks up again, while the large number Wu glows brighter on its chest. Not so fast. A pulse of red Zan orange energy comes out of the guard, and 2 long soul energy manifested swords form in its hands. Faster than the eye can see, the guard strips each of them of their storage pouches and holds one sword to Monk's neck, and the other in front of both Abby and Maria. Like I said before, you won't be leaving the city just yet. The Dark One is expecting a show and wishes for repayment for breaking his toys. The Dark Guard lets its energy blades disappear back into its body and dangles the 3 item storage pouches in the air while walking right down the middle of the street away from the exit gate and toward the arena. Come on, fight in the arena tonight. Then you're free to do as you wish. All 3 of them are frozen in place, most likely feeling a similar sensation to the one time I was face to face with the Chief-ranked Dark Guard in the arena before I was powerful enough to take it on. Although I can't sense the energy levels of this interaction, I can see clear as day on the surveillance system that the power gap here is immense. As blue and green energies begin to swirl around the 2 women, and I see red lights sparking up in both of their eyes, Monk's voice can be heard, stopping mayhem from breaking loose. We'll do it, we'll fight, but please, leave our storage pouches close by in the training hall. I have important family goods in there. It is important they're not damaged or lost. I don't care for the money or high-grade items, but you understand sentimental value, right? The Dark Guard doesn't stop walking toward the arena, but replies, fine. As long as each of you agrees to actually fight to the Chi Tiat stage, we'll keep your belongings close by. Heavily guarded, but close. If even one of you thinks about running away or quitting the fight, you're all dead. The 3 of them follow the Dark Guard into the arena to register, and all I can do is watch and wait. A million theories turn through my mind, and tons of options, including getting my main body and Ember to come to help with this situation come up. But nothing seems like a viable option. This entire city is under lock and key, with a minimum of 6 more double Zan ranked up Dark Guards lurking in the shadows, not to mention their boss watching every move. As bad as it may seem, waiting and letting them figure out how to get out of this situation themselves is the best course of action. From my letter and the time spent inside the monastery after Monk read it, I'm sure they are aware of how powerful the monsters they're dealing with are. Considering this, both Maria and Abby are very skilled fighters and strategists themselves. Monk has been living within these walls for many years, too. Odds are, they're already coming up with a plan to get those item boxes back themselves. I let out a sigh and sit back on my comfortable seat in Lith's office, but continue to keep my eyes glued on the surveillance screen, not missing a beat while the starting announcements for tonight's fight events echo through the room. Lydia and Fisher nervously watch, and Lith sits at his desk with his hands clasped, thinking deeply to himself and staring at the projections, not showing any external emotions similar to my own stare. The surveillance system is split into 2 halves on the ceiling now. Half shows the upper area where the fights are taking place, and the other shows the underground training room where all of the contestants wait their turn to fight. There is a packed house tonight, and many new faces of strong newbie fighters, along with familiar legacy fighters, are down below. However, the air is very tense tonight because the Dark Guard stands by the exit stairs that lead to the surface. A pile of everyone's external loot is heavily guarded by 3 of its underling royal guards, but I can tell just by their stances. These 10 are nowhere near the Dark Guard's level. Still, however, they hold a bit of prestige in this city, so no one dares defy them or challenge their wishes. The first few rounds of the arena go on as normal. The Stone Maiden starts off with a flashy first round. Many newbies give it their best shot to become legacy fighters, and both the Shield and Ace give great showings. After a few more newbie rounds, Monk takes his appearance in the ring and punches his way through all Tsemel's stages without a single missed blow. He is brought back to the training room, and Abby takes the stage next. Spears are thrown, Chi is channeled, and T rounds of monsters are defeated even quicker than Monk's. The audience roars with joy, placing bets, getting drunk, and enjoying the show late into the night. I wait to see dark guards storm the ring and force them to move onto the Ba-TH stage. But it never happens. I can tell everyone is getting rather nervous downstairs. Abby heals everyone up after their matches and strategically begins moving closer to the 3 royal guards near the side of the room guarding the miscellaneous gear. Another newbie takes the stage after her battle. Then, the Ice Empress is called to fight. Maria takes the stage and freezes every opponent she faces into sculptures of ice, then slices the TTT stage ghoul in 2 to end the performance of the night in a dazzling attack. The announcer continues hyping up the crowd and showing replays of the fight as Maria is transported back into the underground training room. She sees that both Abby and Monk have migrated closer to the piles of gear as she walks over in the silent room. This is when the tension in the air finally snaps. The dark guard that stands in front of the exit speaks again, reaching into an invisible storage portal in his chest and pulling out a large orange glowing crystal. First of all, I thank you all for the wonderful show tonight. He takes a step closer and the orange crystal glows brighter. In the background, the cheers of the crowd and the announcer's voice showing highlights of the battles almost drown out the buzzing sound that gets louder from the gem. The dark guard lets go of the crystal and takes a step back. It floats in the air for a moment, then drifts slowly toward the floor. Thank you for your service, entertaining the community. The Dark One has invited each and every one of you to join its ranks. A new, strong, loyal group of subordinates is just what we need to get rid of a certain pest that cut our ranks in half. No one says a word in the room. They all just watch the gem drift closer to the floor in awe. You all will now serve as royal guards and have a special power bestowed upon you by the Dark One himself. A sword that can cut through any barrier of mana, a shield that can block any mana Zen-based attack, and a body that can outlast any mere mortal in this dreaded world. You will become far stronger than you ever knew was possible. The tip of the crystal touches the white floor of the training room, and it looks as if a pebble has fallen into a pond. The floor ripples, and the crystal disappears, sending out slow Zan-moving orange shockwaves of light. Join our forces and rule the world. The Dark One shall reign supreme. The young man who was one of the newest newbie fighters closest to the impact point on the ground is hit by the slow Zan-moving wave of light, and a gruesome scene follows. His armor and clothes are all burned away as orange light starts to creep over his entire body. He begins to scream out in agony, and all that remains of his figure are bones and a beating orange heart left behind. In a matter of seconds, the light hits 10 other fighters, and the same thing occurs, ridding them of flesh and violent yells, but imbuing their hearts with dense soul energy that keeps their skeletal structures upright. Upon seeing this, Abby wastes no time and lunges toward the weaker royal guards, with her eyes locked on the item boxes that were stolen from them earlier. Bursts of Red Hydra's soul energy come leaking off of her as Abby uses her earth magic to impale the guards and dive into the pile of gear simultaneously. Enormous red structures of ice begin to erupt from the floor as Maria activates her ranked Den-Up ice buff, aided by the Red Hydra's soul energy, piercing right through the shielding in the ceiling and shaking the room while creating a maze of mirrors and walls of shields tinted crimson. Monk channels all of his chi into his palm and thrusts it upward at the ceiling as well, sending a shockwave of chi through the entire area floor and making visible movement in the dirt flooring above. However, the shielding doesn't budge, and the ceiling stays intact without a single crack. There seems to be many layers of the Aidzan grade shielding between the training room and the arena itself. The room beneath the arena goes into pure chaos as no amount of magic can stop the slow Zan moving orange light. It even ripples through Maria's walls of ice with ease, melting and shattering them to pieces, without slowing its flow at all. The legacy fighters all use their elemental and speed Zan-based powers to attempt pushing the rippling light back. But it is no use. As much as they try, even they fall subject to its curse. It is painful to watch fighters I fought alongside and had drinks with scream out in agony. However, unlike the weaker newbie fighters, the Sen Legacy fighters' bodies stay intact and aren't burned away. They're enveloped in a bright yellow Zen orange glow and fall to the floor unconscious as runes with illegible lettering spin above their hearts. The echoing voice of the dark guard sounds out through the room. It is no use trying to run or fight back. This is the curse of the Lich King. If our god wishes to bring you to our ranks, there is nothing you can do to stop it. Your friend, the Flame Emperor, killed one of the Upper T Dark Guards in Sector Ard. This crime will not go unnoticed. We will find you all and wage war. An excited yell comes from the side of the room in Abby's voice. I found them! She holds 3 item boxes in one hand, while grasping Senwen Saoshi, Ida's shimmering crystals in the other. Maria and Monk's heads turn toward her, and she throws 2 crystals through the air using all her strength and buffs to them. The Dark Guard notices its error and pulls out its energy blades to stop what is occurring by any means necessary. The crystals are being thrown less than Wumi Eaters, while the Dark Guard stands back at the exit, more than Arshimi Eaters away. Maria is closest to the approaching gems and lets out another burst of overwhelming power, letting her walls of ice glow bright red, become far more dense with mana and soul energy, and push into the ceiling even harder. She uses massive red ice crystals from her back to push her toward the teleport crystals faster. Monk moves all of his chi into his heels, pushing forward at the gem nearest to him, letting the world around him fade away and only see the glimmering gem that will bring him to safety. In the same moment, the Dark Guard lunges forward, releasing 2 dark red Zen orange energy crescents flying out from the swords. One is aimed at Abby, and the other is heading straight for Maria and Monk. It is clear this guard is shooting to kill. It'd rather have them dead than get away. Abby is closer to the Dark Guard and crushes the transport crystal in her hand, the instant she senses life-threatening danger. She has done her part and knows there isn't anything left for her to possibly do but get out of there and survive. Maria senses danger approaching too, as she is in between the blades and Monk, but knows there is no time to dodge. Its energy blade is slicing through her walls of ice, like butter and rocketing their way. Her entire body glows with the red Hydra's buff, and it is being pushed to a limit I didn't know was possible. It looks similarly to when I was using it to fight that wraith for the first time, but far more concentrated and deadly. The depths of Maria's energy control are even more impressive than I believed was possible. Violent dark red tendrils of soul energy erupt from her body, increasing her speed and reflexes while also making stronger walls of ice. She digs deep into her energy control capabilities and channels every last drop of the red Hydra's soul energy to make one final wall of ice that erupts from the floor and makes itself steady by piercing through the ceiling. I can see the red energy leave her body completely. The blood Zan red wall is formed, and no more chi or soul energy remains in her aura as she continues to fly through the air toward the transport crystal. The metallic clang of energies colliding vibrates through the room as Monk grasps his gem behind Maria and crushes it in his hand, teleporting away to safety. The soul energy crescent sent from the Dark Guard collides with the final blood Zan red wall of ice and is stopped in place for a fraction of a second. Its outer layer is ripped away, lessening its attack power just slightly and altering its course. Maria grabs the teleportation crystal in the air while the soul energy crescent breaks through her final defensive wall. Due to the small alteration in course, the blade misses her heart by centimeters as she is sliced across the chest and opposite shoulder. Even so, she still manages to break the crystal in her hand and disappears in a flash of white light. The room is filled with the echoing angered yell of the Wu-TH ranked Dark Guard. A massive blood-red ice crystal sticks up through the arena floor, completely destroying the training room below and disabling the shielding of the fight ring on the surface. Screams of innocent bystanders in the crowd begin to spread, and the announcer of the event tries to calm everyone down. On this cue, I immediately shut off the surveillance system and run to the elevator. The multiple seconds of waiting as the cart brings me to the lobby floor feels like an eternity. The white floor is stained with blood, and my heart races faster as the elevator door opens. Green flashes of light from Abby's restoration magic fill the room. However, my attention is solely captivated by the warm blue eyes and radiant white smile that greets me from across the lobby, reassuring me that everything worked out. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sit, Liu San Jian Jian Jian. Main body POV. Midnight. My teammates approach me from the canyon, and my double points a finger to its forehead to kill itself. The memories of the arena come rushing into my consciousness. Imagery of the Wu-TH ranked Dark Guard, trying to possess my teammates, and Maria's overwhelming display of energy control to give Abby and Monk a chance to get away alive repeat in my mind. The fact that the Wu-TH ranked Dark Guard already knows I defeated the T-Tate ranked Dark Guard and said the Dark One is waging an attack to get revenge makes me wonder where all of the other guards are. Especially the Liu TH, and the question of the actual power gap between guards also concerns me. Even using every last drop of the Red Hydra's buff in a single attack, Maria managed to only shift the trajectory of that monster's basic slash. It was impressive, but considering it took all of her power, and she is most likely the strongest out of all of them, it is actually more concerning. If they didn't have a getaway plan and were in an actual fair fight, none of them would have lasted a second. I look at Maria, Abby, Monk, Fisher, and Lydia as they float up onto flat ground. They stand on the newly built stone road, lit up in the night, and I do full scans of each of them, accessing displays of their powers and abilities quickly, coming to a single conclusion. Maria speaks it aloud before I can say it myself. Jay, we need to get stronger. Those dark guards are on a level far above anything I've seen before. In our current shape, we stand no chance. In the same moment, I see all Wu of their gazes shift to the sky behind me and get in a battle Dan ready position. However, I speak up and put my hands up in the air. Hey, don't worry. You're safe here for now. That is an ally. Ember and my double come floating down from deep within the desert. They must have just come from collapsing another dungeon. It has been almost Wu Saoshi ours since I sent them off to continue collecting energy for the isolation pod. My double's mana control is off the charts, which is probably what sent my teammates into attack mode. I can sense it like a beacon in the sky. However, Ember is basically invisible to all of their senses. As they touch down, I continue to speak. There is no need to fill me in on the details. My double already caught me up to speed. I look toward the crimson Zan-haired human form of my dragon partner, then turn back to my teammates. I'd like you all to meet the newest member of our party. Everyone, meet Ember. He walks toward the five of them with a calm expression and graceful silent steps, scanning them with an unknown aura of energy. He silently stares at them and looks each of them up and down with a natural Zan-looking smile. I remember he did a similar thing with Eri. It was weird then, and it is still weird now. But Ember doesn't exactly spend much time with humans, so my best guess is he is just acting natural. Or, a more likely explanation is he knows it's odd and just doesn't care what anyone thinks. So, he acts as he pleases. I shrug and place a hand on my head. He has been away from people for a while, so just know he means well. Ember is strong and an ally I trust with my life, so I hope to see you all treat him like you would treat me. He'll grow on you soon. I let out a sigh, then begin walking slowly back and forth while deeply thinking to myself, he can handle greetings on his own. I need to figure out our next plan of action, and fast. What Maria said is right. I need to find a way to get them all in fighting shape for the inevitable confrontation with the Dark Guards. Eri greets each of the team members briefly, and Abby introduces him to Monk, but it is clear to see on his face he is still spent from training his demonic energy manipulation all day. While my mind wanders, Eri and my double step aside to observe while Ember begins to confront my teammates. He speaks up for the first time after examining Fisher and Lydia. You two are strong fighters, proficient in mana control, and have very refined and practiced sword techniques. Out of everyone here, you may not have the highest degree of overwhelming natural talent, but your experience and training shows. He puts out a hand and silently shakes both of their hands with nods of respect, then slowly walks over to Abby next. He gets up close to her face and stares her in the eyes for a few seconds before displaying a grin and stepping back. Restoration magic. Is that so? I haven't felt this presence in quite a while. Ember looks up to the sky, muttering to himself. Not since. Was it that dryad that became a divine beast a few centuries ago? Was she the last one that had that skill? Too bad her immortality was cut short like the others during the incident. though it explains why her talent is still floating around looking for a host. He looks back into Abby's eyes, then puts out a hand to shake. Never mind that. Anyway, nice to meet you. It seems fate works in mysterious ways. I'd say I'm surprised you're in Jay's party, but honestly, that would be a lie. It will be a pleasure fighting by your side. They shake hands, and Ember's attention quickly moves to Maria. The dragon's bright red eyes pulse with energy at the sight of the limitless potential it sees within Maria's energy control. Ember doesn't move for almost Wu Wen Shaoshi. Oh, seconds. Examining the fluctuations in her aura and seeing the chi rest calmly in her core, yet acting like an abyss that calls for more. His grin that is still plastered on his face from meeting Abby widens even further, and he lets out a laugh. Incredible! Such an insatiable hunger for energy, yet wielded by a delicate-looking woman. Appearances are very deceiving, aren't they? Maria responds, stepping forward with a confident look on her face and a sharpened gaze. You're right about all of us. And if Jay trusts you, then so do I. But I don't understand your words and tone. What is all of this talk about immortality, divine beasts, and most importantly, what energy source are your abilities coming from? I can't sense a drop of chi or mana coming off your body. Who or what are you? Ember takes a step back and stops chuckling, crossing his arms. Maria, right? Your name is a very familiar one floating around in Jay's mind. When our telepathy is linked, it shows up in my subconscious often. I always wondered what you'd be like, and I'm not disappointed. You may have the greatest potential of everyone here. What an interesting team. He puts out a hand to shake, and Maria stares down at it, not wanting to accept the gesture just yet. Ember speaks again. I promise you, in time more will become clear. Jay keeps his secrets for good reason. I'm one of his most guarded ones. This is the beginning of a road to see him opening up much more in the future. See me as a bridge to his mind. I believe you will learn more about his motives and desires soon. She continues to look at the hand for a few more seconds in silence, then decides to shake it with her own. Okay, fine. Nice to meet you, Ember. They release their grip, and Ember finally moves to Monk, who waits patiently, staring off into the empty desert with his arms crossed and gaze steady. Ember curiously looks him up and down, then poses a simple question. Do you worship the originators? Mention of that word makes Monk's head turn to meet his eyes in an instant. He doesn't say anything back, but it is clear Ember struck a chord with this line. Ember leans in closer, scanning every part of his body, then eyeing the item pouch around his waist. What? I don't care if you do or don't. Everyone knows the Origin civilization left us to a higher plane before any modern tools of records and keeping existed. It is not like I'm accusing you of anything, just wondering if you care to study their practices. Your lack of mana control and the contents of that storage pouch just lead me to such a conclusion. His eyes widen even more. Then he finally speaks. You know, of the Origin civilization. Ember shrugs, responding in a nonchalant manner. Hardly, only rumors and replicated texts. Most of the real books that taught proper chi control and the creation of the system were lost in wars on planets that no longer have names I can remember. He lets out a sigh and waves a hand in the air. Trust me, I looked for answers longer than anyone. If they wanted to be found, they'd have shown themselves by now. Ember points a finger to Monk's storage pouch again. Any relics you believe will show you the real truth one day are nothing more than junk left behind by those that have moved on. They took everything valuable with them. Monk closes his mouth and bows, keeping silent for a few seconds, then bringing his head back up. I understand, but it is my life's journey to continue my search. Ember nods again. Very well. There is no point in trying to stop you. Who knows? Maybe a stone or two haven't been looked under yet. There is always a chance. Whatever the case may be, you are strong. I look forward to fighting with you. Ember puts out a hand and they shake. He turns back to me in my main body as I finally finish with my brainstorming, and I've come up with a perfect plan. The rumbling sound of wooden carts full of heavy rocks sound nearby as the grunts under mind control come walking our way. I step up and look my teammates in the eyes. Welcome to Sector R. This is our new territory. Run by me, the Flame Emperor. I burst into a display of fire that signals the grunts to turn around and walk back toward the town. I have a lot to explain, and we have a lot of training to do. However, together we'll defeat every single Dark Guard and take the head of the Lich King. So, follow me. Tonight, we will prepare for war. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Sid, Liu Sid Jian Jian Jian. After the group acknowledges our goal. And me, as their leader in this moment, I get the option to add Fisher, Lydia, and Monk to my Rising Emperor's domain system. I do so without notifying them of this change, and now see their status screens and geopoints light up in my mind's eye. Then, I give instructions to my body Double and Ember to go back to charging up the isolation pod while I train with my team. Eri tags along with them, and I give permission to use one of the saturated stones on the pod that hasn't been charged up yet. Eri needs a rest after training, and using the fully charged pod would be a waste to use now. I need that supercharged pod exclusively saved to use for chi control training for myself and my teammates. I don't mind a few billion MP being used up to bring the other pod up to Baek's dilation for future use, though. According to the old crafter's note, not much energy will be lost from anything under Shurex. So, using ES Tone to make a pod where Isaoshire R of rest will equal over a full night's sleep will be perfect for the session we're about to have. Once he is rested up, my double will find us in the labyrinth. The three of them go off into the canyon, and I turn to the remainder of my team. By foot, the journey out here from Sector EME take days or even weeks. By sky, it would take hours, maybe a day at most. My guess is they will travel by flight again, so an enemy attack could come at any time. However, your escape from capture and Runzian in with the Wu Th rank Dark Guard means the Dark One's forces are not all on their way just yet. I pause and walk to the edge of the canyon, making another body double to max out all Sen copy slots of this skill. I order it to watch over the town and survey the skies to alert me if anything unusual approaches. As it flies away, I turn to my teammates again. This means there may be an attack coming soon. Any moment, actually. But we also know there is still time to prepare. We'll need to get you all in fighting shape by sunrise. I jump down into the canyon onto the nearest pathway that leads to a blue glowing portal. Come on. It is time for all of you to receive some major strength upgrades. I dungeon walk all of them back down to the Sentiate floor and share my absorption skill with each of them to allow my MCP absorption perk to make its full use, staying within Ibaimi eaters of each of them. We circle around the outer ring of wyverns and slowly make our way into the center of the dungeon. With the use of temporary skills gained from my absorption skill, Monk is able to fly in the sky with us using water and earth magic from a few of the first wyverns. Fisher and Lydia let loose and reap the benefits of gaining millions of max CP after every kill, using their red Hydra's buffs to speed up the training time and having Abby heal them every few minutes once they deactivate the soul energy perk and face the consequences of the debuffs. Whenever nearby flocks of monsters are killed, I dungeon walk everyone to more dense portions of dungeon where respawns take place to expedite the process. I find enemies, and they constantly fight them, absorbing their energy and moving on to the next. Many thousands of MP and mana crystals are left behind after monsters dissolve without us nearby, but I always make it a point to retrieve element stones if they drop. Maria and Abby easily make it to the center of the dungeon without using any soul energy or chi. Monk also easily takes out his opponents. It takes nearly an hour to clear this floor and bring everyone up to level Ci by Wuxi. But everyone has gained over 100 million make CP each, and they're all revving to fight more. As we beat the Senshi TH floor boss and wait to move on to the next floor, Monk and I have a long, Xana-weighted conversation. He reaches into his item box to pull out a large silver briefcase. I thank you for your note of warning before we left Valor City. I managed to bring over a large portion of our remaining chi pill supplies with us. I'm still looking forward to hearing the method you used to gather so much chi in such a short period of time. If just over Yawurim pills brought you this far, We will all have enough to reach a whole new level. He clicks open the case, and I see hundreds of white pills inside, possibly over 1,000. Monk grabs a few out and hands some to Abby, Maria, and myself, then eats one himself before clasping the case shut and placing it back in his inventory. I nod and eat one of the pills as well, looking forward to filling my chi stores up to their max for the first time after ranking up again. As the hot energy fills my body, I respond to his earlier question. Of course, Ember and my body double are working on getting the preparations for my expedited cultivation method as we speak. Once you've all made it to a considerable strength by morning, you'll be ready. I want to add at least Wu Bai Uni, a Lion Extra MCP, to all of your base mana controls before you attempt my method. Understood. The corner of Monk's lip turns up, and the rush of chi from the pill he just consumed fills his body too. We're transported to the Senshi Miao T floor, and my teammates begin farming levels and mana control again. The sensation of chi rushing into my body hits me too, but I don't feel quite as satiated as I usually do after a pill. Not even a drop of overflow comes out of my pores either. While my teammates zip across the dungeon, I decide to take another pill. After this one, my core finally hits its saturation point, and the excess chi leaks out like usual. How interesting. I've grown enough to the point where Yi pill isn't enough to fill my core. I didn't know that was even possible. I consider that it must be a result of the natural energy control upgrade that occurred after my rank up. My capacity is now roughly Idern Wu Chi pills. Halfway through farming this floor, a flash of light and the teleportation of Airy and my double arrive nearby. The archer looks fully rested and ready to train as well. He floats in the air next to me, and I fill him in on our goals here to train our way to the highest floor possible together. It is true, I could just power level them myself by repeatedly sharing experience points with them, by bringing my full team to a high Zan level boss room and clearing it myself. That wouldn't be great in the long term, though. They need the combat training, as well as the me TP that comes with killing mobs yourself using my absorption perk. Relying on their Red Hydra's buff for training now is a loophole I'd rather not have them get used to, because it will be used up in the future. Half of mine is gone, and Maria's is completely used up. The permanent buff that was on her status before is no more. I witnessed it disappear myself, however. It is the fastest way to farm mana control and levels, so it has to be done. As Airy joins the team, red flashes of light fill the air, and we begin clearing more and more floors. Once everyone makes it within Wu levels of the floor boss each time, we move up to the next floor. It takes semi or hours to clear the next T floors, bringing everyone near level Zobai, and adding close to Sibai Uni Lion, additional MCP to their mana controls. If we were to go back down and farm these monsters again, the MCP gained would be much lower. The main reason for such a high gain is that they're consistently beating monsters at higher levels than their own, giving a higher percentage of mana control gained than weak mobs. The overwhelming power of the Red Hydra's soul energy has cut through everything in its way so far, but finally comes to a roadblock, where its strength is not enough. On the Senshaba TH floor, my teammates face off against the giant armored worms that even gave my mana control trouble when I was training up here before ranking up. The crimson-covered energy blades don't do as much damage as I imagined they would. Fisher and Lydia meet their match, and only crack the outer shell of these beasts. No matter how many attacks they throw in solo fights, the rapid regeneration of the worms continues to keep the monsters alive. The two of them are easily able to get away. They're just not powerful enough to quickly take the monster out alone for training purposes. Together, they're able to take a single beast down in a few minutes and a brutal all-Zan-out battle. But it is clear we're making it to a crucial point in training where power leveling any further may not be possible in the short time constraints we have left. They alternate final blows to share the MCP and XP gains. Airy, on the other hand, is able to use Red Hydra imbued spirit arrows to pierce the flesh of the worms. His spirit energy has unique properties, and with the recent boost in mana control from the previous Ba floors, he is able to take the worms out alone in just a few hits when timed right. It makes me wonder how strong his demonic energy attacks would fare against these creatures. But it is understandable that he doesn't want to bring that volatile energy into a life and death battle like this just yet. Abby, Maria, and Monk waste no time on this floor after seeing the struggles of their teammates. This is the first battle where chi-imbued blades are necessary to take opponents out. Abby imbues her daggers with chi and slices through the worm's flesh and armor with ease. Maria's sword, hot with chi, can carve up these monsters like butter, and Monk uses a technique of fists imbued with energy that sends waves of chi through the worm's bodies and slowly cooks its insides, killing it in under sure punches. I watch them train for another half hour until every worm in this dungeon is killed, and decide to move on to the next floor instead of waiting for the respawn. Once we make it to the Senshiju TH floor and take on the Minotaurs, I explain that this is the final floor they'll be able to train on, recounting some of my experiences on the Sisha TH and Sisha Yimao T floor. Less than Shirmi monsters spawn up on the Senshiju TH floor every Sentrifinjone Utes, so we take turns testing our skills, just like the worms. Fisher and Lydia give it their all, sending red waves of water and ice at their level, Jope Luferlo opponent, ruthlessly stabbing and pounding the monster to the dungeon floor. They're pushed to their limits, and I can feel the massive amounts of Red Hydra's soul energy being used up in every attack, to the point where I hypothesize they are also draining its power away like Maria did, but to a much slower degree. It takes over Shervinjone Utes, but in a combined effort, they defeat the elite Minotaur. Even after Abby heals them up, it is clear they've hit their limit and are very tired. Great job today. You two have gained over 500 million mana control each, improved just about Senbai levels, and have defeated the strongest base level monster in the labyrinth we'll be able to fight today. You may rest. They give satisfied smiles and are happy with their progress. I look forward to teaching them chi in the future, but there is no time to bring them through the full training process now. I turn to the others. Now, it is up to the rest of you to show off how far you've come. Eri manages to use his new and improved Crimson Spirit arrows to take out the Minotaur in just send direct hits to the head. Abby and Maria use chi to slice their opponents' heads off before the battle even starts. And Monk does his signature attack pattern, punching the Minotaur from every angle and defeating it in shitsi blows. I think about bringing them to face the lone mutant, but my double takes care of it before I get the chance to try. It is probably better that way. I bring all of my teammates to the boss room and let them take on the level Jojo Tsi Minotaur boss together. With chi-infused weapons and Red Hydra's soul energy filling the boss room, the massive Minotaur doesn't even get a chance to fight back. Abby, Maria, and Eri are the only ones who continue to fight. Fisher and Lydia rest, while Monk and I watch with our arms crossed. Everyone in the boss room shares XP from a boss kill, so whoever would like to fight has the option to. Curiously, we're all transported right back to outside the boss room once the transport magic activates. There is still a Sen Shidzan Day cooldown ticking down in the Sisha TH floor, so no other challengers are welcome. The Sisha Yimao T is out of the question, even for me. I point back at the gray spinning boss room portal. Well, you've all made it this far. It is almost morning, so our first portion of training here has almost come to an end. You may feel like you're strong now, but I assure you the gap between these Minotaurs' power and a Dark Guard is unimaginable. We all step through the boss room portal to fight another Minotaur at level Dojo Wu. This is a great start, but we have a long way to go. We'll take on this boss a few more times to max out all of your levels. Then, for a few of us, the next stage of training will begin. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 45 Jian Jian Jian. After clearing the boss room, Shiba times over the next 45分钟, you tease. Everyone in the group reaches level 994. We could most likely push everyone up to Jojo T if we farmed here for a few more hours. Considering the Minotaur boss consistently appears at level Jojo Sen to Jojo T. However, the minuscule gains aren't worth the extra time wasted right now. So, we leave the labyrinth back to the dungeons in the canyon. The sound of heavy stone being pulled in wooden carts hits our ears as the red and orange morning sun rises over the sand dunes of the desert. I float up out of the canyon and see the tired pack of grunts trudging my way. They look pale, hungry, thirsty, and on the edge of death's door. Some of them even look angry at the sight of me, letting out grunts and sneers. I sigh and order them to drink another vial each of suggestion elixir from my item storage to make all of them fall back in line. In my time away, the effects of this potion began wearing off. However, if I work them any harder, they may actually die. As that may be a fitting fate, their labor would still be useful in the future. I activate my earth magic and disperse all of the stone in the carts. Then, I look far off the stone trail about Wushmi eaters near the canyon's edge and instantaneously form 5 small worker huts in a line out of stone, with nothing more than hard beds and a single table in each of them. They have no windows and an open door, but will be more than enough to keep these men out of the heat and keep them from dying. I pull out rations of food, water, and more elixir from my item storage, and evenly distribute them in the huts using telekinesis from a distance. I stand before the dazed grunts and point to the huts. Take your rest, eat and drink up. Make sure to take your elixir once you wake up and await my orders when I return. They all let go of their carts and begin moving toward the makeshift housing. I move the carts off to opposite sides of the desert path in neat lines. They'll most likely be useful again at some point in the future. So, there is no harm in leaving them out here for now. As my teammates follow behind, and we approach the town, they have mixed thoughts on my punishment of the grunts. However, we take a slow and peaceful walk back to town on the stone path while I fill them in on the exact details of what happened in the town yesterday. After this, they're far more understanding of my harsh treatment. Abby and Ari are especially on board and think I should be pushing them harder than that. Even violent torture is on the table in their minds. Maria agrees with me almost entirely, believing that an eye for an eye is good punishment. Fisher, Lydia, and Monk don't care to make any comments on the matter. Once we get back into the small settlement, the topic of conversation shifts to what the end goal is with all of these people. They're from all over the Dark Continent and have no place to call home. They're stranded out here in Sector R. As we walk through the doors of the empty guild hall and down into the Manads and shielded bunker, I respond to this point. I'll be giving all of them a few options shortly. I can tell they still need their rest. I'll wait to make a speech to everyone until they're all awake. One by one, we walk down the spiral stairs, and right on cue, one of my doubles and Ember arrive from the sky. They too walk down and join us shortly after I open the middle wall and let everyone inside the Manads and shielded base. Once the initial awestruck moment of admiring the room passes, my double takes its item storage contents out to place in the center of the empty half of the room. 2 large isolation pods come out, and I immediately activate my craftsmanship skill, along with other perception perks to examine them. One says, current dilation, Badern T-Bilation. It must be the one set aside, using only one containment stone that Ari rested in before coming to train with us. The other reads out, current dilation, X. My double turns to me, and I expect it to kill itself to share its memories with me, but it speaks up. Open up your storage. I have an item I need to transfer over carefully. I create a small white portal, doing as it says. My double opens its spatial magic portal millimeters above mine, and a small white shimmering stone makes itself visible for a fraction of a second before falling inside. It was only detectable because I was watching so closely and carefully. My double places a finger on its forehead the next second, and the memories of a RN dungeon collapsing, and that white stone falling from it just like the first rush into my mind. So the farming process is replicable. I whisper under my breath with a grin. I make a new double and have him and Ember go off to continue making containment stones for later use. Then, I'm left alone with my teammates and 2 lightly humming isolation pods. One of them hums significantly louder than the other. It is clear there is a difference. I turn and point to them. This here is our next stage of training. They all look at the pods with different expressions on their faces. Most of you already know, these are isolation pods, machines that allow us to rest for Lu to Basaushir Ars in a trance-like state, filled with dense mana, while only an hour goes by in the outside world. Monk's eyes open at the sound of that, but my other teammates have already witnessed their power. I continue all the same. They're made with very dense mana shielding that isolates us from the outside world. No sound or external energy is let in other than the energy and mass circulated through the core of the machine at its top. This also means whatever is inside stays inside. Of course, this seal isn't perfect, or it would act like my item storage system and no energy at all would ever leak out. But For my explanation, it gets the point across. I point to the weaker pod, then turn toward Maria, Abby, and Monk. When you take a chi pill and its total contents exceed your core's limit, the excess leaks out and dissolves into the air. However, when confined in a semi-zen closed place like a room in the monastery, the walls can trap excess chi, and the absorption rate of energy gathering increases in speed and effectiveness. Monk speaks up a weaker pod. So what you're saying is, I could gather chi in a super-saturated environment, where no chi could leak out while also taking advantage of time moving faster by almost 10 times. I smile. Yes, precisely. 8 days in there would only be a day in the outside world. Plus, let's say you were to bring Yalbai-Q pills inside. You would be swimming in dense chi, forcing your body to absorb it at a much faster rate than normal. The pod may be used up multiple times as well. Its charge should last upward of a few years before it totally runs out of energy. Then, I turn to the other pod that hums louder. This one is supercharged. We'll only get one shot at using it before it falls down to below Shek's dilation. My guess is Senshulu de Sishibasausher. Ours is going to be its limit. The dilation is nearly Wusherek's. It is Sishilu Dernjo to be exact. Monk pulls out his silver briefcase and clicks it open. I continue talking as the sea of white pills come into view. Ember and my double are off, working on getting more materials to supercharge another pod. However, getting enough to bring this weaker one up to such a high rate will take another Sharsaushers to do. We could cut that time in half and use the materials from Owu to Lusausher, our farm, and bring a pod up to Senshids and Senshawuex. Though I believe it is most efficient to try to bring them closest to Wusher. Monk whispers to himself that would be over Josha days. Sen, full months of isolated cultivation in a supersaturated environment in just our days here in the outside world. He looks up to me and responds, I see. So you'd like to go one at a time then? I nod. Well, we really don't have any other choice. The materials I use for these machines come from the Centradio T8's floor. The Minotaurs only spawn in so fast. He thinks deeply to himself, then speaks up again. So then, the best candidate for the first round would be Maria. I'm quite surprised at his response, but happy he sees my vision too. He has been wanting to try out my cultivation method all this time and supplying all of us with precious resources. Yet he still isn't jumping in to get first picks. With a satisfied smile, I respond, a very logical deduction. That was my first choice too. If danger is approaching, we need to get our strongest fighters with the highest potential for growth a chance to take advantage of these pods first. Everyone turns toward the blonde, tan-haired hunter dressed in silver, white, and blue. She doesn't say a word at first, just looking down at the chi pills, then back up right at me. You're right. I can still see that soul energy blade of the Dark Guard fresh in my mind. If I want to be able to fight back against a monster like that, a major leap in power is necessary. She pauses again, but the determination in her gaze grows as she turns her head toward the strongest, loudly humming isolation pod. I'll do it.